Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, the Commanders lock up Terry McLaurin. But what does it mean for the rest of their season? We're going to bring in the great Kevin Sheehan from the Kevin Sheehan Show here on the Team 980 in D.C. and talk about it. Aren't you just glad this story is over? I know as a Commanders fan, I'm just like, oh, thank God. It's been going on. It's like the Trey Hendrickson thing. My God. Like the Micah Parsons thing. These contract negotiations drag out for so long. And they're fascinating. There's no question about it. But after a while, like how many more things can you say about this guy means a lot to his team and ownership isn't really budging and now he wants to be traded. It's just like rinse and repeat again and again. And on the football field, look, the Commanders needed Terry back, but after a while you sort of get exhausted with the whole process.
Well, at least this one was like in the world of like common sense and logic.
Fair.
Like I like talking about that one way more than what we've got going on with the circus with the Cowboys. Like every day there's a new Jerry Jones soundbite. They're like, is this really true? Probably not. So at least the Commanders handled this like real world people with common sense and logic. So I will hand it to the Commanders in that sense.
Yeah, they definitely handled it the right way. And the best part about it all is now, with about a week and a half until that season opener against the Giants, we can put this behind us and focus on football. So let's do that and bring in Kevin Sheehan, host of the Kevin Sheehan Show on the Team 980, also host of the Kevin Sheehan Show podcast. Kevin, good morning. We really appreciate the time. And let me ask you, I mean, look, you're a local legend here in D.C. You cover the Commanders again and again and again, going back to the Redskins days. So how glad are you to finally have a little bit of a resolution here for a contract dispute that I don't think anyone thought would drag out for this long?
Well, you know the market, Mike, and it's always about something, all season long. And this was the first summer that you kind of went into with real expectations and no real controversies. There's no quarterback conversation, which is an annual. And it actually, gave us something to talk about for a while. But it did grow very old and tiresome. And I still think there's some stuff left in this. It's going to be interesting to see what this deal really looks like when it comes out. I'm interested in that stuff. I know it's not for everybody. But, yeah, it's good to have him in the under contract. He was going to have to play anyway. There's no possible way he could have sat out at 30 years old in the last year of his deal. And this is going to be a really good football team offensively again.
I feel like people always want to label a winner and a loser of things. Maybe that's, being a part of the sports world. But do you think there is a winner and a loser here? Like, who won these negotiations?
Well, I mean, I think we'll find out when we see the deal. The agent put out the average annual and the years, and what was, very much missing and was obvious was the guaranteed dollars, and I think that'll say a lot. But, yeah, I mean, I think when you've invested in conversation after conversation to the point of exhaustion, you'd like to see how kind of the movie played out rather than just being told, hey, it happened, it's over. So I'm interested in the details. I think a lot of fans are too. But, yeah, I mean, who won, who lost? The team won. The fan base won because Terry's going to presumably play in a much sort of happier environment for him. Hopefully he feels like the deal he got was respectful and appreciative of what he is as a player and what he's going to provide going forward. And, again, I think he was going to play anyway. He was going to have to, but this is a much better situation for the team, the fan base. I think they're going to be really good on offense.
Kevin, can you sort of put in perspective for the national audience here what Terry means to this franchise? Because it's different than a Micah Parsons. It's different than a Trey Hendrickson, because those guys are not that they aren't loved by the fan bases, but it's really about production. And here it's a little different with Terry because he stuck with this team before the change in ownership and really the change in this franchise. Yeah,
I mean, I think Terry, first of all, is a really good wide receiver. Secondly, he's been a really good statesman for this franchise, spokesperson for this franchise. He's comfortable that way. He is not the typical receiver. He's the typical receiver. There's no diva in him at all. And during these very dark years, and you're familiar with them, he was certainly one of the brightest lights. But I think it was hard during some of those years to see anything great, through the last, 3 or 4 Snyder years, where all of the focus was pretty much on what was going on off the field more than it was on the field. But Terry is first-rate, first-class, a culture setter, and has been a very good player.
All right, so I've noticed a couple times in this interview already you've said they're going to be really good on offense. Is there a reason you're not saying the whole team? What are your thoughts on their defense?
I mean, last year they were not a very good defensive team. They were horrific against the run, and it speaks to just how great Jaden Daniels was, that week in and week out, he basically strapped the team to his back and carried them to victories, many times in kind of walk-off fashion. But this was a team that was, porous against the run. They were not great overall in getting off the field. And that's the concern, is they're going to play on paper a much tougher schedule, much better quarterbacks on paper right now, the way it looks. A slew of outstanding running backs in running teams. And they've got to be improved defensively if they're going to match what they did last year, which is have a legitimate chance to go deep into January. And I think that is now an expectation that we're not used to around here. It's been a long time, but the expectation is, double-digit wins and a chance to win a few playoff games and make a run at a Super Bowl. And I think that only takes place if they ended up improving themselves defensively. And I think that there's hope that they did. They added new players. They got bigger up front with Javon Kinlaw. And, I think look at Daron Payne without John Allen this year. I think there's a chance he has a big year in what is almost a borderline contract year for him. But that's the mystery. The offense is not a mystery. They should be great offensively as long as Five's on the field. Defensively, they've got to be better against the run in particular.
We're talking with Kevin Sheehan from the Kevin Sheehan Show on the Kevin Sheehan Show on Team 980. Also hosts the Kevin Sheehan Show podcast. Kevin, I hear this a lot from fans who, are not Washington fans, which is, well, what about a sophomore slump? What about what we saw from C.J. Stroud? Why does that not happen with Jaden Daniels?
I just don't see a flaw, Michael. I mean, he literally is a rookie, strapped the team to his back and took him to an NFC championship game, the 6th rookie quarterback in NFL history to do it, and the only one to do it where the offense was the reason they got there. And the quarterback was the reason they got there. He throws the ball well deep. He throws the ball well in the intermediate range. He throws the ball with great timing, with great touch. He is obviously one of the 2 or 3 best playmaking quarterbacks in the league off schedule as a runner, both as a designed runner, option runner, and then, in a scramble situation last year. I'm not sure I've ever seen, other than maybe Vic and Lamar, a better scrambler off schedule. There just isn't anything you can point to. And we've talked a lot about it on the show. It's like, what are we going to say this year when he does something that surprises us? Nothing will. That's the answer, is that we're not going to say at any point this year, oh, my God, thank God he really improved that, because he wasn't very good at that as a rookie. He was great at everything as a rookie, not to mention just the clutch gene and the clutch factor of delivering over and over again with the game on the line. So, I don't know. Dan Marino's best year was his second year. You look at Josh Allen after his first year of starting, his second year was spectacular. There are a lot of examples of, outstanding rookie quarterbacks who didn't decline in year 2. And the truth is, with Stroud, he was decent last year. The O-line struggled. They still won 10 games in a playoff game at home against the Chargers.
Right. Can you make a case for Jaden Daniels to win MVP, though, because I've heard all the gushing, and I agree with you. Jaden Daniels, so fun to watch, but I think as far as numbers go, you got to have those eye-popping stats. Like last year, Jaden Daniels, 25 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Lamar Jackson had 41 touchdowns and 4 picks, and he didn't even win the MVP. Do you think Jaden Daniels is capable of putting up those type of numbers?
I do, but I also agree with you. Like, I think that there will be quarterbacks ahead of him that will put those eye-popping numbers up, and you're going to have to look at the, entire context of his performance, because it'll be a combination of 3,500 to 4,000 passing yards and 600 plus rushing yards and a bunch of touchdowns on the ground and a bunch of late game wins potentially if he duplicates what he did last year. But I do think he can win it. We've certainly seen a guy last year. What did he finish? 6th or 7th in the voting, 8th or 9th, whatever it was. He's a candidate. I wouldn't make him the favorite, but he's certainly a candidate.
Kevin, when you look at this team, what's the one thing that maybe worries you the most? Is it the defensive line? Is it maybe the lack of depth at receiver because they haven't really had anyone step up? They want Luke McCaffrey to be that guy, but he hasn't done it. What's the one area where you think, okay, this could be a problem?
Yeah, it's defense. I mean, it's are they going to be improved? Last year, they weren't good enough. It really showed up in the NFC Championship game when Philadelphia could have named their number. The number was 55, but if they had needed 65, they would have been able to get it. And I think it starts with, up front and the ability to stop the run in their front seven. And we'll see, early on. I mean, they're going to get Josh Jacobs in week 2. They're going to get the kid Genty. They're going to get Bijan Robinson early. There are going to be some really good backs that they face and some decent offensive football teams that are balanced. So we'll get an early read on whether or not they're improved. But it's not that I'm majorly concerned. I just think it's a complete mystery. Defense tends to be variable year to year, for no rhyme nor reason. A bad defense one year becomes much better the following year, and you can't really identify sometimes why. Year 2 in this system should help, and additions like Kinlaw and even a guy like Von Miller, Trey Amos is a rookie corner who they have high hopes for in his rookie year. Hopefully the personnel's better as well.
All right, we got a couple minutes left here, but so this will have to be a little tight. But what's the ceiling for the Commanders this year?
The Super Bowl. That's the ceiling. They're good enough. They have the best quarterback in the NFC. When you've got the best quarterback in your conference, you've got a chance to go to the Super Bowl. So I think that is – I've never been this optimistic in 20 years of doing this. It's always been, how can we get to like 9-7 and backdoor our way into a wild card? But they've got the best quarterback in the NFC. You can certainly make that argument, and that's the most important position in the sport, and that gives them a chance to win and win in January.
Check him out as host of the Kevin Sheehan Show on the Team 980, also host of the Kevin Sheehan Show podcast. It is Kevin Sheehan. Kevin, great stuff this morning. Thank you so much for being with us.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
I like hearing that. I mean, I try to temper, I try to be realistic, when I look at my favorite teams, and obviously the Commanders are right up there. But, man, when I hear someone who follows the team as much, if not more than I do, someone who has been in D.C. and done fantastic work for years, say Super Bowl, got to admit, get a little tingly.
I've seen this story before, though. Like, I have fallen in love with a team with a really great quarterback, but people said, hey, maybe you shouldn't trust their defense. Maybe their defense has some flaws. Jenks, how many times have I put down money on the Bengals? Because it feels similar. Maybe the defense isn't the level of bad that the Bengals are like this year and last year, but like that was the handicap on the Bengals for a while. And like they didn't win a Super Bowl. They came close.
Yeah.
But I have been jilted before on really, sexy to bet on quarterbacks with teams that had a few flaws. Because how much of a flaw do you think a bad run defense is? because like stopping the run in the NFC, we talked about it. When the Eagles are atop the mountain and you can't stop the run, that feels like a bad matchup.
It's going to be an issue, but they did sign Kinlaw. Von Miller's here. Okay.
We can fix him.
But also, I will also say that when you look at these preseason results, they held a ton of people back. Like, they just rarely played their starters. So, unlike the Bengals played a lot of their starters, the Commanders didn't do so. I'm being on the positive side of things. Was it an issue last year? Of course. Can it get better? Yes. But just for now, since it's the preseason and everyone's undefeated, let's go Super Bowl. Coming up next. Still early in the week, but before we get to football bets, let's go to baseball. Those are coming your way next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Always great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got our best bets coming your way here in just a bit. Before that, how about this? So, of course, the big game this weekend, Ohio State and Texas. And Fox has their big noon Saturday. That's their big pregame show. They also have a deal with Barstool that they have completed. So you will see some Barstool influence, maybe a show within a show or a pregame show on select dates. Dave Portnoy, the head of Barstool. So there was an initial report that Ohio State had banned Dave Portnoy from the stadium because he is a Michigan alum. He has a history of trolling Buckeyes head coach Ryan Day. But now we're hearing from Ross Dellinger from Yahoo Sports that it's actually Fox itself which banned Portnoy because they don't want him on the main desk big noon kickoff, and those normally not on the desk don't appear on the field, so this is a Fox decision. Regardless, Chelsea, I feel like this is not going to end well.
I feel like Dave Portnoy is going to use this for bulletin board material, whether it's true or not, right?
Yep.
Because here's the thing about the internet these days. Like, when people see something that they, like, want to believe, they believe it. Like, I feel like we've all done this. Like, I've seen things on TikTok where it's like, I don't know, it's something about, like, girls who played sports make more money. There is no citation. There are no references. But I'm like, yeah, I believe that because you want to believe it. So I feel like he is feeding this to the frenzy that is the Barstool fans. And, of course, they're going to come for Michigan because it's already a big rivalry. So maybe this is not even true, the fact that, you know, they didn't ban him from the stadium or whatever. But I'm sure people will still believe it, and it will be part of the Barstool lore when it comes to Dave Portnoy.
And also, like, Barstool could totally screw this up. Do you know what I mean? Like, they need to be careful. Because didn't they have a deal with ESPN at one time, and before they even got on the air, that fell through? So if this gets to a point where Portnoy gets out of pocket, then maybe this deal doesn't happen. I mean, who knows? He's going to say whatever he wants to say. There's no question. But I do find it interesting that you have a partnership and then a guy who heads up the company with whom you're partnering isn't there. It's interesting all the way around.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, Dave Portnoy lives for controversy.
That is true.
And he's definitely going to stir the pot. Like, he's not somebody who's going to sit around and be like, oh, this was a big misunderstanding. No, he's going to use this to his advantage. And this is why Barstool has been, in part, very successful. Remember when he had that deal with the NFL where he was, like, you know, crusading against Roger Goodell and for Tom Brady? Saying, free Tom Brady. Like, he made a huge deal of that for content. And I bet he's going to do that again.
No, that's exactly right. You know he is. Well, oh, by the way, quick update. So I lie down last night, and then I get a text. I'm like, who's texting me? And it's my friend Sarah, and Sarah is my friend, whom I love, but she was the girl who had us face value tickets and didn't. I'm not in love with her, but longtime friend. So she's like, she had us the face value tickets, and then she didn't have them. And then last night I get a text. She's like, so I just happened upon 4 face value tickets for Texas, Ohio State. I'm like, Sarah? Oh, my God.
She needs to buy your flight, right? Be like,
Yes,
the
she
only
does.
way you make it up to me is buy my flight and find me a hotel. Go.
And now I can't make it anyway. We're doing a live podcast for the Commanders on Friday night here in D.C. So that's locked in. I can't back out of that.
Work.
So what am I going to do? I'm like, now, Sarah? I mean, oh, my God. So it's fine.
Just say,
fine.
when Texas makes it to the national championship, do not ghost me on that.
No.
You need to come through in the clutch because you got to make it up to me.
I am going to do that. I'm like, hey, I need you to start reaching out now. Okay? Oh, my God. Will I look at last-minute flights? Yes. Okay.
I consider it yes.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I will, actually. But I don't like it. That's what I'm saying. That's my controversy. Not banned from the stadium. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Bet Sweats. Someone me on the show yesterday. Sammy P. Previewing the Lions giving their favorite college football playoff bets. Michael Felder from PFF joins to talk college football at 10 o'clock. Then Will Brinson will be along at 11. Chelsea, your bets have been very good. I don't want to jinx you. So let's continue with these very good bets.
Time to place your bets.
All right, best bet of the day is going to be on the Chicago Cubs on the road at the Giants today. So the Cubs are a palatable price of -140 today on the road at San Francisco. And look at the pitching matchup here. Justin Verlander has had a season to forget. He's 1-10 with a 4.72 ERA. And although he has had some decent starts sprinkled in, last start was not one of them. Gave up a 7 spot to the Padres in 4 1/3 innings of work. And plus, his offense doesn't give him a ton of run support. San Francisco is not known as a good offense. In fact, they have the 8th worst WRC plus in the big leagues. And then you compare him to the Cubs, who I know have had lulls in their season, but still the 6th best overall WRC plus. They have a good lineup, and plus Matthew Boyd is pitching today. One of their better starters this season, ERA of 2.61. So I think even if Justin Verlander looks like his old self and has a decent start, the better offense here is still the Cubs. So I don't trust the Giants' bats. I trust the Cubs way more, and plus they have been good in this spot. As favorites, a cash cow, 59-33 this year, plus they have a winning record on the road, as opposed to the Giants, who somehow have a losing record at home. So let's go with the Cubs here. The better team, the better offense, better starting pitcher this year. Let's go Cubs at -140.
Okay. Man, I love that bet. I am all over that. Love that price, too. So nice job finding that, Chelsea. I'm going to go back to the well here. Blue Jays. Oh, it's pricey. -160 hosting the Twins. It's expensive. Don't care. Chris Bassett going up against Bailey Ober. Chris Bassett at home this season has been a wonderkind. He has been so much better than he has been on the road. Listen to these numbers. 8-0 in Toronto, a perfect 2.73 ERA, while going 8-0, undefeated. That's compared, again, to his struggles on the road. But then he gets to face Bailey Ober, who has an ERA over 5. When Ober takes the mound, the Twins have lost 11 consecutive games. If you like the run line at plus money, I think that's a good bet. You can get that at +125 at BetMGM right now. I'm going to take this Blue Jays money line -160. A little pricey, but man, Twins after the trade deadline have been an absolute mess. Also going Diamondbacks Brewers over 8. Found it at -130. Played this down from 8 and hook. You might be able to find it at -120 if you look around. You've got Brandon Pfaadt going up against Jacob Mizorowski. Brandon Pfaadt, not great on the road this season. 4-5, 6.50 ERA. Now he has to face this Milwaukee lineup. Best run differential in all of Major League Baseball. Mizorowski has been very good. There's no question. But he's 4-2, a 4.19 ERA. And let's not discount the bats that Arizona has, particularly at the top of that order. They can hit. And Mizorowski has struggled more recently. I think he's kind of getting worn out from the rigors of his first season in the majors. 7 runs in his last 7 1/3 innings. That covers a span of 3 games. Overhit yesterday. I think it hits again. And plus, that Arizona bullpen is really bad, so the Brewers could always tack on a couple late. Let's go over 8. -130. And Chelsea, I will not reiterate the great points you made, but I'm also on the Cubs at -150 or -140, even better price. Yeah, you got Justin Verlander on the mound for the Giants, but he's had a disappointing season. So let's go Cubbies.
Go Cubs, go.
Go Cubs, go.
Go Cubs, go.
Oh.
Have you heard that song? The song that they play at the stadium when they win?
I don't think I think I have, but I haven't paid much attention to it. Would you like to sing it?
Well, I'm not going to sing the whole thing, but I will say it's one of the catchier songs in the big leagues, I think, when a team wins a game. Like, I'm sure that New York has something that's cool as well, but obviously I've been to some Cubs games, so a very cool song. You need to listen to it.
I do. By the way, oh my God. So Denton jumped on the old information superhighway and found that I can go
you're so
nonstop. Yeah, well, I'm so hip. I am so hip. And, oh, my God. Nonstop to Columbus, $645 at 8:22 in the morning. No thanks.
But you got free tickets.
I got face value tickets. Great. Maybe. I will look.
Face value, okay.
All right. Well, yeah, that could be expensive too now. Okay. We got to talk to Sammy P, but first, let's bring in the Dogster.
I can't believe Justin Herbert is dating Madison Beer. I've been watching her videos for so long.
Sure you have.
That's creepy.
I can't tell you how many days I've spent watching video after video, working myself into a ladder.
Dogster, enough.
But then I turn on Bet Sweats and Sammy P always brings me back.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm glad he's helping. You have a bet?
I do! Squad play. Cubs minus 150 against Barry Bonds and the Giants.
Okay. A lot wrong with that. Everything right happens when we bring in Sammy P, though. And there he is, ready to go on Bet Sweats. Good morning, Sammy P.
Chelsea, how does he feel about Texas? Is he all the way there yet? Does he think they're going to win Saturday?
Who? Jenks?
Your co-host.
Well, he's right here. You can ask him.
Yeah, but I need your opinion and your situation or your addressing of the situation, because he's a mental pretzel right now around Texas.
That's true. That's very true.
I don't think he's in a mental pretzel at all. I'm pretty sure he's very high on Texas to win the national championship.
Yeah,
Am
but
I
this is a
wrong,
tough one.
Jenks?
It's a tough
Should
one,
I just
Saturday.
talk for you? Is Jenks splaining?
I will say,
Not
well,
mansplaining.
I think Clemson is a real threat. That's kind of Mike's sneaky favorite for the national title. Do I think Texas can win it? Yes, but I do think they're going to beat Ohio State. I'm taking Texas on the money line.
Let's go.
See?
Let's go.
Go.
I
We
told
got
you.
there.
Yeah.
We got there.
Listen, they're like, oh, it's Arch. Yeah, Arch has played more than Julian saying. Oh, don't even get me started. Thank you, Sammy P. You got me all fired up. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a fantastic Tuesday. We will see you bright and early tomorrow, 6 a.m.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey.
A happy Tuesday. Welcome to Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. It is our final day of previews in college football. Yesterday, we wrapped up the NFL previews. Today, our final preview. We're looking at the Utah Utes. Porter Larson going to join us here in just a little bit to talk about Utah looking for a bounce-back season, their second year in the Big 12. We'll also dive into the Big 10 today. I'll give out all my favorite win totals, a Heisman pick that I like in the Big 10, who I think is going to end up winning the Big 10 title, and then a couple teams I would keep an eye on to make the playoff potentially out of the Big 10 as well. And then we will get into the Week 1 college slate, all of the marquee games. I got 9 of them, including Utah and UCLA. We'll dive into that game amongst others, give out some best bets, then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. You can hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. Anything that you guys have on Utah especially, make sure you send those questions in. And as always, any previews that you guys have missed as you're getting ready for the college football season, including today's episode, all available to Send It In podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Porter Larson, who joins us. Give Porter a follow on X at Larson_ESPN, host of Utes Game Day. And make sure you guys listen to ESPN 700, where you can check out Porter as well. Porter, great having you on, man. Utah is going to be a real interesting team this upcoming season because last year we're really not used to Utah finishing below 500. They went 5-7. They're looking for a bounce back in their second year in the Big 12. What did Kyle Whittingham do this offseason to really improve this roster? What were the areas that he was really focused on trying to get better?
Yeah, well, when you go back to last year, a 5-7 result, right? Only I think second or third time that's happened in Kyle Whittingham's era. He knew he had to go back to the drawing board, knew he had to reset and figure something out. Now, the easy part here is that it was not difficult to diagnose what went wrong last year with Utah. Their entire roster was hurt, right? So, yes, you start looking at maybe some things behind the scenes. You start looking at what your training loads are, what your weeks look like leading up to practice. And I think he's made some adjustments there. But ultimately, the reality is that he went out and got a new quarterback. He went out and got a new offensive coordinator. He went out and got a new running back. He went out and got a lot of productivity from places around the country, right? New Mexico, most notably, that was the 4th best offense in the country per a lot of metrics. And they liked what they saw with Jason Beck. And there's some history there with Jason and a lot of guys on staff, both here at Utah and at BYU and just around the state. And I think there's a lot of confidence that, you go back and look at the 5-7 record last year. Those games were all so close. If your offense is just average or just above average, you're knocking on maybe an 8-win season. You're looking at bowl games. You're looking at maybe if the Big 12 is wide open as we think it might be, getting into that game. And I think that's what Utah is hoping for. They've added a lot of skill positions. They've bolstered their offensive line, which is expected to be one of the better ones in the country. And then they do feel like they have the skill position players to kind of put them over the hump on the offensive side. And as always, hopefully stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, look, injuries, like you said, that was really the big storyline of last year. And just the quarterbacks, obviously Cam Rising, it didn't work out. Porter, I think from an outside perspective, all of us were kind of talking how maybe the Cam Rising, every week, not knowing whether he was going to play, kind of wore on the team a little bit. Like, do you think there's some validity to that as somebody who covers the team, knows the team as well as you do? Do you think that uncertainty of whether or not he would be out there every Saturday wore on the team and kind of moving on from Cam, looking at the Devin Dampier era, like that is going to be better for the Utes this season?
No, it absolutely was. It was something that it was tough on the team, not because it was, like drama or uncertainty behind the scenes. They kind of knew what was going on behind the scenes. The thing was that Cam wanted to be on the field so bad, and they knew and they had seen what Cam Rising can do for that team when they're on the field. And he wasn't just their quarterback. If you guys are around that team through the Rose Bowl run, through they had the players that passed away, right? Cam was their entire energy as well, right? He was an energetic leader more than just the quarterback, and you really felt that hit when he was either not there or he was on the sideline and questionable going into the game. Now here's the thing. There was also points during the season where they knew Cam wasn't going to play, but publicly they maybe pulled some strings so that the other teams didn't know Cam was going to play. They did that at UCLA. Cam came out and warmed up against UCLA, went through warm-ups with the first team, and at no point during that week was he ever going to dress and actually play. That was a little gamesmanship by Kyle Whittingham, and it actually forced UCLA to start doing some things pregame that they maybe weren't prepping for. It was interesting to see, and then we come to find out that Cam was nowhere near actually playing in that football game. So there was some gamesmanship behind the scenes that I think in the locker room it wasn't as uncertain as it was sometimes publicly, but there was a lot of lack of communication, a lot of pressure on Cam in a new age where he's getting paid by sponsors, he's getting NIL money from a car dealership, right? There was more pressure around him to just be on the field than I think there was. He wasn't comfortable with that, and on top of it, his coach wanted him to kind of keep quiet about it, and that's kind of what caused a lot of the drama. But I do think the reset was needed and should help this team go forward. Nothing against Cam Rising. He gave the program kind of everything he could physically and otherwise. But the reset, I think, will definitely help this team kind of turn the page.
We're talking Utah here with Porter Larson. Give Porter a follow on X at Larson_ESPN. Defensively, we normally don't have questions, Porter, about that side of the ball when it comes to Utah and Kyle Whittingham. They should be really good again on that side of the ball. If there was an area of concern or maybe a question mark going into the season about the Utah defense, what would it be?
Yeah, well, I asked Morgan Scalley about this in the spring, and he said depth at cornerback and defensive tackle, right? The reason for that is because they've lost guys to the draft. They've lost guys to transfer. As you know, Keanu Tanavasa, one of their best defensive tackles from last year, all-conference guy, went to BYU, their rival. So replacing that production on the inside is kind of what they're really looking at. But I think they have the bodies to go through, as you guys are familiar with, a deep rotation at defensive tackle. Aliki Vimahi, Dallas Vakalahi they have there. You'll hear a bunch of Polynesian names in the middle. A kid named Pupu who has really kind of busted on the scene during fall camp. So I think they've kind of figured out a good 4, maybe 5-man rotation at defensive tackle. And then the other question was at cornerback. Who was going to play opposite of Elijah Davis as that starter? And it seems as though Blake Cotton, a transfer, is kind of taking that role. He's 6'2", 195 pounds, right? He's a really good kind of a pro body as a corner, but is still really learning Morgan Scalley's defense and that man press zone that they like to run. I think that it's probably going to be Elijah Davis and Blake Cotton at those corners, and then Smith Snowden, a guy who you probably will see playing both sides of the football this year, is going to be their slot, their nickel in the corner position. But those are the two kind of question marks. They're experienced at defensive end. They've got a bunch of guys in the linebacker room with Lander Barton, Levani Damouni, and others. At safety, they're pretty set there. So I think if there were question marks about this defense, it's at cornerback and it's about depth at D tackle. But they have the bodies there. It's more just about seeing who's going to get those reps.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's talk about the schedule. Porter, I want to ask you a couple questions about that. Let's start with the Week 1 game, an old Pac-12 matchup, UCLA and Utah. Now we get one out of the Big Ten and one out of the Big 12. But what do you make of this matchup? UCLA, year 2 under their new coach. They should be a little bit better. And then Utah, obviously the first game of Devin Dampier trying to come back after a disappointing season. How do you see that game playing out on Saturday night?
Yeah, I think week one's always tough to prognosticate. We're going to see both of these teams not at a completed project, right? This is going to be a in process that we're seeing both UCLA and Utah. I think that going into this game, even though we just talked about how Utah's got a new offensive coordinator, a new quarterback, a new running back, a bunch of new faces on defense as well, I still think there's more questions about UCLA. Nico is a phenomenal talent. I still think he's learning to play the quarterback position, right? Takes me back to like early days of when Colin Kaepernick was at Nevada. He was clearly a phenomenal talent, but he was like running around with the chicken wing, the ball outside. He was just throwing across the field. He wasn't playing the quarterback position well, but he was so talented that he was making plays, right? I think Nico can do a lot of those type of things. So at any given moment, he can make a game-changing play. UCLA on the defensive side, I think there's a lot of questions there. Up front, they've got some really good pieces up front and in the interior defensive line, but man, there's not many position groups at UCLA that I don't have a question about. And for me, I just feel that Utah is a little ahead of them as far as building this thing, right? They're more plug and play, where UCLA is really trying to get something started. And we have a 6.5, 7 point spread depending on where you look, and I think that's pretty fair. I think I take Utah there, and I do think that they come in and win this game. I'm higher on Utah in week one than I might be on Utah big picture, just because of where they set up with UCLA, where I think UCLA is. And frankly, we talked a little bit before we came on air about Kyle Whittingham and his LA roots. Man, he's had the Bruins number for a decade plus. I don't really see any reason for that changing, especially with all the turnover that they're having to deal with this offseason.
We got about a minute left. Porter, you talk big picture. What is your prediction for Utah this season? Do you think they get to the Big 12 title game this year? Do you see them winning 9, 10 games in about 60 seconds? What's your prediction for the Utes this year?
Yeah, man, well, we're going to learn a lot about Utah early. You get UCLA, a Big Ten opponent on the road, and then you get your two tune-up games in Laramie and against Cal Poly, and then it's Texas Tech. It's the team that in the Big 12 you look at is a competitor as far as the NIL goes, as far as whatever the future of college football looks like. Man, they're in a good position with that right now. They lost their running back. We know that's another story, but we're going to learn a lot. Number 23 Texas Tech comes into Rice-Eccles in about a month, and then Utah has a pretty tough Big 12 schedule. BYU, Arizona State. You've got a lot of really good opponents on that schedule. Kansas, and you finish Kansas and Kansas State. I think that Utah is good enough, and if healthy, and if Jason Beck and Devin Dampier can replicate something like what they did at New Mexico, I think this is a team that can win 9-10 games. But, man, I think there's not a huge margin of error because of all of the new pieces that are put together, right? If they're not clicking early, I think we'll have a pretty good idea. But, yeah, no, I think this is a team that if I were to really estimate as of right now, I'm putting them at 8-9 wins. I could see them getting to 10 if healthy all year, and if Jason Beck really gets this thing going and looking like the offense we saw in New Mexico.
Should be a fun season for Utah. He's Porter Larson. Give him a follow on X at Larson_ESPN, host of Utes Game Day, and listen to him as well on ESPN 700. Porter, appreciate the time, man. Have a great season. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, great stuff there. Porter Larson joining us to talk a little Utah here on Send It In. Let's continue previewing the Utes here on Send It In. One of the co-favorites this year at BetMGM to win the Big 12 at plus 550. For them to just make the Big 12 title game is plus 275. For them to make the college football playoff, plus 450. And then the win total for Utah is 8.5. The over, plus 115. The under is minus 135. Utah does have a challenging schedule, right? I mean, you look at the Big 12 opponents that they have, as Gertz is getting ready to put that up on the screen. They're playing a lot of the top teams. Porter mentioned the Texas Tech game that kicks off Big 12 play for them. They also have Arizona State and Kansas State at home. And then you have road trips to Baylor and BYU, Kansas at the end of the season, West Virginia, that's a cross-country trip. And then in the non-conference, UCLA to kick off the season on Saturday. They have to go to Wyoming. They're going to be big favorites in that game, but playing in Laramie, never an easy place to play. Difficult schedule for Utah. This is going to look like your typical Utah team. Great on the line of scrimmage, good offensive line, good defensive line. As Porter mentioned, maybe defensive tackle, corner, the question marks for that defense, but they're going to be really solid. It's really going to come down to the quarterback, Devin Dampier. They do bring his offensive coordinator from New Mexico with him, Jason Beck, to Utah. We know Oklahoma's doing the same thing with John Mateer, bringing his OC from Washington State. So Utah is doing the same thing. I would expect to see a lot of college programs do that now in kind of this portal era. Go after the big-time quarterback, pay him some money, and bring his OC with them if you can. That is what Utah is doing this season. To me, that's always the difference with Utah. They're kind of like Iowa in the sense, you know, they're going to be good running the football. They're going to be good on the line of scrimmage. They're going to be good defensively. What are you going to get out of the quarterback position from Utah? Kyle Whittingham, one of the better coaches in the country, one of my favorite coaches in the country. What's interesting, though, about Utah, when we've been previewing all these Big 12 teams, I keep harping on it, but what's the thing we continue to talk about? All the returning quarterbacks that these teams have, right? Arizona State, Kansas State, Iowa State, Baylor, Texas Tech. You run through the list. All these teams have returning quarterbacks who played for their team last year. Utah is really the only team towards the top of the list that does not have that. And that is where I'm concerned. We're making Utah a co-favorite with the most important position in sports. And even though Dampier was a good player at New Mexico, this ain't New Mexico anymore. You're playing for Utah. You're playing in the Big 12. You're playing in way more nationally televised games, in way more difficult places to play against way better teams with way better defenses. So that uncertainty at quarterback for Utah, it has me a little torn on what to do with the Utes this season. Good coach like Whittingham, good program like Utah. They go 5-7 last year with some bad injury luck. Chances are they probably bounce back and have a very good season. If I were to bet that win total, I'd probably go over 8.5, especially since you're getting plus money at plus 115. That schedule's tough, though. That UCLA game on Saturday is not going to be an easy one. And look, they do get 3 really good opponents at home. We know Bryce Eccles is a very difficult place to play. Are they going to beat Arizona State, Kansas State, and Texas Tech all at home? Are they going to win all those games? I don't know. Then how many of those road games are they going to win? At BYU, at Baylor, at Kansas? Like, the number feels about right with Utah. I can't bet them, though, to win the Big 12 at plus 550 when all these other teams in the Big 12 have these quarterbacks returning, and Utah went out in the portal and had to get a new guy. So I'm staying away from the Utes this season. They're going to be a week-by-week team for me, but they're going to be much improved. They're going to look like the Utah we normally see most seasons, but I'm staying away from the Utes. All right, let's talk a little Big Ten here on Send It In. Yesterday we looked at the SEC. Today we are looking at the Big Ten. 3 teams whose win totals I like in the Big Ten. Our guy Brian Gertz is filling in for Sean this week as VP, and I'm taking Indiana over 8.5 wins at plus 110. I look at Indiana's schedule, and there are 3 games that I see where I'm like, they're probably going to lose those games. At Iowa, at Oregon, at Penn State. 3 difficult games. Outside of that, the schedule's pretty easy for Indiana. It's pretty much all those bottom teams in the conference. They do play Illinois at home, which could be a tricky game, but that's the thing about Cignetti, man, and that's why they were so good last year, is Cignetti beats the teams that he's supposed to beat. If his team's better than yours, if there's a coach on the other sideline who he's much better than, he's going to win those matchups. His team doesn't beat themselves. They don't get penalties. They don't commit turnovers. They know who they are. So they're probably going to lose at Oregon. They're probably going to lose at Penn State. And they're probably going to lose at Iowa too. But those are really the only losses I see for Indiana. I see this team at about an 8 or a 9 win team. The fact we're getting plus money for Indiana to have 9 wins this season, I'm going over 8.5 for the Hoosiers. Speaking of Iowa, I also like their over as well. Over 7.5 at plus 115. Now, Iowa's schedule, much more difficult than Indiana's. They have the Hoosiers, Penn State, and Oregon all at home this season. And then on the road, they got to play Nebraska, USC, and Iowa State, the Cyhawk game coming up in a couple weeks. Kirk Ferentz has had Matt Campbell's number in that rivalry, so it wouldn't surprise me if Iowa went on the road and beat Iowa State. Going out to USC isn't going to be easy, but again, Lincoln Riley type teams tend to struggle with these Big Ten teams that are good defensively, want to run the football, and then Nebraska's a rivalry game. That's a coin flip, toss-up type game. Anything could go in that direction. And yes, they're going to be underdogs to Oregon and Penn State, and Indiana will be a tough game as well. But man, Kinnick is a difficult place to play, especially at night. And I think both the Oregon and the Penn State game likely have the chance to be that NBC night game. And if Iowa can get night games against Penn State and Oregon, they could win both of those games. So I like the plus money with Iowa. I think they have the best quarterback in the Kirk Ferentz era that they have had in a long time in Mark Gronkowski, who comes over from South Dakota State. He won the Heisman Trophy version of FCS with the Jackrabbits. So he's a good quarterback, and we know Iowa's going to be good running the football and great on defense. So Iowa over 7.5 wins, I'll take that as well. And then give me Michigan under 8.5 wins at plus 145. They're at Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at USC this season. I think they lose all those games. They also have the Buckeyes at home. I think Ohio State finally gets them. Sharon Moore still has some of those Jim Harbaugh players in his program. He's doing a nice job recruiting. He obviously got the number 1 overall recruit in Bryce Underwood. But the difference between Sharon Moore as a head coach and Jim Harbaugh as a head coach is night and day. And we're putting a lot of pressure and expectation on Bryce Underwood to be really good at this win total. I'm going plus money, plus 145, under 8.5 wins for Michigan. To make the college football playoff, Nebraska plus 500. I've talked about Nebraska plenty on this show. Year 3 of Matt Rule. Look at his track record at Temple. Look at his track record at Baylor. Year 3, he won double-digit games, both of those schools. That's when he tends to take off. I'll take a shot with Nebraska plus 500. Iowa, I'd keep an eye on. Like I told you guys, Oregon and Penn State both at home. They can win both of those games. Those will be 2 strong talking points for the committee, so keep an eye on them. And then Washington at plus 900. Washington has Oregon and Ohio State at home this year. They have one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the country in Damon Williams, who I'm also betting to win the Heisman Trophy at 80-1. I think he's a really nice long shot. Williams is a playmaker, and he's got great dual threat ability. He's got one of the better running backs in the Big Ten and Jonah Coleman behind him. Jed Fish is a really good play caller. High on Washington as well, and I'd look at Williams as a long shot for the Heisman Trophy. And then finally, to win the Big Ten this year and win the national championship, you guys know I'm all aboard the Penn State bandwagon. So give me Penn State plus 240 to win the Big Ten and plus 700 to win the national title as well. All right, let's talk week 1 college football games here on Send It In. Let's dive into some of these. We'll start with the game on Thursday night, which I can't wait for. Number 25, Boise, is at USF. Boise laying 6.5 right now with the total of 63.5. Keep an eye on the total. I think an over might be worth a look here. Boise State last year opened up the road against Clay Helton, USC's former coach, and Georgia Southern. That was like a 56-45 type game. Both teams just going up and down the field. I think this game could also be a shootout as well. Boise, obviously life without Genty is going to be difficult, and I think in the first game especially. Their quarterback is returning, offensive line's improved, receiving core is pretty solid, defense should be pretty good again. Last year they led the nation in sacks. Don't think they're going to do that again, but I still think they'll be pretty good. But I think life without Genty in that first game on the road is going to be a big adjustment for the Broncos. And then on the other side, USF is one of my favorite group of 4 quarterbacks in the country, group of 5 quarterbacks in the country. Byron Brown, he's terrific. Alex Golish, their head coach, is a disciple from Josh Heupel, who's the head coach at Tennessee. You watch USF play, it's very much like watching Tennessee play. It's a very difficult offense to scheme for. Defense returns 8 starters this year. USF plus 6.5. Think they might pull off the upset as well. Look at the money line at plus 200. Auburn and Baylor and Waco Friday night. Cannot wait for this game. Auburn's minus 2.5. The total in the game is 57.5. You guys know I love Baylor this season. I think they're winning that league. I don't think they're going to win on Friday night, though. I like Auburn money line at minus 135. I think Hugh Freeze is a better coach than Dave Aranda for one. I think both quarterbacks are probably comparable. Maybe Sawyer Robertson's a little bit better, but Auburn I just think has better overall talent. They have one of the best receiving rooms in all of college football. And Hugh Freeze's offense, I think, is a little bit more difficult to prepare for in week one if you're not used to it. It's going to be a tight game, close game, well played. I like Auburn money line against Baylor. Texas, Ohio State, obviously the big one on Saturday, kicks off at noon. Ohio State now up to a 2.5 point favorite. We talked about yesterday. They were 1.5. Now they're taking money, going back up to 2.5. I keep going back and forth on this game. I think at the money line prices right now, Ohio State minus 120 would be the play. If we get a 3 again with Texas, which I don't think we will, but if we get plus 3 with Texas, that will be my best bet. I do like Texas at plus 3 a lot. I just think we're underestimating Ohio State. Kind of feels like the world is on Texas at the moment. And whenever we kind of overestimate Ohio State and everybody goes into a game thinking they're going to lose, that's when they tend to show up and play pretty well. So leaning Ohio State right now, Texas plus 3, that I will be on. Bama and Florida State, give me Bama in the first half at minus 7 against the Seminoles. Total in the game is 50.5. Don't want to lay the 2 touchdown spread with Bama full game. Watching Kellen DeBoer last year in year 1 at Bama, the thing that stood out to me was how great the Tide were with extra time to prepare. What they did against Georgia in that first half, what they did against LSU in that first half. I mean, guys, they were leading Georgia 28-0 at the end of the first quarter. LSU, they were kicking them in the butt as well. So both of those games, when they have multiple weeks to prepare, great game plans, great scripted stuff. The schemes were working really well. I think they're going to do that same stuff against Florida State. 14's a lot of points, so you worry about maybe a backdoor cover late in the game. I'll just take Bama minus 7 in the first half at BetMGM. And then finally, LSU and Clemson. We'll save some of these games for tomorrow as well. But the other big one, LSU and Clemson, top 10 matchup. Clemson favored by 3.5 with the total of 57.5. I think this is finally the year that Brian Kelly and LSU win an opening game. This game reminds me a lot of the Texas A&M and Notre Dame game from last year. A&M was a 3-point favorite at home, just like Clemson was. And in that game, Notre Dame, or I should say A&M, had the big advantage at the line of scrimmage. A&M had returned like a bunch of their offensive linemen. They were great on the defensive line. Notre Dame had to welcome in just about 4 new offensive linemen, but they played great, and they had a veteran quarterback in Riley Leonard that helped them out, just like LSU does with Garrett Nussmeier. LSU's got to bring in 4 new offensive linemen to this game, but I think they're going to play really well. I think LSU plays really well, and I think we're overrating Cade Klubnik, who more often than not has not played well in a lot of these big-time matchups. I'll take LSU plus 3.5 and on the money line at plus 145 against Clemson as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and short game parlays. All right, you guys, time for PJ's plays now here on Send It In. Our pick today for going streaking is going to be Taylor Ward against Patrick Corbin. Taylor Ward, 6 for 15 in his career against Corbin. He's going to be our guy today in going streaking. Prop lock, we're taking Iowa over 7.5 wins at plus 115. Tough schedule, but I think they have a chance to beat both Penn State and Oregon at home this season. Dog of the day, Diamondbacks plus 135 against the Brewers. Mizorowski's on the mound for Milwaukee. He has not been good here as of late. Milwaukee's lost their last 2 series, so they've been stumbling after that 14-game win streak. I'd look at the Snakes today, plus 135, and then Penn State to win it all. I'm planting my flag with James Franklin. I think this is their year. I'm taking Penn State to win the Natty at plus 700. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks again to Porter Larson. Tomorrow, more college football talk. Chase Kitty going to join us. We'll see you guys then. Have a great rest of your day. Happy Tuesday. Welcome into Send It In, presented by BetMGM here on the BetMGM Network. I'm your host, PJ Glasser. It is our final day of previews in college football. Yesterday, we wrapped up the NFL previews. Today, our final preview, we're looking at the Utah Utes. Porter Larson going to join us here in just a little bit to talk about Utah looking for a bounce-back season, their second year in the Big 12. We'll also dive into the Big 10 today. I'll give out all my favorite win totals, a Heisman pick that I like in the Big 10, who I think is going to end up winning the Big 10 title, and then a couple teams I would keep an eye on to make the playoff potentially out of the Big 10 as well. And then we will get into the Week 1 college slate, all of the marquee games. I got 9 of them, including Utah and UCLA. We'll dive into that game amongst others, give out some best bets, then we'll wrap everything up with our favorite plays of the day. As always, any questions, any comments, any best bets that you guys have for us, let us know. You can hit us up at the BetMGM Network on Twitch, on YouTube, on X. Anything that you guys have on Utah especially, make sure you send those questions in. And as always, any previews that you guys have missed as you're getting ready for the college football season, including today's episode, all available to Send It In podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Let's get rolling on a Tuesday. Glasses in session. We go to the Glasser guest line and check in with Porter Larson, who joins us. Give Porter a follow on X at Larson_ESPN, host of Utes Game Day. And make sure you guys listen to ESPN 700, where you can check out Porter as well. Porter, great having you on, man. Utah is going to be a real interesting team this upcoming season because last year we're really not used to Utah finishing below 500. They went 5-7. They're looking for a bounce back in their second year in the Big 12. What did Kyle Whittingham do this offseason to really improve this roster? What were the areas that he was really focused on trying to get better?
Yeah, well, when you go back to last year, a 5-7 result, right? Only the, I think, second or third time that's happened in Kyle Whittingham's era. He knew he had to go back to the drawing board, knew he had to reset and figure something out. Now, the easy part here is that it was not difficult to diagnose what went wrong last year with Utah. Their entire roster was hurt, right? So, yes, you start looking at maybe some things behind the scenes. You start looking at what your training loads are, what your weeks look like leading up to practice. And I think he's made some adjustments there. But ultimately, the reality is that he went out and got a new quarterback. He went out and got a new offensive coordinator. He went out and got a new running back. He went out and got a lot of productivity from places around the country, right? New Mexico, most notably, that was the 4th best offense in the country per a lot of metrics. And they liked what they saw with Jason Beck. And there's some history there with Jason and a lot of guys on staff, both here at Utah and at BYU and just around the state. And I think there's a lot of confidence that, you go back and look at the 5-7 record last year. Those games were all so close. If your offense is just average or just above average, you're knocking on maybe an 8-win season. You're looking at bowl games. You're looking at maybe if the Big 12 is wide open as we think it might be, getting into that game. And I think that's what Utah is hoping for. They've added a lot of skill positions. They've bolstered their offensive line, which is expected to be one of the better ones in the country. And then they do feel like they have the skill position players to kind of put them over the hump on the offensive side. As always, hopefully stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean, look, injuries, like you said, that was really the big storyline of last year. And just the quarterbacks, obviously Cam Rising, it didn't work out. Porter, I think from an outside perspective, all of us were kind of talking how maybe the Cam Rising, every week, not knowing whether he was going to play, kind of wore on the team a little bit. Like, do you think there's some validity to that as somebody who covers the team, knows the team as well as you do? Do you think that uncertainty of whether or not he would be out there every Saturday wore on the team and kind of moving on from Cam, looking at the Devin Dampier era, like that is going to be better for the Utes this season?
No, it absolutely was. It was something that it was tough on the team, not because it was, like drama or uncertainty behind the scenes. They kind of knew what was going on behind the scenes. The thing was that Cam wanted to be on the field so bad, and they knew and they had seen what Cam Rising can do for that team when they're on the field. And he wasn't just their quarterback. If you guys are around that team through the Rose Bowl run, through they had the players that passed away, right? Cam was their entire energy as well, right? He was an energetic leader more than just the quarterback, and you really felt that hit when he was either not there or he was on the sideline and questionable going into the game. Now here's the thing. There was also points during the season where they knew Cam wasn't going to play, but publicly they maybe pulled some strings so that the other teams didn't know Cam was going to play. They did that at UCLA. Cam came out and warmed up against UCLA, went through warm-ups with the first team, and at no point during that week was he ever going to dress and actually play. That was a little gamesmanship by Kyle Whittingham, and it actually forced UCLA to start doing some things pregame that they maybe weren't prepping for. It was interesting to see. And then we come to find out that Cam was nowhere near actually playing in that football game. So there was some gamesmanship behind the scenes that I think in the locker room, it wasn't as uncertain as it was sometimes publicly, but there was a lot of, lack of communication, a lot of pressure on Cam in a new age where he's getting paid by sponsors. He's getting NIL money from a car dealership, right? There was more pressure around him to just be on the field than I think there was, he wasn't comfortable with that. And on top of it, his coach wanted him to, kind of keep quiet about it. And that's kind of what caused a lot of the drama. But I do think the reset was needed and should help this team go forward. Nothing against Cam Rising. He gave the program kind of everything he could physically and otherwise. But the reset, I think, will definitely help this team kind of turn the page.
We're talking Utah here with Porter Larson. Give Porter a follow on X at Larson_ESPN. Defensively, we normally don't have questions, Porter, about that side of the ball when it comes to Utah and Kyle Whittingham. They should be really good again on that side of the ball. If there was an area of concern or maybe a question mark going into the season about the Utah defense, what would it be?
Yeah, well, I asked Morgan Scalley about this in the spring, and he said depth at cornerback and defensive tackle, right? The reason for that is because they've lost guys to the draft. They've lost guys to transfer. As you know, Keanu Tanavasa, one of their best defensive tackles from last year, all-conference guy, went to BYU, their rival. So replacing that production on the inside is kind of what they're really looking at. But I think they have the bodies to go through, as you guys are familiar with, a deep rotation at defensive tackle. Aliki Vimahi, Dallas Vakalahi they have there. You'll hear a bunch of Polynesian names in the middle. A kid named Pupu who has really kind of busted on the scene during fall camp. So I think they've kind of figured out a good 4, maybe 5-man rotation at defensive tackle. And then the other question was at cornerback. Who was going to play opposite of Elijah Davis as that starter? And it seems as though Blake Cotton, a transfer, is kind of taking that role. He's 6'2", 195 pounds, right? He's a really good kind of a pro body as a corner, but is still really learning Morgan Scalley's defense and in that man press zone that they like to run. I think that it's probably going to be Elijah Davis and Blake Cotton at those corners, and then Smith Snowden, a guy who you probably will see playing both sides of the football this year, is going to be their slot, their nickel in the corner position. But those are the two kind of question marks. They're experienced at defensive end. They've got a bunch of guys in the linebacker room with Lander Barton, Lavani Demooney, and others. At safety, they're pretty set there. So I think if there were question marks about this defense, it's at cornerback and it's about depth at D tackle. But they have the bodies there. It's more just about seeing who's going to get those reps.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's talk about the schedule. Porter, I want to ask you a couple questions about that. Let's start with the Week 1 game, an old Pac-12 matchup, UCLA and Utah. Now we get one out of the Big Ten and one out of the Big 12. But what do you make of this matchup? UCLA, year 2 under their new coach. They should be a little bit better. And then Utah, obviously the first game of Devin Dampier trying to come back after a disappointing season. How do you see that game playing out on Saturday night?
Yeah, I think week one's always tough to prognosticate. We're going to see both of these teams not at a completed project, right? This is going to be a in process that we're seeing both UCLA and Utah. I think that going into this game, even though we just talked about how Utah's got a new offensive coordinator, a new quarterback, a new running back, a bunch of new faces on defense as well, I still think there's more questions about UCLA. Nico is a phenomenal talent. I still think he's learning to play the quarterback position, right? Takes me back to like early days of when Colin Kaepernick was at Nevada. He was clearly a phenomenal talent, but he was like running around with the chicken wing, the ball outside. He was just throwing across the field. He wasn't playing the quarterback position well, but he was so talented that he was making plays, right? I think Nico can do a lot of those type of things. So at any given moment, he can make a game-changing play. UCLA on the defensive side, I think there's a lot of questions there. Up front, they've got some really good pieces up front and in the interior defensive line, but man, there's not many position groups at UCLA that I don't have a question about. And for me, I just feel that Utah is a little ahead of them as far as building this thing, right? They're more plug and play, where UCLA is really trying to get something started. And, we have a 6.5, 7 point spread, depending on where you look. And I think that's pretty fair. I think I take Utah there, and I do think that they come in and win this game. I'm higher on Utah in week one than I might be on Utah big picture, just because of where they set up with UCLA, where I think UCLA is. And frankly, we talked a little bit before we came on air about Kyle Whittingham and his LA roots. Man, he's had the Bruins number for a decade plus. I don't really see any reason for that changing, especially with all the turnover that they're having to deal with this offseason.
We got about a minute left. Porter, you talk big picture. What is your prediction for Utah this season? Do you think they get to the Big 12 title game this year? Do you see them winning 9, 10 games in about 60 seconds? What's your prediction for the Utes this year?
Yeah, man. Well, we're going to learn a lot about Utah early. You get UCLA, a Big Ten opponent on the road, and then you get your two tune-up games in Laramie and against Cal Poly, and then it's Texas Tech. It's the team that in the Big 12 you look at is a competitor as far as the NIL goes, as far as whatever the future of college football looks like. Man, they're in a good position with that right now. They lost their running back. We know that's another story, but we're going to learn a lot. Number 23, Texas Tech, comes into Rice-Eccles in about a month, and then Utah has a pretty tough Big 12 schedule. BYU, Arizona State. You've got a lot of really good opponents on that schedule. Kansas, and you finish Kansas and Kansas State. I think that Utah is good enough, and if healthy, and if Jason Beck and Devin Dampier can replicate something like what they did at New Mexico, I think this is a team that can win 9, 10 games. But, man, I think there's not a huge margin of error because of all of the new pieces that are put together, right? If they're not clicking early, I think we'll have a pretty good idea. But, yeah, no, I think this is a team that if I were to really estimate as of right now, I'm putting them at 8, 9 wins. I could see them getting to 10 if healthy all year, and if Jason Beck really gets this thing going and looking like the offense we saw in New Mexico.
Should be a fun season for Utah. He's Porter Larson. Give him a follow on X at Larson_ESPN, host of Utes Game Day, and listen to him as well on ESPN 700. Porter, appreciate the time, man. Have a great season. Hope to talk to you again soon.
Yeah, anytime, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, great stuff there. Porter Larson joining us to talk a little Utah here on Send It In. Let's continue previewing the Utes here on Send It In. One of the co-favorites this year at BetMGM to win the Big 12 at plus 550. For them to just make the Big 12 title game is plus 275. For them to make the college football playoff, plus 450, and then the win total for Utah is 8.5. The over plus 115, the under is minus 135. Utah does have a challenging schedule, right? I mean, you look at the Big 12 opponents that they have, as Gert's getting ready to put that up on the screen. They're playing a lot of the top teams. Porter mentioned the Texas Tech game that kicks off Big 12 play for them. They also have Arizona State and Kansas State at home, and then you have road trips to Baylor and BYU, Kansas at the end of the season, West Virginia, that's a cross-country trip. And then in the non-conference, UCLA to kick off the season on Saturday. They have to go to Wyoming. They're going to be big favorites in that game, but playing in Laramie, never an easy place to play. Difficult schedule for Utah. This is going to look like your typical Utah team. Great on the line of scrimmage, good offensive line, good defensive line. As Porter mentioned, maybe defensive tackle, corner, the question marks for that defense, but they're going to be really solid. It's really going to come down to the quarterback, Devin Dampier. They do bring his offensive coordinator from New Mexico with him, Jason Beck, to Utah. We know Oklahoma's doing the same thing with John Mateer, bringing his OC from Washington State. So Utah is doing the same thing. I would expect to see a lot of college programs do that now in kind of this portal era. Go after the big-time quarterback, pay him some money, and bring his OC with them if you can. That is what Utah is doing this season. To me, that's always the difference with Utah. They're kind of like Iowa in the sense, you know, they're going to be good running the football. They're going to be good on the line of scrimmage. They're going to be good defensively. What are you going to get out of the quarterback position from Utah? Kyle Whittingham, one of the better coaches in the country, one of my favorite coaches in the country. What's interesting, though, about Utah, when we've been previewing all these Big 12 teams, I keep harping on it, but what's the thing we continue to talk about? All the returning quarterbacks that these teams have, right? Arizona State, Kansas State, Iowa State, Baylor, Texas Tech. You run through the list. All these teams have returning quarterbacks who played for their team last year. Utah is really the only team towards the top of the list that does not have that. And that is where I'm concerned. We're making Utah a co-favorite with the most important position in sports. And even though Dampier was a good player at New Mexico, this ain't New Mexico anymore. You're playing for Utah. You're playing in the Big 12. You're playing in way more nationally televised games, in way more difficult places to play against way better teams with way better defenses. So that uncertainty at quarterback for Utah, it has me a little torn on what to do with the Utes this season. Good coach like Whittingham, good program like Utah. They go 5-7 last year with some bad injury luck. Chances are they probably bounce back and have a very good season. If I were to bet that win total, I'd probably go over 8.5, especially since you're getting plus money at plus 115. That schedule's tough, though. That UCLA game on Saturday is not going to be an easy one. And look, they do get 3 really good opponents at home. We know Bryce Eccles is a very difficult place to play. Are they going to beat Arizona State, Kansas State, and Texas Tech all at home? Are they going to win all those games? I don't know. Then how many of those road games are they going to win? At BYU, at Baylor, at Kansas? Like, the number feels about right with Utah. I can't bet them, though, to win the Big 12 at plus 550 when all these other teams in the Big 12 have these quarterbacks returning, and Utah went out in the portal and had to get a new guy. So I'm staying away from the Utes this season. They're going to be a week-by-week team for me, but they're going to be much improved. They're going to look like the Utah we normally see most seasons, but I'm staying away from the Utes. All right, let's talk a little Big Ten here on Send It In. Yesterday we looked at the SEC. Today we are looking at the Big Ten. 3 teams whose win totals I like in the Big Ten. Our guy Brian Gertz is filling in for Sean this week as VP, and I'm taking Indiana over 8.5 wins at plus 110. I look at Indiana's schedule, and there are 3 games that I see where I'm like, they're probably going to lose those games. At Iowa, at Oregon, at Penn State. 3 difficult games. Outside of that, the schedule's pretty easy for Indiana. It's pretty much all those bottom teams in the conference. They do play Illinois at home, which could be a tricky game, but that's the thing about Cignetti, man, and that's why they were so good last year, is Cignetti beats the teams that he's supposed to beat. If his team's better than yours, if there's a coach on the other sideline who he's much better than, he's going to win those matchups. His team doesn't beat themselves. They don't get penalties. They don't commit turnovers. They know who they are. So they're probably going to lose at Oregon. They're probably going to lose at Penn State. And they're probably going to lose at Iowa too. But those are really the only losses I see for Indiana. I see this team at about an 8 or a 9-win team. The fact we're getting plus money for Indiana to have 9 wins this season, I'm going over 8.5 for the Hoosiers. Speaking of Iowa, I also like their over as well. Over 7.5 at plus 115. Now, Iowa's schedule, much more difficult than Indiana's. They have the Hoosiers, Penn State, and Oregon all at home this season. And then on the road, they got to play Nebraska, USC, and Iowa State, the Cyhawk game coming up in a couple weeks. Kirk Ferentz has had Matt Campbell's number in that rivalry, so it wouldn't surprise me if Iowa went on the road and beat Iowa State. Going out to USC isn't going to be easy, but again, Lincoln Riley type teams tend to struggle with these Big Ten teams that are good defensively, want to run the football, and then Nebraska's a rivalry game. That's a coin flip, toss-up type game. Anything could go in that direction. And yes, they're going to be underdogs to Oregon and Penn State, and Indiana will be a tough game as well. But man, Kinnick is a difficult place to play, especially at night. And I think both the Oregon and the Penn State game likely have the chance to be that NBC night game. And if Iowa can get night games against Penn State and Oregon, they could win both of those games. So I like the plus money with Iowa. I think they have the best quarterback in the Kirk Ferentz era that they have had in a long time in Mark Gronkowski, who comes over from South Dakota State. He won the Heisman Trophy version of FCS with the Jackrabbits. So he's a good quarterback, and we know Iowa's going to be good running the football and great on defense. So Iowa over 7.5 wins, I'll take that as well. And then give me Michigan under 8.5 wins at plus 145. They're at Oklahoma, at Nebraska, at USC this season. I think they lose all those games. They also have the Buckeyes at home. I think Ohio State finally gets them. Sharon Moore still has some of those Jim Harbaugh players in his program. He's doing a nice job recruiting. He obviously got the number 1 overall recruit in Bryce Underwood. But the difference between Sharon Moore as a head coach and Jim Harbaugh as a head coach is night and day. And we're putting a lot of pressure and expectation on Bryce Underwood to be really good at this win total. I'm going plus money, plus 145, under 8.5 wins for Michigan. To make the college football playoff, Nebraska plus 500. I've talked about Nebraska plenty on this show. Year 3 of Matt Rule. Look at his track record at Temple. Look at his track record at Baylor. Year 3, he won double-digit games, both of those schools. That's when he tends to take off. I'll take a shot with Nebraska plus 500. Iowa, I'd keep an eye on. Like I told you guys, Oregon and Penn State both at home. They can win both of those games. Those will be 2 strong talking points for the committee, so keep an eye on them. And then Washington at plus 900. Washington has Oregon and Ohio State at home this year. They have one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the country in Damon Williams, so I'm also betting to win the Heisman Trophy at 80-1. I think he's a really nice long shot. Williams is a playmaker, and he's got great dual threat ability. He's got one of the better running backs in the Big Ten, and Jonah Coleman behind him. Jed Fish is a really good play caller. High on Washington as well, and I'd look at Williams as a long shot for the Heisman Trophy. And then finally, to win the Big Ten this year and win the national championship, you guys know I'm all aboard the Penn State bandwagon. So give me Penn State plus 240 to win the Big Ten and plus 700 to win the national title as well. All right, let's talk week 1 college football games here on Send It In. Let's dive into some of these. We'll start with the game on Thursday night, which I can't wait for. Number 25, Boise, is at USF. Boise laying 6.5 right now with the total of 63.5. Keep an eye on the total. I think an over might be worth a look here. Boise State last year opened up the road against Clay Helton, USC's former coach, and Georgia Southern. That was like a 56-45 type game. Both teams just going up and down the field. I think this game could also be a shootout as well. Boise, obviously life without Genty is going to be difficult, and I think in the first game especially. Their quarterback is returning, offensive line's improved, receiving core is pretty solid, defense should be pretty good. Again, last year they led the nation in sacks. Don't think they're going to do that again, but I still think they'll be pretty good. But I think life without Genty in that first game on the road is going to be a big adjustment for the Broncos. And then on the other side, USF is one of my favorite group of 4 quarterbacks in the country, group of 5 quarterbacks in the country. Byron Brown, he's terrific. Alex Golish, their head coach, is a disciple from Josh Heupel, who's the head coach at Tennessee. You watch USF play, it's very much like watching Tennessee play. It's a very difficult offense to scheme for, Defense returns 8 starters this year. USF plus 6.5. Think they might pull off the upset as well. Look at the money line at plus 200. Auburn and Baylor and Waco Friday night. Cannot wait for this game. Auburn's minus 2.5. The total in the game is 57.5. You guys know I love Baylor this season. I think they're winning that league. I don't think they're going to win on Friday night, though. I like Auburn money line at minus 135. I think Hugh Freeze is a better coach than Dave Aranda for one. I think both quarterbacks are probably comparable. Maybe Sawyer Robertson's a little bit better, but Auburn I just think has better overall talent. They have one of the best receiving rooms in all of college football. And Hugh Freeze's offense, I think, is a little bit more difficult to prepare for in week one if you're not used to it. It's going to be a tight game, close game, well played. I like Auburn money line against Baylor. Texas-Ohio State, obviously the big one on Saturday, kicks off at noon. Ohio State now up to a 2.5-point favorite. We talked about yesterday. They were 1.5. Now they're taking money, going back up to 2.5. I keep going back and forth on this game. I think at the money line prices right now, Ohio State minus 120 would be the play. If we get a 3 again with Texas, which I don't think we will, but if we get plus 3 with Texas, that will be my best bet. I do like Texas at plus 3 a lot. I just think we're underestimating Ohio State. Kind of feels like the world is on Texas at the moment. And whenever we kind of overestimate Ohio State and everybody goes into a game thinking they're going to lose, that's when they tend to show up and play pretty well. So leaning Ohio State right now, Texas plus 3, that I will be on. Bama and Florida State, give me Bama in the first half at minus 7 against the Seminoles. Total in the game is 50.5. Don't want to lay the 2-touchdown spread with Bama full game. Watching Kellen DeBoer last year in year one at Bama, the thing that stood out to me was how great the Tide were with extra time to prepare. What they did against Georgia in that first half, what they did against LSU in that first half. I mean, guys, they were leading Georgia 28-0 at the end of the first quarter. LSU, they were kicking them in the butt as well. So both of those games, when they have multiple weeks to prepare, great game plans, great scripted stuff. The schemes were working really well. I think they're going to do that same stuff against Florida State. 14's a lot of points, so you worry about maybe a backdoor cover late in the game. I'll just take Bama minus 7 in the first half at BetMGM. And then finally, LSU and Clemson. We'll save some of these games for tomorrow as well. But the other big one, LSU and Clemson, top 10 matchup. Clemson favored by 3.5 with a total of 57.5. I think this is finally the year that Brian Kelly and LSU win an opening game. This game reminds me a lot of the Texas A&M and Notre Dame game from last year. A&M was a 3-point favorite at home, just like Clemson was. And in that game, Notre Dame, or I should say A&M, had the big advantage at the line of scrimmage. A&M had returned like a bunch of their offensive linemen. They were great on the defensive line. Notre Dame had to welcome in just about 4 new offensive linemen, but they played great, and they had a veteran quarterback in Riley Leonard that helped them out, just like LSU does with Garrett Nussmeier. LSU's got to bring in 4 new offensive linemen to this game, but I think they're going to play really well. I think LSU plays really well, and I think we're overrating Cade Klubnik, who more often than not has not played well in a lot of these big-time matchups. I'll take LSU plus 3.5 and on the money line at plus 145 against Clemson as well. All right, a promo from our friends at BetMGM. It's an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and short game parlays. All right, you guys, time for PJ's plays now here on Send It In. Our pick today for going streaking is going to be Taylor Ward against Patrick Corbin. Taylor Ward, 6 for 15 in his career against Corbin. He's going to be our guy today in going streaking. Prop lock, we're taking Iowa over 7.5 wins at plus 115. Tough schedule, but I think they have a chance to beat both Penn State and Oregon at home this season. Dog of the day, Diamondbacks plus 135 against the Brewers. Mizorowski's on the mound for Milwaukee. He has not been good here as of late. Milwaukee's lost their last 2 series, so they've been stumbling after that 14-game win streak. I'd look at the Snakes today, plus 135, and then Penn State to win it all. I'm planting my flag with James Franklin. I think this is their year. I'm taking Penn State to win the Natty at plus 700. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks again to Porter Larson. Tomorrow, more college football talk. Chase Kitty going to join us. We'll see you guys then. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
We'll talk some Lions coming up in about 20 minutes. Will Brinson, our buddy, joining us in just a few minutes. All right, a little background. His video pops up, and then it was him walking out of the room that he was in.
Yes.
So there you go. So
very,
he's
very
walking
good.
back in. Yeah,
I love this.
We'll get him
it's
coming
so
up
good.
in a few minutes.
Sorry.
Dude, we'll Brinson on next. So that's hilarious. The video pops up, and all I do is see you walking outside of the room for a quick moment. How you doing, man? It's been too long. He doesn't hear us. Damn.
All right, there we go.
Are we good now?
What's up? Sorry.
No, man, all good. So obviously people have been listening to you for years, whether it's on the network or your various podcasts, following you on social media. You're a big bettor. But in addition to that, have you got everything finalized? Like, what are you doing this year? Contest-wise, are you done with that? Joining all that? Are you doing a bunch of fantasy teams? Like, what are you into now?
I was live coming on coming on with the AirPods. Sorry about that. A little technical difficulties around the house today. I got a Circa Millions contest I'm doing with two friends of mine, a buddy from home, and I don't know if you guys know Link Calhoun, a good friend of mine. We're gonna do a Circa Millions this year. Got a bunch of Survivor stuff. I'll probably be in your Survivor. Are you gonna do your Survivor again, Joe?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, I'll be on that. I usually do that. It's easy. It pops up on my app. So I'm like, yeah, I'll jump in. I'm terrible at a Survivor. Don't pick the Bengals week 1. I think that's the easy lesson. They stink in week 1 under Zach Taylor with Joe Burrow. Got a new one that's popped up for college football that I'm about to do. That is, I've never seen before, and it requires no skill. So I'm not suggesting that anyone do it, but it's like Super Bowl squares. It's squares before the full season, and it's for Saturday Night Football. So every Saturday Night Football game, you get assigned a different set of squares. And the one that we're doing actually, so there's 100 squares, and I think it's like $500 a square or something like that. And it's, but 50 of there's 2 different pools. The one we're going to do, there's 50 squares that are paid for, and then 50 squares that are completely blank. And if it lands on a blank square, so like Clemson LSU week 1, lands on like a square that's not bought. That then rolls over to quarter 1 of week 2. And so you can end up with rollover to the point where something cashes really big. So, those are kind of the contests that I'm in right now. Obviously, fantasy and season long picks and everything. I mean, the usual set of contests, adding some rollover lottos and that Circa Millions this year, which I'm excited about.
I told Joe, I don't know why I am the way I am. That's not what I told him, actually. I told him something else. But as I was talking, I don't know why I am the way I am. I'm going to find myself in one of my Survivor pools on the Raiders to beat the Patriots. And I'm well aware the Raiders are a 3-point dog. But if I hear one more person say the Patriots are a sleeping giant, I'm going to bet even more. I'm going to bet Raiders money line. I'm going to do Raiders teasers. I can't get around this Patriots hype.
Okay. I was talking to a buddy of mine, and I just this was probably 3 weeks ago on radio in Raleigh. And he's like, I think I'm going to take the Patriots as a sleeper team to make the playoffs. I was like, all right, that's not, insane. Drake May takes a step forward. Mike Vrabel coaches him up. And I think Vrabel's a really good coach. And I was like, it's probably, and I just hadn't looked at it, right? In a week or so. Just maybe late July or something like that. I was like, I guess the Patriots are probably 3-1 to make the playoffs. I saw -120 to make the playoffs for the Patriots. Is that right? Did I misread that? That is an insane number. That is suggesting that the Patriots are more likely to make the playoffs than not make the playoffs. Drake May is a really good quarterback. He flashed a lot of stuff. He's an incredible athlete. I watch him a ton at Carolina, obviously. I mean, I'll tell you this. I think his performance in the pros already may be more impressive than what we saw from him in college against some of the better teams. Maybe that's a Mac Brown thing. Maybe that's a coaching staff thing from Carolina. I think he has the upside to be, a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that the Patriots are a lot better this year because of a massive coaching upgrade. But you're playing for a wild card out of the gate because you're not better than the Bills. You're just not better than the Bills. So you're fighting for 3 spots. And, oh, by the way, I know the Chargers lost their left tackle, but there's 3 really good teams in the AFC West already. You've got two really good teams in the AFC North in the Bengals and the Ravens, add in the Steelers, who are clearly shoving all their chips in the middle of the table this season. I think teams in the South are improved. And so I think it is wildly out of whack to see the Patriots with that number. And let's not forget, Sam, this is a Pete Carroll revenge game. Pete Carroll comes in revenge game. The Patriots fired him. Pete Carroll revenge game out of the gates. He's going to have a healthy Ashton Jinty. He's going to have he's going to pound the football on these guys. And if they can't slow, if Jinty, that first preseason game, 3 carries, 1 yard or whatever it was, people are like, oh, well, it might stink. No, he looks awesome. He's going to be great. I think the Raiders offense is going to be way better than people think. And, is there a revenge angle with Chip Kelly and Mike Vrabel, or am I overthinking that? They didn't coach together at OSU, did they? I don't think so. But anyway, I think Chip Kelly, this is a big season for Chip Kelly. Do you want to talk about if the Raiders surprise? I would rather bet on the Raiders to make the playoffs than the Patriots, I think.
I agree.
Woo! All right, good stuff. Today we're previewing the Detroit Lions. They're a team that, if you look at the betting market, the win total is still very high. But if you look at make the playoffs and miss the playoffs, whoa, betting market's still not as hot on them in recent years for obvious reasons. The coaches certainly to start. Where are you on Detroit this year?
I think Detroit's a really nice buy low. And I'm not sure what our current number at BetMGM is for the for them to win the division. And it's a really tough division. Don't get me wrong. Packers are a good team. Vikings have Kevin O'Connell, who's one of the 5 best coaches in the league. And J.J. McCarthy could be I don't think he's an MVP sleeper, but I think he's, it wouldn't shock me if, heck, Sam Darnold was 4 weeks into the season. We're talking about Sam Darnold MVP. So, why can't J.J. McCarthy be in that way too early season mix? I think a really nice look, and we got those numbers up now. Thank you, guys. Plus 145 to win the division. I'll take that all day. This is, even with the loss of the 2 coordinators, remember, the coordinators are great. That's awesome. Ben Johnson is an incredible play caller. You still have the guy who hired him in Dan Campbell, the guy who picked the coaches who became good coordinators with the talent that he had. And I realize a little attrition on the offensive line. I get it, but it seems a little similar to me to the Bills and the Chiefs over the past couple of years, where people are kind of you get this brain drain, something's going to happen, it's going to see a fall off. I think there's a pretty good, not only would I bet the Lions to win the division at plus 145, I think that's good value because you're getting a plus number. I think if you parlay the Lions with the Chiefs and the Bills to win their respective divisions, you end up getting a really good number. And I think the Chiefs and the Bills to win the division as a parlay is one of the best bets of the year. For whatever reason, the Chiefs are just not priced like they have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid for the 3rd or 4th straight year. I don't get why we're insisting on this. Yeah, the Chargers could jump up and be awesome because they have Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert. They just lost their left tackle for the year. That's kind of a big deal. One of their top run, and I love Amari Hampton. I got a future on him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, but Najee Harris hadn't even practiced with the team. Right. So this backbone of this Harbaugh offense, that run game, is already suffering in that regard. Yeah, the Broncos have Sean Payton and Bo Nix, and it's probably the greatest collection of coaches in one division ever. You still have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. It's a great price. I think if you pair that with the Lions and the Bills, you're going to get a really nice parlay look and a juiced up number that basically is just asking the Lions to win their division at a number that's better than 145. Or if you want to even just go Bills and Lions, tack that on, you're going to juice up that number a little bit, so you're getting a better return. I think the Bills are a slam dunk to win their division.
Over under on touchdowns for Cam Ward is 18.5 touchdown passes. That seems light, doesn't it?
Yeah, that seems a little low. It's 2025 and we have 17 games being played. I mean, that's like, I mean, maybe this is like Will Levis hangover. I don't know. That's weird. Like, I mean, I get that the Titans weren't very good. I do expect the offense to be substantially better. This is a guy that's like, you're the number one pick. No matter how it goes, barring injury, you're going to play 17 games. You're going to see. That means you just have to basically average like 1.25 for, I mean, even less than that, right? Like 1.1 touchdowns per game. I mean, 1.2 touchdowns per game to get to, and I realize you can't throw 1.2 touchdowns in a game, but like you have to average 1.2 touchdowns per game. You get one bad defense. You got 2 weeks against the Jacksonville Jaguars secondary too, by the way. And I know Travis Hunter's awesome, but like he's going to be playing wide receiver a lot too. I mean, this is I would be looking at the over on that. I think it's a team that could easily be trailing in a lot of games. They'll want to run the football as much as they can because, that's what you do with a young quarterback. But this guy's going to have to throw. He's got some decent weapons. He's got a live arm, loves to scramble around and make plays, isn't afraid to force the ball down the field. Now, that results in some, like in Miami, like you saw some really bad turnovers and really bad spots, but you also saw some electric plays down the field. And you're getting a couple of games against bad secondaries. You're getting a team that's probably going to be trailing because, look at, they're almost 8-1 to win a terrible division, not terrible, but like a lower tier division. That's a team that should be throwing a lot more, and Cam Ward should see a lot more looks than that, especially if they're loading up the box and forcing him to throw in the red zone. I like that over a lot. Yeah.
With Will Brinson, Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, talking NFL, of course, and Will, a bunch. This happens every year in the league where you get these surprise teams. And last year was Minnesota win total 6.5. They blew through that. Washington was 6.5. Denver was a surprise team. People didn't know that they had the quarterback. Sean Payton got his dude, at least for right now. What is your surprise team for 2025?
I actually liked the Broncos last year, so good on me for being on the Broncos. But I'm a Sean Payton stan. So like, I think when you look at like you get that sort of coaching, and I'm always going to be intrigued by it. I think that the way to look at this is, if you're going to attack quote unquote surprise team, I think you probably want to look at divisions that are a little bit thinner in terms of, let's say the NFC South, for instance. The Buccaneers are a very good team. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if they won the division, but they keep winning the division with 9 wins. They keep doing that, and they keep doing it in a way where they start slowly. So a team like the Carolina Panthers with a win total, I think you can get like 6.5 minus 130, right? And I'm not saying Carolina's going to be great, just as an example. I think the Falcons are kind of intriguing too, with like 7.5 over minus 140 I see out there. I want talented, highly drafted, highly skilled young quarterbacks who are sort of being undervalued in weaker divisions. So the other team I'd probably look at is the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have a coaching upgrade. You have the addition of Travis Hunter, who in theory is a first round pick on both sides. I realize it's crazy to me that if you're if you stand Trevor Lawrence in 2025, you're kind of it's on an island, but it's like a small little village, right? Like most people root against Trevor Lawrence succeeding. And I think when you have Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter that you're throwing to, and, Michelle Tootin has been good, had some issues in maybe pass pro, but you have Tank Bigsby, who we'll see if he's in there. And then Travis Etienne, who's also undervalued. I think there's a decent chance that this offense is top 10 in the league. And if that's the case and the defense improves at all, thanks to Travis Hunter, then you have a real case where the Jaguars could, and I love the Jaguars' odds to win the division. You have a real chance the Jaguars could be closer to a 10-win team and pop up as sort of, and we saw it, right? You get Urban Meyer, disaster season. Doug Peterson comes in, and I realized they were struggling the first half of that year, but an improvement in coaching led to the Jaguars winning the division and being sort of a team the following year that everybody thought could make another big leap. And of course, it didn't happen. I think 3-1 for the Jaguars to win the division. You're getting plus 310 here at MGM is a great number. Houston could Houston can win the division. Wouldn't surprise me. I don't think Houston's going to win the division with 12 wins. I think Jacksonville can go out and win 10 games and steal that division. And at 3-1, I'm a big fan of that. So I would say the Jaguars, Panthers, and Falcons sort of profile as teams that, were in that middle tier, lower tier that could take a leap up.
Good stuff. Will Brinson at Will Brinson over on X. Will, appreciate it. Can't wait to talk to you throughout the season, all right?
Yeah, guys. Talk to you soon.
Good stuff from Will. And let's continue to talk about the Detroit Lions a little bit. Jim Costa from 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit is going to drop by next. This is Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time right here on the BetMGM Network. The countdown to kickoff team featured today, the Detroit Lions with a win total of 10.5, a Super Bowl contender. They are the second favorite in the NFC, only behind the Philadelphia Eagles. So to get an insider's perspective, we bring in Jim Costa from 97.1 The Ticket, Jim Costa _ over on X, and he's got the Cash the Ticket podcast and Odyssey sports betting podcast. How you doing, Jim?
Boys, doing great. Cannot wait for football season.
You got your Lions blue on too, baby. You're ready to go.
Right, let's go. let's do it.
So we told you during the break, Joe and I had a little debate, and debate's maybe the wrong word. It wasn't like an argument, but it was a conversation about how John Morton is going to use this backfield. And obviously, Ben Johnson leaves Detroit, goes to Chicago. He used Sonic and Knuckles accordingly, Gibbs and Montgomery.
Yep.
Is that going to be the same case this year, or are they maybe going to lean more on their young stud, 23-year-old back, Jahmyr Gibbs?
Look, at the end of the season last year, Gibbs was running as well as anybody in football. And he's a guy that you could argue should have just all the touches. But this team's playing for a Super Bowl. And I do think they're going to be mindful of managing touches. You know, John Morton has come out and said the 5 best guys are going to play skill positions. So that might mean some looks where both are on the field. But I do think they're going to make sure to get Montgomery in there to spell Gibbs and keep his workload in line, because they know they're not playing for 17 games, right? They're playing for 20 games. And I think you're going to see that in how they manage Gibbs' workload this season. Because if they took the governor off him, all bets would be off. I mean, I think the guy could lead the NFL in all-purpose yards for the season.
The touchdowns is what really intrigued me, because even in limited time, missing a few games the last couple of years in Detroit, like look at David Montgomery and 13 touchdowns, 12 rushing touchdowns. The number's down to 8.5 for this year. Do you still think he's going to be the guy inside the 10?
Well, he's the more physical back of the two, but it's going to be riding a hot hand. And I mean, some of this is, and we can get into it, will the Lions offense be as video game-esque as it was a year ago? I mean, it was on another level, numbers rivaling the greatest show on turf. Do you really project that year over year over year? I think some of that's baked into the regression on the number there.
This road schedule is unbelievable, combined with the fact that you're playing in primetime like every other week. This was a team last year, and Joe and I had talked about this in the summer. We liked the Lions last year over the win total, things like that, because they played 2 games outdoors. That's not the case this year. I mean, the league did them no favors, buddy, on the schedule. That's for sure.
America's Lions, baby. Everybody can't get enough of this football team, so they're cramming them into all the big primetime spots. And to your point, almost all of them are road games. So they'll play all the heavy hitters except Buffalo, and the games are on the road. So it's Kansas City at Arrowhead. You're going to Baltimore early in the season. Philadelphia and the Commanders, who ended their season a year ago. Those are road games on the schedule. Cincinnati in the first half of the season. They're going to play Joe Burrow on the road. So, yeah, I mean, this is a jam-packed, loaded schedule. And I know locally in Detroit, we love it because it's measuring sticks, right? It's a chance to measure up as they try to win a Super Bowl. But from an odds maker standpoint, hard to see 15 wins again. As crazy as last year was with all the injuries, we had those pinch yourself Mondays. They won again. Certainly don't see 15 wins this season with that schedule.
Yeah, you could say that about other teams in Division II. Minnesota, like, there's just no way. We got a 14-win team. We got a 15-win team. It just can't happen again. Before we flip it over to the defensive side, I want to hit on the O-line. Probably not talked about enough that this has been the best offensive line in football. And now Ragnow's gone. And it looks like you're going to have a rookie starting. How are things looking over in camp, and what you're hearing about this offensive line with so many new coaches?
Yeah, as a Lions fan, it is the thing that keeps me up at night, is what's going to happen on the interior of this offensive line, because it is very much the engine of this team. It's what sets up play action pass. I host mornings with John Jansen, former offensive lineman, and he has given the numbers between runs and play action pass. It was 75% of the plays for the Lions. It lets that young line fire out, and it sets up Jared Goff to be that insulated pocket guy and go through his reads. If there's a breakdown up front, Goff's not beating anybody to the outside. The offense would take a big step back. As for what's going to happen, they're going to play Graham Glasgow at center. They made that determination very early in camp. He's a veteran. He's played left guard. He's played right guard. He's played some center. He's going to be the guy at the middle of that line. He'll go through the protections. I think that makes sense. Tate Ratledge, who they took in the second round out of Georgia, is going to play the right guard spot. He's a rookie. And Christian Mahogany, who they really like as a day 3 pick from the previous draft, has one career start, kind of a dirt bag, good offensive line mentality. He's going to play the left guard spot. So that's one total start between the two guards. Hank Fraley, one of the best O-line coaches in the NFL. The goal is they got to be where they need to be when they got to be there. So December, January, and February, that's when you're going to find out if they've got the pieces to do it.
I vividly remember looking at RLads last year, which is what Joe and I use for depth chart, rlads.com. And there was a game last year. Obviously, Hutch was already hurt, but then they had 5 of the starters in red, which is not good.
I know.
Like, Jesus, like everything just fell apart. Is 5 starters in red good? Answer no. I guess the simple question is this defense healthy? Question mark.
Well, it's a lot healthier than it was. And let's start with Aiden Hutchinson, who he said he had a moment in practice and training camp where he had a leg whip around and hit him, kind of like last year when Aleem McNeil's leg ended his season, and he popped right back up. And he goes, I got a steel rod in there now. And the coaching staff, Kelvin Shepard, the new DC, says he looks even better than a year ago. And keep in mind, guys, he had 7.5 sacks in 5 games. And his guy with 21 sacks his first 2 seasons, and he was on pace to have one of those historic seasons. He's a problem. He could win Defensive Player of the Year. And they didn't have him at all for the second half of the season last season. They will be without Aleem McNeil for the first half of the year. They're targeting, we're thinking around Thanksgiving. Will he be 100%? Maybe not. But he's a key cog in the middle of their defensive line. But the secondary is probably the strength of this defense. Between Kirby Joseph, who led the league in interceptions a year ago, Brian Branch, who's that Swiss Army knife, right? They can play him in the deep safety center field. They can bring him off the edges of blitzer. He wreaks havoc in the run game, going out into the flats. That's a good safety duo, as good as any in the NFL. And while they lost Carlton Davis, DJ Reed comes in to be the number 1 corner. And they're very bullish on Terrion Arnold, who they took in the first round in Detroit, the draft last year, 2 years ago now. And he got baptized in the fire. He played the most man coverage snaps of any corner in football. The thought now is he will take that leap that they projected. Big corner, likes to talk, got that swagger to him. But he would be the number 2 corner on this team. And Amik Robertson, an underrated nickel. Everybody plays sub packages now. The strength of this team is probably the secondary, but with Aiden Hutchinson being that fire breather, that flamethrower off the edge, the expectation is Detroit's going to be a lot better on defense.
With Jim Costa, 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. A lot of conversation. We already hit on Ben Johnson, swapping him out for John Morton now. What about on that defensive side? Yeah. What's the loss of Aaron Glenn going to mean to this team? And what are we projecting with Kelvin Shepard getting that promotion?
Yeah, he's a high-energy guy, Kelvin Shepard, and he's a promote-from-within guy, so they're not going to change too much of what they do. But I don't want to minimize what losing Aaron Glenn means. I mean, we'd have these debates locally on radio about, people wanted him fired at certain points when the defense was underachieving, but he really held it together last year with duct tape and glue. I mean, when you don't have a pass rush, and they added Zadarius Smith at the deadline as kind of their number 1 pass rusher, they had to get creative with blitz packages. And are you going to beat elite quarterbacks with it? I don't know. But they did what they had to do to week in and week out, put a game plan together and give themselves a chance. And install week in, week out, it's just an unknown with Kelvin Shepard. I think people here are excited about him taking over that role, but it's an unknown.
I think there would be some people that would be very quick to say that teams like the Lions, teams like the Browns, teams like Jacksonville, and we saw this with Bortles against Brady. They got there, but then they never got back. And I think it's fair. You might not want to hear it in Detroit, but it's fair. What's the thought process around the organization of they were the number 1 seed, they had a home game, they had home field, and they lose to a rookie? What's the psyche like right now around the team of just like, we did all these great things, and then it was over like that?
Well, I just first say you're not breaking news to us, because when they lost the NFC title game to the San Francisco 49ers, Dan Campbell was the one who said that might have been our best shot. And that's a tough thing to tell a fan base who thinks we're just getting started, right? That was the surprise rocket ship to the moon. We got a 17-point lead on the road NFC championship game. People were thinking about Super Bowl in Vegas, buying tickets. When you lose that game, you go back to work, you win 15 games, and you still don't get to the Super Bowl. Not only that, you have 5 turnovers and lose to a rookie quarterback. It does mess with you. And you do wonder, like, how many cracks at this are we going to get? Now, the nucleus is still intact. And if you look at the salary cap sheet, nucleus should be intact this year, and they'll have to restructure Goff, but probably next year as well. But you only get so many cracks at this. And I think the team is keenly aware of that. And I think there is an urgency to get it done. And I know they're motivated by it.
You going over or under 10.5 wins?
You guys help me out with this. 10 feels low, and I feel like they should, even with a step back, win 11, 12 ball games. I'd go over. I mean, I'd take them to win the division. Dan Campbell 17-3 in the division the last 20 games. Even with a tough schedule, I would expect this team to clean up in division. Went 6-0 last year. Pencil them in for 4 or 5 wins in the division. I think they're an 11-12 football team.
So wise guys like the under, but wise guys also like the under last year, and they won 15. Wise guys are not always right. I think people just look at that schedule, Jim, and say, well, they're going to lose this and they're going to lose that. Look, my thoughts on the Lions are sort of – go ahead.
I want to give you a note on the schedule because we've hit the point. We even hit it this morning, and I said, I know you guys have heard us bring it up, but you know the gauntlet. Rest edge. This is a little geeky. You guys may have seen it when the schedule came out. The Lions have the best rest edge in the NFL, and I believe it is the best since 2002. So for a team that plays a grueling brand of football, the idea that I'd get an extra day here, 2 days on a week there, that could make the difference in stealing a game that ordinarily you go, I don't like their chances on the road. So I don't think that part's being discussed enough with this team's ability to navigate the tough schedule is having a better rest advantage than the teams they're going to play.
I have no issue with them facing a tough schedule. That's a playoff team, assuming relative health. I think in some way this schedule prepares them to potentially finally knock some of these dominoes down. I would rather, as weird as this might sound, I would rather bet them to win the NFC at plus 550 than go over the win total, because they could go 10-7 and go to the Super Bowl.
Absolutely. And if you look at the back half of the schedule, it sets up for them to rattle off 6-7, play their best ball, and do what the Eagles did last year, which get red hot late in the season and then take people's heads off in the playoffs.
All right, we got to squeeze in a little bit of Michigan before we let you go, Jim.
Sure.
What are we thinking? Is it a big bounce back season? The win total, it was juiced to the over earlier in the offseason at 8.5. A lot of people seem to be in on them. I'm one of them. Now that gets bumped to 9.5. So are they going to take that jump in conference?
Yeah, it's tough. Like week 2, Norman for a freshman quarterback on the road at night. You think, I don't know if they're going to win that game. And then to hit over, I got to win all but one game the rest of the season. They do have trips to Nebraska, who I think is another one of these teams looking the arrow trending up. USC, it is cross country. I think Michigan's the better team, but we saw last year a lot of these Big Ten teams that had to go all the way across the country. Sometimes squirrely things would happen. And then Ohio State. I know Michigan has the Buckeyes number, but is it going to be every year? I would lean Michigan on the under, maybe a 9-3, even an 8-4. But I think if you're a Wolverine fan, you're excited for Bryce Underwood, and you're maybe a year away. Next year, you're the Florida Gators with DJ Lagway, or you're the South Carolina Gamecocks with Lenoris Sellers, and you kind of have the wind in your sail, and you're ready to make some noise.
I think it was very, very funny the way that people were saying, well, we don't know that Sharon Moore can recruit. And then he goes out and gets Underwood, and then got that 5-star running back. I think they're going to be okay, Jim.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny. When they got the Underwood commitment late last year, it was right around the time of the Buckeye game, and things started to change in a big way when you beat Ohio State and land the number 1 recruit at the quarterback position from your own state. There's definitely more momentum now than even the first 2 months of last season.
Man, you guys don't lack for things to talk about either with the Tigers as well. Things are going well over there by you.
I love it. What do you guys think? World Series? What would you give my Tigers? AL champs,
they're
pennant?
Favored. They're favored to win the pennant.
We are very excited to see. I think they're in a group of teams. I wouldn't put them head and shoulders above anybody in the American League, but they are giving us a lot to talk about. They're a fun ball club.
Yeah, I mean it's so wide open. I think you can make that argument in both leagues that it's typical baseball. Just got to get in, and they put themselves in a great position. obviously running away with the Central there. Jim Costa, 97.1 The Ticket mornings over there. But make sure you check out the Cash the Ticket podcast as well over on Odyssey. Jim, thank you so much for hopping on the show. Best of luck to you with the Lions, Michigan, Tigers, everything.
Love it. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff. Jim Costa there. I like the insight there as far as what's going to happen. And, man, the more we talk about that offensive line, he's right. I understand why it keeps him up at night as a Lions fan.
Still a good
Joe
team, though, man.
MVP. Yeah, yeah, damn good. Coming up next, lightning bets as we wrap things up on this Tuesday. Joe Sammy P. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P with you, BetMGM Network. I feel like on a daily basis we're complaining about some of the carrier stuff with the streaming networks and all that. And I got an email yesterday afternoon, another one, end of the day, maybe they're trying to not piss too many people off. It's probably closing business. Maybe didn't want to deal with it in customer service calls. But here's the email. In order to provide you with the best in live sports news and entertainment, YouTube TV enters into partnerships with content providers like Fox. Our current agreement with Fox is approaching its renewal date, and we are in active negotiations to continue carrying their content. Our priority is to reach a deal that's fair for both sides as well as subscribers. The deal's up tomorrow. Basically, this email goes on to say that they're not sure if they're going to have Fox Sports, Fox News, all those Fox channels as
Big
we are
Ten.
Entering the college football season, entering the NFL season. YouTube TV's like, our deal's up on Wednesday. I don't know if we're going to have that channel for you. What? I'm so sick of this. I really am. I'm so sick of this garbage. And they keep going on with these price increases. I'm just like, do I need to go all the way back? Do I need to? I've been seeing a bunch of stuff on social media, and people are just sick and tired of it. Just go back to how everything was. But that's the other difficulty part, because you still have to have the streamers involved, even if you do go back to cable.
Whenever we talk about this, I get an email or a DM from somebody that listens to the show that says, hey, just go buy this stick. It's $170. You get all the games. I'm like, I know. I know I could jailbreak it. I know I could do all that. Well, that too. But I don't want 45 and 60-second delays. I want to be relatively close to the action because I'm following a lot of things, and I know what I could do if I go down that rabbit hole. But I'm happy to pay for what I want. That's the issue. Yeah. And I just got dinged again for YouTube TV at, what was it, $79.99, or is it $89.99 now? I forget. I'm willing to pay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the reason we're there then?
I don't know. And then the worst part about it is, in that email that I got as well, because you and I are both YouTube TV guys, and I've been very happy with it for the last handful of years. Yeah. Third paragraph, they give you, we know how frustrating it is to lose channels, which is why it's our goal to keep Fox on YouTube TV. And then in all bold print, we're committed to continuing to work with Fox to reach an agreement, but if their content becomes unavailable, we'll offer you a $10 credit, because that'll fix everything. $10.
Get bent.
Yeah. Yeah. Almost said it, didn't do it. But then you have the Fox side. So Fox yesterday at Fox Sports tweets, football season is coming and YouTube TV customers could be sidelined. Don't let YouTube TV cut Fox Sports. Nobody's taking accountability here. I have no idea whose fault it is. I also don't care. Just give me my football. Texas, Ohio State is Saturday. If I can't watch it in my own house, I'm going to be pissed.
So where's Sunday Ticket? Is it still YouTube TV?
I got dinged for it, so I believe so.
This is so stupid. So when do they go to? So Red Zone is ESPN this year, or whatever? I'm so confused. I can't keep up.
About Red Zone. I don't care about Red Zone.
I know.
But Sunday Ticket is still. I just paid about $300. They kicked in the payment when I was in that bachelor party in Wisconsin. I came home and I was like, $300 charge, YouTube TV. I'm pretty sure that was Sunday Ticket. pretty sure.
Okay. I'm sure I paid for it too. I lose track. So yeah, I don't know. I would stay for the Sunday ticket, but I'm really getting pissed. I'm at the edge, and there are a lot of sports channels that I don't get. Right? We don't get MLB Network on YouTube TV. Right? That's one of them.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm pulling up my account now. I don't even want to look. It's so annoying. And that's the other thing is they got you by the balls because they know you don't want to go through the hassle and change everything over too. And then change your settings. And if you had stuff in your library, you got to do that. And okay, which channels you do get, which ones you don't. It's a pain in your ass. So most people are not going to end up making the move. They just deal with it. But if you lose Fox and Fox Sports and all these games, I'll be pissed. Baseball playoffs too, right? Most of them are on FS1, most of those rounds. Yeah.
Well, you get some of them now on TBS or TNT, but as we get closer to the big thing at the end, the World Series, it's Fox. We'll see what happens. I hope there's a solution, but as you said, the deal ends tomorrow. And the big games start Saturday. Tick, tick, tick. Tick, tick, tick.
Yeah, I know. Very, very annoying. All right. Joe O, Sammy P. We've got lightning bets for today. Where you going, man? We're at the part of the calendar for me, Sam. I'm looking ahead more so than on the daily basis than today's MLB card because it's going to be impossible to squeeze them all in once we get to this coming Friday and next week with the NFL.
Sure. I'd also, tomorrow or maybe Thursday, I'd like to talk about one of our listeners with the $500 free bets, AJ. We don't have time today, but I'd like to do that maybe tomorrow or Thursday. He got a handful of free bets for $500 a pop, and he's asking, what do I do with these? I'd love to answer that tomorrow or Thursday. The only bet I'm going to give today is Georgia Tech, Colorado over. This is one of Corby's bets, and he's insinuating that line is going to go back up. This opened 57. Wise Guys came in under. Now it's 52.5, and there's a good chance that by the time we get to Friday and Saturday, the 52.5 is closer to 54. So just because Wise Guys came under the big numbers doesn't mean it can't go back. I'm going to tail Corby and go over 52.5, Georgia Tech, Colorado.
Okay. Very good. Here's what I'm thinking. That Niners Seahawks number is going north, and we're going to get to 3. And I'm going to be mad if we get to 3, or who knows, even if it passes that. So I'm going to lay it right now. I'm going to take San Francisco minus 2.5, week number 1 in the NFL, going up against Seattle in a divisional matchup. So I want to do that. We talked about the Lions today. I'm going over 8.5 rushing touchdowns for David Montgomery. A lot of noise about Gibbs. I still think there's going to be enough room for Montgomery to gobble up those touchdowns inside that 10-yard line, 5 to 10-yard line. So over 8.5, yes, I'm going to do that with Montgomery. And I will say Texas Tech plus 450 to make the college football playoff is something that I like as well. All right, let's go to Paul and Jake as well. What do you guys have for today?
I've got a college bet for the weekend. Also placed a couple futures, but I know we're doing futures tomorrow, conference futures, so I'll save those for tomorrow. But sorry, Brian Gertz, but Old Dominion catching 23.5 in the opener at Indiana. ODU's got 11 starters back, including their quarterback, the core of their offensive line. They play up to the competition. Last year, they took South Carolina down to the wire in their opener, number of close losses, and we've talked about the Indiana hype. So, and Signetti kind of strikes me as a guy that's going to be reading his newspaper clippings all this whole offseason, patting himself on the back after last year's run. So, I just think it's a lot of respect for an Indiana playoff team. So I'll fade that a little bit with Old Dominion plus 23.5.
All right, Jake Hassan, what do you got today?
So last night was a lot of fun, huh? Having a great one.
Sanchez. Yeah, you were just like, this is all, I'm not betting anything, but this is all I want to have happen. And the universe said, no, forget that. Forget that, Jake.
Yeah, not what you want. But we get back on the horse, I guess. Hurston Waldrop goes for the Braves. They're still lining his strikeouts at 4.5. I think that's completely wrong because he's flown over this number in just about every one of his starts. So I will take that against a bad Marlins team, and I'll back the hot pitcher there. 9 in Mackenzie Gore on the road and Luis Gil. Yes, please. I will take that over all day, every day. That is a ridiculous number to me because I want to fade both of those guys. And Jacob Mizorowski's been terrible in his last 5 starts. Brandon Pfaut's actually been decent. I'm going to take the Diamondbacks on the first 5 money line. I'll take a shot.
All right. Thank you, Jake. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. So it sounded like we weren't sure that it was a real story, but apparently it was a real story. Avery Johnson and his dad fighting after the game the other day because an apology was issued.
Wailing on each other outside the stadium in Dublin. Avery Johnson's brother and dad. There was an apology. Paul sent that out. On3 posted it. They released a joint statement in which they said senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight. We have resolved our differences and take full responsibility. Whatever, don't care. They were throwing haymakers at each other.
The old man strength. Does it look like he still has the old man strength?
The dad was never going to go down without a fight. He was going to bite some ankles if he had to.
I'm going to take a wild guess. That's not the only time that's happened between them.
Nope. Definitely not.
No doubt about that. For Sam, I'm Joe. This has been Bet Sweats. We'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern time. Check us out as we inch closer and closer. And we've got a big college football card. We'll continue to talk about that right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, right here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM Network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. You can watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, make sure you hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram, Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You know, if you like our show, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tips, send it in. All the shows that we have across the network, weekdays and weekends, you know what to do at BetMGM Network on Twitter. We got the crew hanging with us here on this Tuesday. We have Tyler Morales, Jake Hassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Nick Costos. He is out today, but filling in for Nick. It is the guy that you know and love, who you see weekdays 1 to 1:30 on Send It In, the great PJ Glasser, the Glass Man, hanging out with us once again here on a Tuesday. And you can hit up PJ on Twitter at PJ Glasser9. PJ, what's happening? How we doing on this Tuesday, buddy?
Femi, we're doing fantastic. I'm having a great day. Not as good as Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
Oh,
but
man.
It's
hard to top
pretty
that.
good. Hard to top that, right? Hard to top that. I want to follow the props for Kelce in that Week 1 game against the Chargers. I want to see how much that thing gets steamed up. I want to see what the touchdown prices are. So right now, he's 11-1 to score the first touchdown in the game. People are just going to be betting this stuff left and right. So that's obviously the big news of the day. But it's great to have U.S. Open tennis on again, some live sports while we're on in the studio. Do we have any live soccer on today, Femi? I know we were sweating out that Newcastle game yesterday. No soccer today.
Yeah, our guy Tyler Morales, golf aficionado, after hitting Tommy Fleetwood over the week, and now soccer aficionado, tackling the Prem, was able to get that home. So no, there's no soccer, at least not on USA.
Okay.
So we have no Premier League. We'll have to wait till Friday Night Football with the Premier League back into our lives for match day 3, I believe they are on across the pond. So, but we do have the U.S. Open, like you were mentioning there. Have you been betting that? Have you been sweating the U.S. Open so far? I know we've had a couple of guests on to talk about that. Kenny Ducey on Friday, the whale capper Drew Dinsick yesterday. Have you been dabbling in the hard court season over there at Flushing Meadows?
Not yet. So when it comes to tennis, I'm kind of like in the middle, right? Like I'm not deep in the weeds. I couldn't tell you like the 98th ranked player in the world or all that, but I kind of know enough. And I've watched like enough people where when we get down to like maybe, the quarterfinal round or the 4th round, somewhere in that range, I kind of take a look at some of these prices. Some of these matches where it's like coin flips, and maybe the favorite is like a -130. I might get involved if I've heard of both the players. I just kind of like to sit back and watch because I think the U.S. Open, more than any of the other majors, Femi, really is all about the form that you're in because it's late in the season. A lot of these players are really tired. They've been traveling all over the world and whatnot. I mean, we saw Madison Keys get upset yesterday. Like, you tend to see some big upsets at the U.S. Open. I tend to wait to see how both the men and the women look, like the first couple rounds before I start to dive in. So no bets for me quite yet, but I'm sure over the next couple days I'll probably start dabbling into the U.S. Open a little bit.
Yeah, we'll have to dabble into that one. I mean, we have a couple of weeks for that thing to before it wraps up. So always a fun time of year. U.S. Open coinciding with college football, with the National Football League. Tough day for the men's final every year on a Sunday, like right during the witching hour. That's a tough time slot, man. Like I'm just gonna say it. I ain't gonna be watching that. I'm going to be watching Lions-Packers or like the wrapping up of the early window in the National Football League. It's tough, but hey, we still love tennis here on You Better You Bet. But we're going to talk a lot of football on the show today. NFL cut down day as the teams get down to 53 players on their roster. Not the final rosters. That's the misconception. These are not final rosters are fluid. It's a player acquisition. It's a 24/7, 365 kind of job. But NFL cut down day as we have that today at 4 o'clock Eastern. Teams will have to be down to 53 players on their roster. We'll also get into some college football. Interesting comments from Texas quarterback Arch Manning as he's going to make his Week 1 debut for the Longhorns coming up on Saturday as they pay a visit to the reigning national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. We're going to get to a lot of stuff over these next 4 hours. So as always, if you miss any part of the show, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And because we're going to do you a solid and put all the content on there on demand for you to consume, the least you could do is to subscribe, rate, and review. We have one guest who will be joining us on the program today to begin the Power Hour at 6 o'clock Eastern. Former Jets and Chiefs head coach, ESPN NFL analyst. It is the great Herm Edwards who returns to You Better You Bet. He's going to help us break down the biggest storylines in the NFL as we will tackle the National Football League as you look at the calendar, 9 days away from the start of the NFL regular season. Absolutely love to say that out loud as we will talk to Herm Edwards at 6 o'clock Eastern. But let's get into the big story of the day here, PJ. And I wasn't sure that this is where we were going to start the show today, but hey, you know what? That's the beauty of what we do. We react to stuff going on in the world of sports, in the world of entertainment. And today, the two merge together and marry together, if you will, with the big news of Travis Kelce, the Chiefs All-Pro tight end, a future Hall of Famer, is now engaged to his girlfriend, Taylor Swift, the most famous entertainer going right now here in 2025 in the world. Wow. Like, I did not expect this. I don't think anybody expected this. I mean, I know they've been dating for a couple of years, and think about how this thing all started with Kelce giving her a nice shout out on his podcast. But now, fast forward to today, the two are engaged. The post on Instagram is doing numbers. I think it might be at 1 billion likes at this point since it's now been up for a couple of hours now. But this is breaking the internet. It's trending everywhere. It's pretty crazy that this is where we sit now. 2 years ago, you get laughed out of the room if you say, yeah, Travis Kelce is going to be getting married to Taylor Swift at some point in his life. But now, like, hey, this is our love story. It's everyone's love story that we all love. And I know some people are, a little bit oversaturated by this whole relationship, but like you can't help but feel happy for them. Like they're both great people. At least it seems like they're great people. I don't know them personally, but on the outside, they seem like they're great people. And I think it's awesome. Kudos to them. Love is amazing. I'm married. We're all going through this stuff. If you're out there, you're married, you've been engaged before, like you understand what they're feeling today with all the congratulations from family, friends, colleagues, et cetera, et cetera. An awesome news day with Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift engaged, PJ. I know like you've been very much tracking this like I have been all throughout this afternoon, locked in on the IG posts, on all the photos. Your thoughts on this big news that we have with Travis Kelce putting a ring on it?
So I'm doing Send It In right at 1 p.m. Eastern time when my show starts. This news probably breaks around like 1:10 Eastern time or something like that. All of a sudden, Femi, I'm talking to one of the guests on my show, and I look down to my left, and my phone's just blowing up. And I'm like, what is going on right now? And then after
Travis
I get...
Kelce was cut.
Right? Something going on? I'm like, did somebody step on Lamar's foot again? Can we please just keep him at home? Like, what is going on? And then I obviously see that they get engaged. So I like you. I'm not a Taylor Swift hater. Like, I'm not a Swiftie by any means. I have no problem with her. I like you. She seems like a very nice person. I'm happy for them. I'm excited that the music that could potentially come out of this too,
Yeah.
Whether it's just like a happy marriage album or maybe a divorce album that could go like double platinum. We'll see
come on,
how
PJ.
it all works out. That's what Twitter was saying. I mean, to me,
on the day that they're engaged, he's out here saying, what about the divorce album? they can't enjoy 24? They can't enjoy 24 hours?
That's what Twitter was saying. Well, that's my favorite part of this is the memes like that come out of it. That's what people were tweeting about. So obviously wish him the best of luck. Hopefully we don't get that divorce album. What I want to know, Femi, we were talking about this before the show. I mean, who gets the honor of singing at the reception of the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce wedding, right? I mean, that Rolodex is wide open. You could go to any, and, pun intended, I don't know who Taylor Swift has bad blood with in the music industry, but you can pretty much go with anybody.
Jake, how do we rate that one?
In the music
how do we rate
world.
that, Jake?
I think that's a solid 7. Jake, what do you think? I think that was a solid 7.
It's out of control. He said 7.
7.
Mike Brown with the thumbs down. Tyler says that you're on fire, but keep going.
I mean, I don't know who's going to perform. I'm already seeing offshore accounts too, Femi, that have Taylor Swift at even money to perform at this year's Super Bowl. So there's a lot of wrinkles to all of this. I'm thinking about who's performing at the wedding. Other people think that this means she's a lock to perform at the Super Bowl halftime show. Mm-hmm. I don't know. Which direction, are you going?
Okay, well, PJ, let's get into that because I did have that noted. That was something that we were discussing last week during one of the breaks, like the halftime show with all the rumors that Taylor Swift might be performing at it. Halftime show, obviously the Super Bowl is going to be in Santa Clara this year in San Francisco. Who else is listed in that betting market? So you said that Taylor Swift is the even money favorite. Who else is listed right now at that offshore sports book currently?
Yeah, let me pop it up. It was Sabrina Carpenter, I know, was up there towards the top.
Ooh, feels early for her.
Dua Lipa. So Taylor Swift was even money, plus 100. Dua Lipa was 7-1. Sabrina Carpenter was 8-1. Mariah Carey, Miley Cyrus, and Oasis, who obviously have made their return, they're 10-1. And then you got Billie Eilish.
As like a trio, or they're all just listed individually?
Listed individual. So those are 10-1. So Mariah Carey, Miley Cyrus, Oasis, Billie Eilish, Jay-Z, Metallica, 12-1, and then they have Christina Aguilera and Ed Sheeran at 14-1. So I think Sabrina Carpenter, at 8-1, would probably be my bet if I'm being honest with you.
Really?
I mean, she's really big right now. And I mean, those odds are pretty good. She's arguably got the song of the summer right now. Man-Child, I would think, would probably be the top one. So I think she would be the bet that I would make. But I'm surprised Taylor Swift is that big of a favorite. Never in my mind when I saw that they got married was I thinking oh, now Taylor's a lock to do the Super Bowl. I don't think she'll ever do it, Femi, if I'm being honest with you.
So I think she will do it, but I think she's going to wait for Travis to be retired. So when this happened, when they got engaged, I was like, okay, now she's for sure not doing it, which is that was my betting thought. I think once Kelce retires, then I think she'll eventually do it because she's such a prime candidate. She's got banger after banger. The catalog is immense. People want her to do it. It will be the highest rated event
Super Bowl
of the
ever.
decade. It'll be of the decade, at least just that 12-minute window, but the Super Bowl will probably be the highest rated one ever for sure. They want her. Everyone benefits from Taylor Swift doing the Super Bowl halftime show. But I was talking to my wife about this. Usually the Super Bowl halftime performer is kind of either at their peak or sort of descending, if you will. Kendrick is kind of that was a one-off. I feel like the NFL sort of rode the wave of the rap battle between he and Drake and they said, hey, let's put Kendrick Lamar on there. But usually it's someone like Usher 2 years ago, or here's Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg and stuff like that, 50 Cent. Those guys are on the descend. They're not making music. They're just playing their hits and kind of giving us the vibes of the nostalgia. Taylor Swift, as popular as she is, and I think she really is probably the most popular entertainer in the world right now. You could argue her and Beyonce or whatever going back and forth, but I think it's Taylor Swift just slightly. It still feels like she's ascending. It does. And I'm like you. I'm not some big Swiftie. I've heard her songs. She has good songs. But it still feels like she hasn't reached her peak. So would she do it as she's still kind of climbing up? Maybe, but I mean, you don't get paid for doing the halftime show because that's the whole big deal. It's all about the promotion and all the eyeballs that are on you. But I think that she still has a few years before she decides to, hey, I'll finally do this and I'll finally give everybody what they want and we will break all the TV records in the history of ratings. But I think we're still a couple of years away from that.
I think that's fair. You're right. This could be Travis's last year. I think after this, I think a lot of people will probably feel like it is, this is it for him. So you would think it wouldn't be this year. Maybe a couple years down the road, she ends up doing it. But from a betting standpoint, Femi, does this change how you feel about Kelsey going into the season? If you have fantasy drafts coming up, would this scare you away from drafting him? Like, would this scare you away from season-long props taking overs? Or would you like the unders? I don't know if I have a strong opinion on it. If anything, I kind of think this motivates him. And to me, this tells him it's his final season and he wants to go out strong. He's obviously put in a lot of work this offseason, looks much better. So I thought Kelsey was already going to have a pretty good year, bounce back year. I kind of think even strongly that more than he's going to be really good.
I'll say this, because usually we have the baby bump evidence, guys like or women that have the child, and then like the athletes play much better once they become mothers and fathers. We do have a data point from last year where Josh Allen was planning the wedding, was engaged, won the MVP, got married this past offseason. Maybe Kelsey puts one last performance for us here in 2025. We'll talk more about that as we're just getting started here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Mahomes steps up, throws, and he got it. Touchdown, Kelsey.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser, hanging out with you guys here on this Tuesday, breaking down the big news of the day. Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift engaged as they announced on their Instagrams. Congratulations to the both of them. The haters must be in shambles. All the people that were saying, oh, this is a publicity stunt. Or maybe they just love each other. And now they're getting married. So shout out to Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. But as we were heading to break in the last segment, PJ brought up a really good question of, hey, does this make you want to do anything betting-wise as it pertains to Travis Kelce? Which is a very interesting question. And the whole timing of all of this, I find very fascinating because early this morning, before the engagement announcement, early this morning, ESPN's Nate Taylor, who covers the Kansas City Chiefs, one of their NFL Nation reporters, but he is the guy that covers the Chiefs, he wrote an article about Travis Kelce and Kelce's mindset heading into his 13th season in the NFL. And pretty much the premise of the article is that, hey, this could be the last dance for Travis Kelce. Like he's played 13 years, or played 12 years rather, heading into year 13, but he's played 12 years. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. He's won 3 Super Bowls, and there was talks of retirement early this offseason. Then around the Combine, Kelce said, hey, I'm coming back for 1 year, but like his contract does not extend beyond this season. And Kelce's mindset ever since they lost the Super Bowl to the Eagles back in February was, quote, I can't go out like that. Like Travis Kelce, I think, is contemplating his retirement. I think if you gave him True Serum, he's definitely thinking about that. The fact that he had to come back this year and like needed an announcement to come back, like that tells me that, all right, he might be thinking about this and thinking about life after football. But then also, because the gist of the article talks about what he's been doing throughout this offseason to get ready for the upcoming season, I think this might be Kelce revenge year. And I'm saying this as somebody who last year thought he was washed. Like, I thought he was absolutely cooked. And I don't know if it was because last offseason he had so much going on. He was traveling around the world with Taylor Swift during her Eras tour over in Europe. There were so many things. Maybe he didn't have like the quite proper training regimen that he typically had earlier in his career. But this season sounds like he's gotten back to basics and he has just been focusing on his conditioning. He's lost some weight, like about 10 to 15 pounds reportedly. Like this might be a different Travis Kelce than what we got in 2024. And I'm starting to agree with you, PJ. Like I do think, like, not to say that he's going to win like Offensive Player of the Year or he's going to be an All-Pro this season, but I do think Kelce will be good, especially late in the year, which is where they need him the most, unlike what we saw last postseason. So I'm with you. I'm buying Travis Kelce, and I'm buying the fact that this probably will be his last dance, and he wants to go out on top. And his definition of that is winning a Super Bowl. Will they do that? Maybe. Let's see. They're, of course, one of the teams that you have to consider. But I do think you're going to get the best of Travis Kelce. Of what is left of him, it will be the best of him in his final year in the NFL.
Yeah, look, I'm buying all the Kelce stock. I would look at him, and if you have your fantasy drafts, I would look to buy in on him. Like you said, Femi, the last couple of years, it definitely feels like they haven't used him as much in the regular season, kind of saved their bullets with him for the playoffs. He was great a couple of years ago, was up and down this past postseason against the Eagles, obviously was not very good. I think this is it, though. I think this is his final season, and I think, getting engaged to Taylor Swift now, I kind of feel like this is it for him. I don't think he would do something like that and then play, 2-3 more years. I think this is it. Mm-hmm. I think he wants to go out with a bang. I think that's why he put in so much work this offseason on his body to get back in shape. So I think Kelce's going to play much better in the regular season. And also, this is the best receiving core the Chiefs have had in a while there in Kansas City. So they don't need to rely on Travis as much as they probably did the last couple years in the regular season. We'll see what ends up happening with Rashee Rice and the games that he maybe has to sit out potentially or how that all breaks down. But they're going to have him. Year 2 is Xavier Worthy. Hollywood Brown's going to be in the mix as well. They're going to have Pacheco healthy to start the season. They can lean on the run game a little bit. So they don't need to use Kelce as much or maybe force feed him as much as they would have liked to the last couple years. But I actually think the help of the receiving room is going to open up more things for Kelce, and I think he's going to have more production in the regular season. So, yeah, Femi, I think he's going to have a big year. I think this is it for Travis Kelce. I've wanted to avoid him, like in fantasy drafts or season-long props, anything like that the last couple years. But I think this year would be a year where I would buy in on Travis because I think this is his swan song.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a hell of a career. He's going to Canton, Ohio. It just depends when he decides to retire. I think it'll be after the season, but of course, that decision is up to him. Last thing I'll say, though, on the engagement here, I think it is a really good life lesson to always shoot your shot. Like, this man was shooting his shot, and, like, he was going from way downtown, and look at him now 2 years later, after a podcast, 2 years later, now getting married to the most famous woman on planet Earth. So kudos to you, Travis Kelce. Once again, congratulations to both Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift on their engagement. Now, let's spin it to the Kansas City Chiefs as a whole here, PJ, because the Chiefs, and this is one that I've been going back and forth with all throughout the offseason. Early in the offseason, I was looking for ways to fade Kansas City in the AFC West market. The team that I went with was the Los Angeles Chargers. However, the Chargers offensive line is banged up, so we have since backed off of that opinion. But from a market standpoint, it does feel like the Chiefs' fatigue and everyone just being tired of this team has finally seeped into the odds. Because if you look at it, outside of winning the division, Kansas City's not favored to do anything. When's the last time we were able to say that? Where Kansas City is not favored to do anything, whether it's Mahomes to win the MVP, Kansas City to win the AFC, to win the Super Bowl, to be the 1 seed. They're not favored in any of that. Let us not forget, this is the same Kansas City who's coming off a year where they went 15-2, where the offense never really clicked. As you outlined earlier, the pass catcher should be better once they get everybody back from injury and or suspensions. Mahomes is still the best quarterback. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care about Manning ratings, all that. I have eyeballs. I watch football on Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays, whenever the hell else they put the games on. Like, Mahomes is still the best player in the league. How do you balance the clear Chiefs fatigue that's going on and then also figuring out how you want to bet them this upcoming season? Because it feels like we'd be a little bit foolish to not have something Chiefs related heading into the regular season.
For me, the bet is for them to win the division at -118, because you're right, there is Chiefs fatigue. It reminds me a lot of the Astros in the AL West, Femi. How many years do we do it? Where we look at that division, we all talk about, man, Seattle, like that pitching staff's still great. They're trying to improve the lineup, right? I mean, they're still right there. But like
we'll
the
get into that a
Astros
little bit later.
Probably going to end up winning that division again, like they do seemingly every year, right? The Rangers, everybody loved the Rangers going into this season. 2 years removed from the World Series. Now they got everybody healthy. They got that great starting pitching. I mean, the Astros have had a AAA team for like 2 months. And the fact they're still winning that division is incredible because they are inevitable, just like the Chiefs are. They are inevitable. I mean, we don't know how they do it, right? Injuries, suspensions, as long as they got 15 and as long as they got Andy Reid, man, they are the favorites. And we were talking about before we got on air, Femi, the Denver Broncos are everybody's dark horse this year going into the season. Everybody wants in on Denver. And me and you just aren't there. I think Bo Nix is overrated in the eyes of a lot of people. I think he's a fine quarterback. But, I mean, people that are saying, like, Bo Nix is ready to go toe-to-toe with Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar, like, he can win the AFC. Let's calm down a little bit. Let's look at some of the teams that Bo Nix beat last year, and let's look at some of the teams he lost to when he went against some of the top teams and the top quarterbacks. So I'm not there with them. The Chargers, I mean, the Slater injury is just, it's so brutal for so many different ways. But with Justin Herbert, I mean, we've talked about this. I'm just not a Herbert guy. Talent-wise, top 5 in the league, without question. Would I ever trust Justin Herbert to win a big game? Absolutely not. And then, the Raiders, we both like them a lot. We both think they have a chance to make the playoffs. I'm not betting them, though, to win the division over Kansas City. Another point I'll make, too, about the Chiefs and the Broncos, because I think the Broncos are the team that a lot of people would pick to win this division, if not Kansas City. Femi, the schedule makers did the Broncos dirty this season when it comes to Kansas City. The 2 matchups that the Broncos have against the Chiefs this year, the first one when they get them in Mile High, Kansas City's coming off a bye week. I think anybody who watches football knows the track record Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes have off of bye week. So that's the first one. The second one is late in the season. They play on Christmas night, Thursday, short week on the road in Arrowhead. I think we all know how teams do when they have to travel on the road in a short week, especially in a divisional matchup. So you could not have gotten worse spots if you're Denver. Chiefs off a bye, Chiefs on a short week. Those are the two games. I'll take my chances with Kansas City against the Chargers as well. Yes, the Chiefs have a harder schedule because they have to play first-place teams and all that. But at the end of the day, if you like the Broncos, if you like the Chargers, they're going to have to, at the very least, win one of those games against Kansas City, probably both. And with Denver, I mean, the way that their schedule sets up against the Chiefs, I can't see that happening. So it's still Kansas City for me, Femi. AFC odds, like you can see why, right? I mean, they've been to the Super Bowl 3 straight years. Lamar and Josh Allen are awesome. Like, eventually, one of those guys finally has to. Maybe they just never do. But I think a lot of people feel like maybe they do. But I think the division's the way to go.
Yeah, it feels like the AFC market, it's almost like it's gambler's fallacy, a.k.a. the due factor. Oh, Buffalo or Baltimore has to be due. They got to be due. It's like, do they have to be due? Sometimes it's black 5 straight times. It doesn't have to be red and go alternate, you know? Like, it almost feels a little bit like gambler's fallacy that we're just like dismissing Kansas City, like, well, they finally have to take a step back. But I guess I'll ask you this, though, about the Chiefs, just to kind of play devil's advocate, because it sounds like we're very pro Kansas City, and I'm still trying to figure this out for myself as well. Like, I'm not advocating you must bet this on Kansas City. I'm still working through this, but I want to go ahead and reconsider this team in my betting portfolio, if you will, because, like, I feel like we're dismissing them. But I'll say this, though, PJ. What do you think of everyone that points to the fact that last year Kansas City went a perfect 11-0 in games that were decided by one score? Like, they were living on the edge for a lot of last season. And I'm sure there's some Denver Bronco fans that are listening to us right now kind of dump on Denver, say, well, I mean, if it wasn't for some blocked kick, we would have beat Kansas City at Arrowhead last year. Like, Kansas City, they got themselves out of some really tricky spots. Think about Black Friday against the Raiders, the Broncos game, as we mentioned, the Chargers game. There were so many crazy games. Do you think that means that this team is due for regression, or with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, are they just able to do this at a rate that no other team can do in the NFL?
They're due for regression. I mean, they won 15 games last season. I don't think they're doing that again. They won 11-0 in one-score games, like you said. They're not doing that again. But, Femi, they were also terrible against the spread, as we know, right? So, yes, they had a great record. Yes, they were good in one-score games, but they still underachieve in terms of how they were viewed in the market, right? So it's like maybe in public perception, and the team we're watching shouldn't be as good as what the record says they are. But as Bill Parcells would always say, right? I mean, you are what your record says you are. Kansas City was 15-2, man. They just find ways to win games. So, yes, there should be some regression. I'm not expecting Kansas City to win 15 games again. Would it? I mean, their win total's 11.5. Like, they could easily win 12 games. They could win 11 games, and that could be more than enough to win the division. So, yeah, I mean, you would expect regression. Even if they do regress, though, I think it's going to be enough to win the division. Mike Tirico would always have a great term when talking about golf. He'd call it leaderboard gravity, right? Like Tiger Woods, Scotty Scheffler. When those guys are lurking, it always feels like there's some weight that's like pulling down the leaders, right? Just knowing that those guys are kind of there. It just feels like with the Chiefs in that division, they're kind of leaderboard gravity. Like, if that division's terrible this year, like, and the Chiefs are somehow, like, we look up and they're 3-4, somehow there'll only be like a game back in the AFC West. Like, regardless of how good or bad the division is, it just feels like Kansas City will do what it needs to kind of put themselves in contention and usually win that division.
Yeah, I mean, if they start the year 3-4 this year, I mean, imagine the takes about this team. Imagine what people will be saying. They will be burying them, Super Bowl hangover, the dynasty is dead, all those things. And maybe that presents us with a betting opportunity if the Chiefs get off to a little bit of a rocky start, because we are anticipating some kind of suspension for Rashee Rice. Not going to be in the first month. It sounds like he'll be fine there. But once he has his disciplinary hearing on September 30th at the league offices up in New York. And also, too, finally on this Kansas City thing, we'll talk about some of the other notable news items from NFL Cutdown Day coming up in the next segment. The conspiracy theorists, PJ, they're going to be out and about this year. Get ready for that one, man. Get ready for that one. Like, it's the first Chiefs victory in a close game. It might even happen next Friday in Brazil. Like the first thing, oh man, NFL's rigging it for Kelsey to win the Super Bowl in his final year. Like they're going to be out and about, buddy. So like, as we say, if you think something is rigged, just get on that side. Get on the rigged side and bet it, baby. Like if you think that the Chiefs are going to get all these calls and get all the favors, just bet them and profit. And you can make money at the end of the day.
It's true. What would Nick always say, right? You can either complain or you can bet them. I mean, that's what you do.
Exactly. Just make money, which is what we were hopefully able to do last season, betting on the Kansas City Chiefs. All right, on the other side, we will get to other notable news items from NFL Cutdown Day. Cutdown about 20 minutes away. Plus, the New Orleans Saints have named their Week 1 starting quarterback. Who is it? Find out when we come back here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I mean, it's possible. A team can do it, but will they do it? Because my first reaction to this sentiment was, do they not play South Carolina anymore? This year, South Carolina looks to be pretty good. South Carolina was good last year. You know, and I understand Clemson beat South Carolina last year, and that was a good South Carolina team. But, like, this is a rivalry matchup, and I feel like it always presents a challenge for both sides in this game. But 6-0 is different. Like, Clemson can still win a national championship and lose a game. Like, they do have an easy schedule, but we see this in the NFL probably more than college football.
Yeah.
That there's always a team that shouldn't scare you that actually does. Actually, we see this in college football a lot. You know, Clemson will probably mess around and lose to, like, Boston College or somebody, but beat, like, LSU and SMU and South Carolina. That's just kind of how things play out. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it ruins their chances to play in the college football playoff. I don't think it ruins their national championship hopes. But 16-0 is a much different accomplishment than winning a national championship, because it means you have 0 slip-ups, and it's just hard to count on like 18 to, I was going to say 22-year-olds, but now it's like 25-year-olds to keep their heads on straight for an entire season. So maybe they could, if anybody has the schedule to do it, it's Clemson. But they start the season with LSU and they end the season with South Carolina. Those are two challenges that I feel like you cannot just assume that you will win.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Tuesday on the BetMGM Network. This is You Better You Bet. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser hanging out with you guys this afternoon. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we'll get into some of the other news items from the National Football League as Cut Down Day is here. The deadline is actually 15 minutes from now at 4 o'clock Eastern. So we'll see if there's any other last-second cuts, notable veterans who have been waived by their teams this preseason. But NFL Cutdown Day, it was obviously a tough day for those guys. Like, a lot of dreams are ending, which, like, in all seriousness, like that's a bummer for a lot of those guys. But also dreams are being made as some of these undrafted free agents make the team in surprising fashion. So always a tricky day in the National Football League, but a day that's necessary for the sport. So we will see what comes of the next about 15 minutes here in the National Football League. But we had to get to, before the hour ended, the news out of New Orleans as the Saints have made their decision on their Week 1 starting quarterback. It will be Spencer Rattler. Kellen Moore just met with the media a little less than an hour ago in New Orleans and saying Spencer Rattler is our quarterback. He beats out Tyler Shuck, their second-round draft pick from this spring's NFL draft. Kellen Moore did a lot to praise the work that Tyler Shuck did, but he was also very, very clear. Like, this is not a short leash for Spencer Rattler. Spencer is our quarterback going forward. Now, coaches always go back on their word, so that doesn't mean that Rattler's in stone for the next 17 games, but he is giving the full endorsement to Spencer Rattler as the New Orleans Saints get set to host the Arizona Cardinals next Sunday. Right now, that betting market has the Cardinals as a 6.5-point favorite. This thing continues to go up and up and up. BetMGM still has 6. If you like Arizona, you better bet at BetMGM, because these other sports books, I'm seeing 6.5. Total 42.5 is New Orleans is expected to probably be the worst team in the league, either them or Cleveland, and it's going to be Spencer Rattler at the helm, at least early on in this season. PJ, does this make you want to do anything Week 1, season long, props, whatever you think about the New Orleans Saints? How does Spencer Rattler affect how you bet this team in 2025?
I mean, we talked about it yesterday. You and I both are liking the Saints in this game, plus the points. We were hoping Rattler would be the quarterback. So now that he is, I'm definitely leaning towards New Orleans in that game. Do you think we get a 7 with the Saints? What do you think the next move is? Would it go back down to 6? Does it touch 7? I don't think it touches 7. I mean, maybe it does, because so many people are so down on this New Orleans team this year that maybe just all that public money comes in and pushes it up to 7. Maybe everybody's just, teasing Arizona or just betting them on the money line, I guess, at 6.5 at -275, whatever it may be. But we talked about it. I mean, ways to definitely handicap the NFL are to just fade survivor pools and look at what those survivor options are going to be. And you look at Arizona, man, and they're absolutely going to be a popular choice Week 1 against the Saints. And that's dangerous, Femi. I normally do not like taking teams in Survivor that are on the road, especially a team like Arizona that is not used to being road favorites by this much, and by winning by 6.5. So Kyler Murray, terrific against the spread as a road underdog, really good in general as a dog, but once he becomes a favorite, that's usually when you want to fade Kyler. The Saints, I think they're going to play well. Superdome for Week 1 is going to be as good as an atmosphere as they're going to have all year, because everybody's excited about the season starting. Everybody's 0-0. And Rattler, he's probably not a franchise quarterback. He's probably not a long-term solution for the Saints, but I think he's better than maybe people give him credit for. I thought when he came in last year, he did some good things. He showed some flashes. I think he's going to be able to put up some points. And, I mean, look, the way that the Saints started the season last year against the Panthers and the Cowboys, if we can get just some of that in this game, we're going to cover our 6.5 with ease. I know Kubiak's no longer there. Derek Carr's not the quarterback. But, I'm liking the Saints. I just wonder if we're going to get a 7. I think we might at some spot. So I'm in no rush. I'm holding out for a 7. If we get that, definitely going to be on New Orleans.
Yeah, you're speaking my language with some of this positive Spencer Rattler talk here. I'm the one that famously on the show says Spencer Rattler is better than Bo Nix. We have retracted said statement. I no longer believe that, but I do hold a little bit of Spencer Rattler stock. That's not a lot of stock, definitely not as much stock as I had last year, but a little bit of Spencer Rattler stock I still have. There's some talented plays. He has a great arm. now. Sometimes it looks like his head is spinning. Sometimes it's like you wonder what's going on back there. But if he and Kellen Moore can find some kind of chemistry, maybe the situation might not be as bad as we all think. That's about as positive I can be about the New Orleans Saints this upcoming season. But I do want to further emphasize what Kellen Moore said about this quarterback decision. He said, quote, "We're not getting into this QB debate throughout the season. Spencer's our quarterback. Tyler's going to continue to develop. We're really excited about Spencer. We think he's going to do an awesome job for us." So they're going to try to make sure that there's no issues with people saying, all right, is it time to play Tyler Shuck? But he can say whatever he wants, he being Kellen Moore. People are still going to call for Tyler Shuck if this team is losing games. Because looking at the schedule here, PJ, and I want you to kind of pinpoint where you think Tyler Shuck might play for the New Orleans Saints. So week 1, they're hosting Arizona. Obviously, we know that's going to be Spencer Rattler. Week 2, and barring injury, of course, if everyone's healthy, week 2, Rattler's going to be starting when they host the San Francisco 49ers. Week 3, they're at Seattle. Week 4, they're at Buffalo. Right off the top right there, 0-4 is the favorite outcome by a pretty good margin based on how the Saints are being rated. They're a 6.5-point dog to Arizona at home. That's going to be at least a touchdown to San Francisco. You're probably going to be close to that on the road at Seattle. You might be double digits, will be double digits probably when you take on Buffalo on the road.
Definitely.
And then now you host the Giants, to where, the Giants, people seem to think they're a little bit frisky. Giants might be favored in that game. Not by a lot, but they might be favored to where you're less than 50% to beat the New York Giants, the same Giants who come into the season with a win total around 6.5. This could get really, really bad. How many games do you think we see Spencer Rattler this season? And when does Tyler Shuck get out there? Is it the bye week? Is it before the bye week? Because I don't know where the wing's going to be taking place for this New Orleans Saints this upcoming season.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think probably after week 6 against New England is where I would look at. You obviously play the first 2 games at home. You're going to be big dogs in those games. You see how it goes. Then you have to go on the road and play in 2 of the toughest environments in the NFL against Seattle and Buffalo. You're going to be big dogs in those games. The Giants game is where Rattler has to play well, because those are thought to be 2 of the worst 3 or 4 teams in football. It's at home. That game's probably going to be must win. Absolutely must win. He's got to play well in that game. If he doesn't, I think he gets one more chance, another home game against the Patriots. And if they're 0-6, he doesn't play well, then I think they make a change with Shuck going up against Chicago on the road in week 7. I kind of look at that week 6 game against New England as probably the game where they would make a change, because Femi, you're right. Look, I like them +6.5, +7s against Arizona. Obviously, wouldn't shock me if they lost that game. Probably will. And then San Francisco probably lose. They probably start the season 0-4. That Giants game, like you said, really is a must-win game. Maybe for fan bases, though, it's a must-lose game, right? That could be one of those where you're hoping for the tiebreaker to lose to get that higher draft pick. I think week 6 against New England. I'm setting the market 6.5 as the over-under for the week, when we would see a change possibly, and I would take the under on that because I would take the over. I think they're going to make a change week 7 at Chicago.
So it would be at Chicago, because that's not an easy stretch as well.
No,
so week 7, they're at Chicago. Week 8, they host Tampa. Week 9 at the Rams. Week 10 at the Panthers, then the bye week. It's hard to envision a team just sticking with a quarterback if they're 1-9 or 0-10, something like that. And I don't think they'll be 0-10. They'll find a way to win one of those games in the first 10 weeks. I kind of think it might be after the bye week that we see Tyler Shuck.
Really?
I just, the way that they have phrased it, saying hey, we want Tyler to continue to develop, it almost sounds like they are all right, this dude is not ready to play NFL football. And think about how they feel about both of these quarterbacks, just based on what they have invested in them. Now, Mickey Loomis, of course, drafted Spencer Rattler, but Kellen Moore didn't tell him to draft Spencer Rattler. Kellen Moore was with the Eagles when they decided to do that. And the guy that Kellen Moore seems to like, you would think at least, he and Doug Nussmeier, the offensive coordinator, is Tyler Shuck, since they were around for him being drafted in the second round of this spring's NFL draft. It almost feels like, to me, they're not going to want to throw their guy into the fire early on in the season. It almost feels like, all right, let's wait. We're probably going to be mathematically eliminated by the time we get to December, but like maybe we can play him in a couple games before then. Let's ease him in. Bye week, home game. So you get 2 weeks to prepare for a home game as opposed to like, all right, like let's get out there. First three out of first 4 of your games are going to be on the road against credible competition. I actually think that this is going to be after the bye week around that Thanksgiving period. And then, all right, we'll go out and play Tyler Shuck for the remaining 7 games to get an evaluation on him. And then whatever that happens, if he's good, maybe Shuck's the guy in the future. If he's bad, boom, we're picking Lenoris Sellers or Drew Aller or Arch Manning with the first overall pick in next year's NFL draft. I think they're going to want to get a good sample size on Shuck, but I don't think they're going to put him out there too early since they do want him to succeed since he was their guy, they being Kellen Moore and Doug Nussmeier.
I think that's fair. And it's a tough tightrope act for Kellen Moore to kind of walk a little bit in his first year, to make that decision. And if the team is struggling, when you end up pulling Rattler and going to Shuck potentially later on in the season. I mean, the way that bye week is where it is in the schedule at week 11, it is a good spot to make change. I mean, they do have a tough schedule, Femi, with New Orleans. Like, it's a lot of back-to-back home games, back-to-back road games, or like 3 road games in 4, 3 home games in 4, like whatever it is. So there's really not too many spots in the season where you can kind of just ease Tyler Shuck in there. The bye week and then the fact that you get a home game against Atlanta so you can get him probably, 2 weeks to prep for that game would be the best way to go about it, it would seem. But I still think probably week 7 against the Bears is where I would look. At that point, I think you kind of know what you have in Rattler a little bit, and I think they want to give it enough time to see what they have in Shuck. New Orleans, regardless, probably going to go after a quarterback in the draft, but I think we're going to see Shuck probably before the bye week.
Last thing I'll say on this here as we're approaching the break here to get to the next hour. Tyler Shuck, when Derek Carr announced his retirement, got all the way down to 10-1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. This is why sometimes you see those markets move. You don't need to chase every single move. The FOMO can get you broke. Tyler Shuck is now 40-1 over at BetMGM. So for those of you who pumped the brakes, you did a good job. A cool hand is needed to bet these markets. All right, on the other side, we'll get to some other notable news on NFL Cutdown Day here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I mean, it's possible. A team can do it, but will they do it? Because my first reaction to this sentiment was, do they not play South Carolina anymore? This year, South Carolina looks to be pretty good. South Carolina was good last year. And I understand Clemson beat South Carolina last year, and that was a good South Carolina team. But, this is a rivalry matchup, and I feel like it always presents a challenge for both sides in this game. But 6-0 is different. Like Clemson can still win a national championship and lose a game. Like they do have an easy schedule, but we see this in the NFL probably more than college football.
Yeah.
That there's always a team that shouldn't scare you that actually does. Actually, we see this in college football a lot. You know, Clemson will probably mess around and lose to like Boston College or somebody, but beat like LSU and SMU and South Carolina. That's just kind of how things play out. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think it ruins their chances to play in the college football playoff. I don't think it ruins their national championship hopes. But 16-0 is a much different accomplishment than winning a national championship because it means you have 0 slip-ups. And it's just hard to count on like 18 to, I was going to say 22-year-olds, but now it's like 25-year-olds to keep their heads on straight for an entire season. So maybe they could, if anybody has the schedule to do it, it's Clemson. But they start the season with LSU and they end the season with South Carolina. Those are 2 challenges that I feel like you cannot just assume that you will win.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back. It is our number 2 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe alongside PJ Glasser, hanging with you guys on this Tuesday afternoon. Talking a lot of football on the show today. Been doing a lot of National Football League. We'll get into college football coming up in the next segment as we break down some of the news and notes with week 1 of the college football season. Texas, have you heard? They got a pretty big game against Ohio State. We've been hearing from Arch Manning. Arch, you talking that talk, baby. I love it. I love it from Arch Manning. We'll get into that coming up in about 20 minutes and also break down some of the other quarterbacks that are under pressure this upcoming season. We got some young QBs. Bryce Underwood, named QB1 at Michigan, just turned 18 last week. We got Julian Sain at Ohio State, Gunnar Stockton at Georgia, Dante Moore at Oregon, Austin Simmons at Ole Miss. All these young quarterbacks, how will they handle the big-time expectations for this upcoming college football season? But PJ, let's get into some of the news from NFL Cutdown Day, as it started really yesterday evening as we saw the Las Vegas Raiders make a trade. It's like the NFL draft. There's been a trade at the top of the board. The Raiders trading for Cleveland Browns quarterback Kenny Pickett, sending a 5th-round pick to the Cleveland Browns. And I'll say this, great job by Cleveland. for fooling everybody into believing that they'll carry 4 quarterbacks. This is pretty masterful. And they got the perfect run out, too. The fact that Aiden O'Connell suffered the broken thumb in the final preseason game to where they could find that team to go out there and exchange Kenny Pickett for a draft pick, but they were able to do it, 5th-round pick. So Kenny Pickett is now in Las Vegas with the Raiders, and the Browns will have 3 quarterbacks on the roster with Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders. But the way Cleveland was talking all preseason, they had us all convinced, hey, yeah, we can carry 4. We think it's opportunity. We're going to carry 4. And they got somebody to bite, and that team was the Las Vegas Raiders, who really needed to make this trade because once Aiden O'Connell got injured, PJ, there's no way you could have Cam Miller be 1 hit away from stepping foot on a regular season NFL field. You could not do that. So now the Raiders solidify their QB room. Geno Smith, Kenny Pickett, and then Cam Miller at the QB3 spot. We'll see what they do once Aiden O'Connell gets back in a couple of months. But for now, they need a QB2, and they find their guy in Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, they certainly do. So it's going to be interesting. You know, this Raiders team. You and I, obviously, Femi, we're high on them this season. We certainly are. And Geno, I think you and I are higher on him than most people. I'm just a big believer in what Geno has done indoors and what he's done with Seattle when he's played inside. I mean, we talk about it all the time with Goff and how great he has been throughout his career indoors. That's why he's thrived so much with the Lions. Certainly Ben Johnson helped. Those weapons helped. But the guy plays great when he's inside. Geno Smith's been the same way. I think Chip Kelly as the OC is going to help out. So I'm excited to watch this offense. Gentry obviously was such a monster in college. Brock Bowers, terrific young tight end. I think getting Pickett, too, to help to that QB room was also really, really good. Femi, I think, backup quarterback is underrated in the NFL. Obviously, you never want to have to use one, but, I mean, the last couple of years, it feels like we've had a ton of quarterback injuries. So when you can get a guy who was maybe a former first-round pick, there was obviously some talent there that teams originally really, really liked, guy who started plenty of games. It's nice to know that there's not a crazy big drop-off, and you're just trying to get better with your roster any way that you can. If you feel like you can get better and upgrade at the quarterback position, you try and do that. And I think the Raiders did get better today at the backup QB position. So hopefully Kenny Pickett doesn't play much because that means Geno's out there. He's healthy. He's playing really, really well. Yeah, we are. We are cooked. If that's the case.
It's night on our bets, on our Raiders win total, Raiders to make the playoffs, Raiders second place in the division, which, oh, by the way, PJ, I don't know if you noticed that. You can get Chiefs, Raiders as a 1-2 in the AFC West, 14-1. That interests me a lot. I agree. It interests me a lot. But let's keep Geno healthy. I don't want to see Kenny Pickett unless it's in victory formation when they're blowing somebody out. So hopefully Geno can be healthy. But yeah, it's a move that they needed to make to have some stability behind Geno Smith in the QB room. Speaking of the QB room, how about the room in New York with the Giants as they've cut fan favorite Tommy Cutlets today. Tommy DeVito no longer with the New York Giants. We figured this was going to happen. There's only room for 3 guys. Russell Wilson's your QB1. I think Jackson Dart's the QB2. I think that's where we're sit right now. It could go either way with he and Jameis Winston, but Jackson Dart, Jameis Winston, the other quarterbacks in that QB room, as Tommy DeVito, who was lighting it up in the preseason, particularly in their last game against New England, where he had 17-20, $189, 3 touchdown passes in the second half. He went out his way as Tommy DeVito no longer with the New York Giants. I'm assuming somebody's going to pick him up because, hey, if you can put Tommy DeVito in our quarterback room as a QB3, yeah, you'd sign up for that for sure. He's shown that he can play in the NFL, played regular season games a few years ago. Tommy Cutlets no more in the Meadowlands as the Giants move on and they shrink their quarterback room down to 3.
Like you said, I mean, no surprise, right? They were going to keep Dart. He was the first-round pick. Russ is going to be the starter. It was probably between DeVito and Jameis, to be honest with you. But even at this stage in his career, Jameis still the better option. So those Giants fans will always have those DeVito moments. I'll always remember him for cashing the money line against the Packers on Monday night. That was spectacular. Shout out to DeVito for that. I'll always remember Baker Mayfield mocking DeVito and the Giants when he went into the end zone. That was also a great moment. So And then, of course, the agent, right? I mean, the agent with DeVito walking around.
We don't remember him fondly. Get that guy out of here. Keep him away from us. Like I'm good on the agent.
Why do you not remember him? Why do you not remember him fondly?
I don't want to remember him at all. It was too much. It was like a 5 seconds or 15 seconds of fame that lasted like 30 minutes. Like, no, please, let's not do him. I'm good on him. But DeVito, I like DeVito. He was gritty. He was out there kind of doing things, making
One of
stuff
those
happen.
guys,
But
Femi,
it was some fun moments.
I was shocked that he was like an NFL quarterback. You know, you watch some of these guys in college football, and like I watched DeVito at Syracuse, and then he played some games for the Giants, and I'm like, this dude made the NFL. You know, he was one of those. But again, like he had some nice moments. He did some good things. So injuries happen. Maybe somebody else will pick up DeVito along the way. But yeah, with that QB room, it was just always going to be too tough with Russ, Jameis, and Jackson Dart. There was really no way for him to make the roster.
You know, it's so funny that you bring up the game where DeVito led the Giants to the win over the Green Bay Packers. Because like, that was during that like Monday night double dip that they do, which we're going to get a handful of those this upcoming season where you have like the staggered start times. I think there was like one game starts and like 30 minutes later the next game starts. But Packers-Giants was one of the games. And the other game was Titans at the Dolphins. That was a day where we saw both of those dogs get it done. And I remember like kind of keeping tabs on some like big survivor leagues that are out there. There's some folks that I knew who had Green Bay in their survivor league, and like that was late in the season in December. Imagine getting knocked out of a big time survivor pool because the third string quarterback for the New York Giants, Tommy Cutlets, goes out there and beats you. And that was a Packers team that, if you remember, they were cooking, they were hot, and then they lost that game to the New York Giants. Like you had to be sitting there just like, oh. Like, what do I do? Like, that's the craziness of Survivor. And we're going to talk about it a little bit later on in the show during the Power Hour. But, like, you could be taken out by a third-string quarterback, man. It's any given Sunday or any given Monday in the NFL.
No doubt. And I think if I remember that game correctly, like the Giants really didn't have a lead until like right at the end when they kind of took it and then ended up winning the game. So that was brutal. Same thing with the Titans-Dolphins game. I mean, Miami was controlled the whole way. I think they were like a 2-touchdown I mean, they were a big favorite.
It was a big favorite. Yeah,
big favorite in the game. Levis was in there at quarterback. And yeah, the Dolphins just like gave it away. I think they were up 2 scores or something like that, maybe 13 points, whatever it was. Titans score a touchdown, then the Dolphins don't run out the clock. Titans get it back to score again. That was a wild night. That's a good call. I remember both of those dogs cashing. But yeah, man, DeVito, legend. I'm sure any better relates to this. When you cash a good money line underdog, you will remember who helped you get to the window. So shout out to Tommy DeVito for helping us out that day.
Tommy Cutlets, baby. He was out there and getting it done for us. Some other news in the National Football League that I think is really interesting, and this has been going on for about a week now, but it's between the Minnesota Vikings and the Carolina Panthers. So it's widely reported the wide receiver issues for Minnesota right now. So Justin Jefferson, he's all good to go. Hamstring injury that he's been nursing throughout training camp. Looks like he'll be fine for Monday Night Football next week when they take on the Chicago Bears. But unfortunately for the Vikings, Jordan Addison is facing a suspension. He's not going to be on the field. They have other guys that are banged up. There's not a lot of depth beyond Justin Jefferson, which has sparked a lot of interest for Minnesota in their former wide receiver, Adam Thielen, who's over with the Carolina Panthers. Like, there's been a lot of trade talks. Doesn't sound like the two sides are making any progress on the compensation. Minnesota traded Harrison Phillips to try to free up some cap space when they sent him to the New York Jets. And a lot of people had that in mind thinking, oh, okay, this is going to allow them to bring Thielen in and stay under the cap. But it feels like we're just stagnant. And now today, PJ, the Carolina Panthers, they released wide receiver Hunter Renfrow, who's making his effort to make a comeback in the NFL after being out of the league for the last couple of seasons. If they cut Hunter Renfrow, doesn't Carolina just keep Adam Thielen? And Minnesota's in a little bit of trouble to start the season at least? Like Bill, our executive producer, was bringing it up a little bit during the break. Like, it feels like that's what would kind of make the most sense here is that, all right, Hunter Renfrow gets cut. Well, you're not going to also trade away Adam Thielen because then it's Tetairoa McMillan and Jalen Coker, I guess, and what's our Xavier Legette, and that's your trio at wide receiver. Do you trust that? Like, it almost feels like Thielen's going to end up staying in Carolina, which I think a few days ago a lot of people would have anticipated him going back to Minnesota.
Yeah, I think the more likely trade outcome would be Jacoby Myers, who requested a trade yesterday, right? And then we saw the Raiders follow suit with going to pick up Amari Cooper. So if you're looking for like the Vikings trading for a wide receiver, I think what you laid out, what Bill was talking about, like makes sense. Why would the Panthers cut Renfro and then trade away Thielen? Because then that would hurt their wide receiver depth. I think Myers would make a little bit more sense. I think Myers would be a nice compliment to Justin Jefferson. I think Jacoby Myers can be a really good 2, and when Addison comes back from suspension, could be a really good 3 for the Vikings. Certainly not a 1 like he was probably going to be. Maybe still is for Vegas because they haven't traded him yet. But look, I mean, Hunter Renfrow at this stage in his career isn't the player that he once was, but I still think he's solid. Femi, he's just one of those like winning football players. You know, he's like a Willie Snead type, or he's like a Cole Beasley. You know, just one of those guys that does the dirty work over the middle, moves the chains, reliable hands.
A white receiver.
Like no, I mean Willie Snead isn't. He just
Willie Snead is not. But when you mentioned Cowboys legend Cole Beasley,
Beasley,
okay, where are we going with this, PJ?
he's a third down receiver. He's a possession guy.
He's like a Welker, like an Amendola, you know? He's like one of those guys.
Yes. He just, Renfro just moves. He just helps you move the chain. He's a winning football player.
I remember Renfro. That's what they were calling him with the Raiders here in Vegas.
Third and Renfro. I like that. Femi, I remember in college, man, when he was he a sophomore, junior with Clemson, whatever it was, they played Bama in the national championship. And Minkah Fitzpatrick, as a freshman, was already like one of the best players in the country on defense. And he could not stop Hunter Renfro. Hunter Renfro gave him nightmares. I think Renfro had like 2 touchdowns in that title game. He could not stop him. And then his first couple years with the Raiders, he was really good. So Renfro's just like one of those football players like that I just like want on my team. He just makes winning plays. So I think he can definitely still find himself a job. I think the Vikings, like that would make a lot of sense. I'm surprised that the Panthers ended up cutting him, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I guess maybe they didn't think that he fit in with their plans. Like they've invested a lot in that position, so I guess it shouldn't be super shocking that they cut him. But McMillan and Coker and Leggett, and if they keep Thielen, all of a sudden you start running out of spots because I don't think Hunter Renfro is going to be playing special teams. Which if you're wide receiver 5. You better be helping out on special teams, and that doesn't seem like that'd be up his alley. So I guess, end up being the odd man out, and maybe that is to the benefit of another team in the league. Real quick before we head to break, wanted to update this news out of Los Angeles. Jordan Schultz, NFL Insider, reporting that the Chargers have activated running back Najee Harris off the NFI list, making him eligible to play Week 1 on that Friday night game in Brazil when they take on the Kansas City Chiefs. Najee Harris has the eye injury from the fireworks incident over the 4th of July. PJ, I know you're a big Omarion Hampton guy. You have bet him in the Offensive Rookie of the Year market. Does this concern you a little bit that Najee Harris will be available for the Los Angeles Chargers? Maybe not Week 1, but rather soon this season.
Not too much, no. I think last year, Dobbins was the guy. Gus Edwards would kind of come in a little bit. I think it's going to be the same thing. Hampton's going to play the Dobbins role, but I think to an even further extent, I would expect him to get more touches than Najee. So Najee's just in there as a compliment backup, maybe short yardage, maybe steal some touchdowns, but overall, no concern.
And Najee Harris, they're going to run the football in LA. Like the way Greg Roman goes about that offense, it's going to be a lot of Hampton, a lot of Harris, and we'll see if Justin Herbert can take advantage of that as well with the play-action game. But the Chargers, that's how they kind of go about it. It's ground and pound, and we'll see if that succeeds like it did last season. All right, let's turn our attention to college football on the other side and take a look at all the young QBs facing the pressure this upcoming year.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Boise State's going to win double-digit games, which right now is why you're seeing that win total over 9.5, greater than minus 200. They have to replace Ashton Genty, huge loss, obviously, but they have 13 starters back, and seven of them are on the offensive side of the ball. Last year, they averaged 37.3 points per game, and their starting quarterback's back. Maddox Madsen last year threw for over 3,000 yards, so it wasn't just the ground game. He also had 23 touchdowns, protects the football, only 6 picks. They have a Fresno State transfer, Malik Sherrod, coming in to replace Genty. They have their tight end, Matt Louderback. He had 7 touchdown receptions last year, 47 grabs. They have Caples, one of their top receivers, coming back. He had 38 receptions last year, over 400 yards, 5 touchdowns. So they're still going to be solid on the offensive side of the ball. They're going to average over 30 points per game, but it's going to be tough to replace 2,000 yards in your backfield and Ashton Genty. The defensive side of the ball is, I think, why they win double-digit games, though, man. Jaden Virgin Morgan had 10 sacks last year. As a team, they led the country with 55. He had 15.5 tackles for loss. They did have a huge loss right after the spring. Andrew Simpson, who had 11 tackles for loss, decided to transfer out, but their secondary is loaded. I mean, the schedule, October 4th, a road game against Notre Dame in the non-con, that's going to be a loss. But other than that, I don't see a for sure loss here for Boise State. So I think they win 10, 11 games, and I think that the over is the play.
Oh, look at Arch Manning. Oh, hit him with the 2-step. Arch Manning, touchdown.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Family Bet Buffet, PJ Glasser. That audio courtesy ESPN. With the Texas game last year, Mark Jones on the call. Good to hear all these voices back in once again, like Mark Jones, the Gus Johnsons. We're going to get Chris Fowler coming up a little bit later on this weekend. Like college football's all the way back. And it just brings a smile to my face. Because the one thing about college football that I love, and I love the NFL way more than college football just because I grew up as an NFL junkie. But I just love that. And it's so simple and it's so stupid, but I'm going to say it out loud anyways. I love that college football's on Saturday. The vibe when you're watching college football is very fun. There's no Sunday scaries once you get to halftime of Sunday Night Football or any of that stuff. The vibe is just really, really strong in college football, and I love it. So we're all excited for what's going to happen this weekend. A lot of big games with week 1 coming up, and the biggest one, PJ, is at the Horseshoe in Columbus between Texas and Ohio State. But I'm curious, did you catch what Arch Manning said yesterday when he was asked about the Longhorns, the number 1 ranked team in the country, having a target on their back? Here's what Arch said. He said, quote, "All of us at Texas, we kind of try to shift the narrative. We're going for everyone else. The target's not on our back. We have a red dot on everyone else." So Arch is saying we're coming out slinging, man. We're going for y'all. Like, there's no target on our back. We're coming for y'all. We're the number one team, but we don't care. We feel like we got the chip on our shoulders. I love that from Arch Manning. How will that translate on Saturday? I don't know. I think Texas wins the game, and these comments will always just be forgotten once we get to game time. But I love that mentality from Arch as a guy that knows, hey, there's this pressure, but screw pressure, man. Let's flip this thing around. Like, there's pressure on y'all. We're applying the pressure. There's no pressure on us. I think that's the right mindset. And whether Arch is good, if he's average, if he's great, I think Texas is in a great spot this upcoming season with Arch Manning as their quarterback, because it doesn't feel like anything's going to be too big for this guy. Like, he's a Manning. There's been a target on his back since he was born, and since he's been playing football. I think Arch has the right mindset. And if he's a little bit like Eli, who we just saw have his career in New York seem to be unflappable, that's exactly what you want from a quarterback of the University of Texas, one of the more high-profile positions in the entire sport.
I mean, like you said, you love the fact that Arch isn't backing down. He's the number one. They're the number one team in the country. They're the favorites to win the national title. He's the favorite to win the Heisman. This is the most hyped I can ever remember a freshman being going into a season in college football. So good for him, for, as you like to say, Femi, standing on business, right? He's not backing down from anybody.
10 toes down, baby.
10 toes down, and I do love the fact that we're going to see him get thrown into the fire in week 1. On the road, hostile environment against a terrific team and a great defense in Ohio State. We talked about this one yesterday, Femi. It's back to 2.5 now. Ohio State yesterday when we talked about this, well, yesterday morning it was 1.5. Then when our show rolled around, it was -2.5 plus 100 at BetMGM. Now we're getting -2.5 at plus money. What I think is interesting is while we've had all that movement with the spread, the money line has remained the same at -120 with Ohio State, right? You normally don't see that. I mean, especially when it goes from 1.5 to 2.5, the spread moves, money line stays the same. So right there, like, I don't see any value laying 2.5 with Ohio State. You might say, oh, you get it underneath the key number. You save yourself 10 cents, like all that kind of stuff. But I think the fact that it was -120 at -1.5 and it's remained the same, Femi, I think the value is on the money line. So if you like Ohio State right now, bet them money line and don't even forget about the points. Because again, with the low total at 47.5, both these teams being two of the best teams in the country, this game likely will come right down to the wire. So that was my first thought. Can we get a 3? Can we get a 3 with Texas? We got them.
Oh, baby.
We got them earlier on in the summer. We actually got 3.5s earlier in the summer. Into 3. And then as we start to get in August and people start turning their attention to college football and they do their deep dives on all these teams, people were all coming to the same conclusion. Like, why is Texas a 3-point dog in this game? It feels like Texas is better, right? Ohio State loses both of their coordinators. They have a true freshman starting at quarterback. They lose a ton of guys on defense. It's a revenge game for Texas, losing to Ohio State in the semifinals last year. Like, all these reasons to like Texas in the game. As we talked about it yesterday though, Femi, Texas is just becoming a little too trendy for me. And when you get teams like Ohio State that are always the favorites, everybody's always looking for kind of the spots to bet against them, trying to figure out the games when they maybe could get upset. It's very rare for the Buckeyes to go into a game where it doesn't feel like anybody likes them. And usually under Ryan Day, when those kind of games have happened with Ohio State, they have usually performed pretty well. I mean, you just look at the 2 playoff games last year. Everybody loved Tennessee. Ohio State just loses to Michigan. That offensive line against Tennessee's defensive line. And people think Tennessee's going to pull off the upset. That game was over in the first drive. Wasn't even close. Then against Oregon, right? Undefeated Oregon. They already beat Ohio State. Number 1 team. Why are they underdogs in that game? Game was over in the second drive of the game, right? So when you get teams like that, and all offseason they've heard about how good Texas is, and they get Texas at their place, again, I'm worried about the coordinators. Like, that's the part of this. Like, Sark against Patricia is just like, do I really want to be on the other side of that? But I do think Ohio State at this point in time is the right side. And again, the fact that the money line is still at -120 and the spread has moved up a point, I'm looking at the Buckeyes here.
And I think, too, like, to further your point about betting the money line as opposed to laying 2.5 at even money over at BetMGM, is, I mean, think about it. Like, this is a closely contested game. What if we get overtime? And what if we go into a triple overtime? And all of a sudden now we're down to the 2-point conversion stuff.
Already a winner.
If you lay 2.5, like you don't get to win that bet. If you lay 2.5 with Ohio State and Ohio State wins like 30-28, something like that, and then triple OT, like at least give yourself a little bit of protection, especially if you're laying that 2.5 at even money. That might sound great, but the minus 120 is much better, especially if it's a 2.5-point spread. So I mean, that's a good thing to keep in mind with college football. That's much different than the NFL. Like the college football with that 2-point conversion thing, which I talk about what I love about college football. I hate the 2-point conversion overtime stuff. I hate college football's overtime just to begin with. I just despise it. But like, it just gets a little bit weird. So you can find yourself with a good number, but then all of a sudden you're on the outside looking in because now we're doing a 2-point off as opposed to playing actual football. But hey, they want to get the games done early. Sometimes it actually prolongs it. Just look at Georgia Tech and Georgia from last year. But Arch Manning is not the only quarterback in that game that we're excited to see. Julian Sayin of the Ohio State Buckeyes, a lot of pressure on him. We talk about Arch with the pressure with his name and Texas, et cetera, et cetera. Julian Sayin is replacing Will Howard, who won a national championship last year at the Ohio State University. Julian Sayin also has a teammate who's the best player in the country in Jeremiah Smith. Based on what you've been following in the recruiting ranks and what you've been hearing from the practice reports, what should we expect to see from Julian Sayin on Saturday? And is he the guy that can be the heir apparent to what we've seen with successful Ohio State quarterbacks in the past?
Yeah, I mean, well, Julian Sayin started his career at Bama. He was on their roster last year. He was supposed to be kind of the guy that followed up Jalen Milroe. And then, Ty Simpson had a great camp, and it kind of just felt like DeBoer was going to give him the job, so Sayin transfers out. Ohio State's obviously looking for a new quarterback after Will Howard, so he winds up there. So he's been in, obviously, 2 great programs. He's learned under 2 great offensive minds in DeBoer and Ryan Day. But Femi, as you know, I mean, you can practice all you want. You can watch all the film that you want until you get thrown out there in front of 90,000 people, 1 versus 3. You just don't know how a guy's going to react. I think that's why the total is so low at 47.5, and why people are liking the first half under in this game is the play calling. It feels like it should be pretty easy for Brian Hartline, right? You have the best receiver in the country in Jeremiah Smith. Just find ways to get him the ball. If it's a 30-yard pass down the field, if it's a 5-yard slant, bubble screen, reverses, whatever it is, give him the ball. They do lose Judkins and Travion Henderson, but it's Ohio State. I mean, they'll be stacked at running back. I would expect a conservative game plan from Ohio State early. I don't know if we're really going to see Julian Sayin. Like, if I'm really going to be able to form an opinion about him early in the game. The fact that he's going up against one of the best defenses in the country, and this is his first college start. I mean, look, he could do what DJU did against Notre Dame, right, years ago when he was at Clemson, and he's filling in for Trevor Lawrence the COVID year and just comes in and throws for 400 yards. I don't think that's going to happen, but I think it's going to be a conservative game plan for Ohio State. They're the home team. They're the favorite. The pressure is on Texas in this game. They're the team that's favored to win the title. They're the number 1 team. Everybody's talking about them. So I think Ohio State is kind of going to wait for them to make the first punch, see if they make the first move. I don't think they have any problem letting this thing drag out, let it be low scoring, and try and win this game at the end. So Julian Sayin, I think the biggest thing for him is probably they just don't want him to turn the ball over. Obviously, just make all the right decisions. And if you see a one-on-one matchup with number 4, you better throw him the football. If you're looking at props, because you, myself, Tyler, we were talking about it at the break, I do think under...
I want you to save your prop stuff for the next segment, because I do want to bring Tyler in. Let's do that in the next segment here, because I think there's a larger conversation to be had with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with you in totality to like Julian. And I also wonder this, though, PJ. Is there actually pressure in these games now that like we live in an era where you can lose 2, maybe even 3 games and make the CFP? Like, obviously, like, it's a big game, and like the general like just environment could rattle a young quarterback. But in terms of high stakes, does that exist anymore, especially this early in the season? It just might be, hey, we're 2 great teams going up against each other, and yeah, we'd love to win it, but like the loser... I mean, we were just on with Michael Calabrese yesterday. He joined us from the Action Network. He's like, hey, like I'm looking to bet the loser of this game to win the national title. Like it almost feels like all that pressure is now off now that you can go out there and lose this game and still take care of business the rest of the way. Now you lose a mulligan, but you still have all of your hopes and dreams still out in front of you.
You do. I think it depends a lot on a team's schedule. For a team like Texas, Femi, right? And I'm glad you brought this up because I think a lot of people feel like, look, this is a big game. It's a great opportunity for both of these teams to kind of solidify themselves as the team to beat at the start of the season. But you look at Texas's schedule, right? And let's just say they lose this game. All right, one loss, go on the road to Ohio State, no biggie. They also play at Georgia this year, right? They're going to be underdogs in that game. Could definitely lose that game too. Then all of a sudden, okay, that's 2 losses. Well, they still have a road trip to Gainesville to play Florida, which isn't going to be easy. They still have to play Oklahoma at the Cotton Bowl in Red River, which won't be easy. They still get A&M at the end of the year. So, yes, because of the 12-team playoff, it's not like it used to be where if you lose this game, I mean, you essentially could be done. But because of the 12-team playoff and now the conference is getting larger and the tougher schedules, there's not as much room for error as people think. I mean, I almost think as of it as like, you win this game, you're in the playoff. That's the pressure. You know, is like, you miss such a golden opportunity that it's week 1, you can already stamp your ticket to the postseason, essentially, if you're Texas. Whereas if you lose this game, now it's like, man, we still got Georgia down the road. We got Florida, A&M. Like, you got all these games in the SEC play. So this is one of those games, it can only help you. But at the end of the day, it is still one in the loss column, Femi. And with some of those teams they have down the road, Ohio State still obviously has to play Michigan and Penn State. They have a road trip to Washington and Illinois. Like, they have some games on their schedule. So big game for both teams. But I definitely think there is some pressure.
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring up because, like, if you win it, like, you're probably just in.
Like, I mean, I really think so.
Which is very, that is a feather in the cap that not many teams can say after week 1 this upcoming college football season. Maybe there's, like, the Notre Dames of the world might be able to say that. If they beat Miami on the road, they're probably just in, especially when you look at their schedule and how that sets up for them. But, yeah, for Texas and Ohio State, prime opportunity. It's not like it was back in the day where it's like, oh, man, if we lose this game, we got to run the table. But it is almost now where, hey, if we win this game, we can punch our ticket. See us in December, and we'll go try to win a national title. So saying Arch Manning, both of those guys, we will find out what it looks like. We're also going to find out what it looks like in Ann Arbor with the Michigan Wolverines. Bryce Underwood, 18 years old, just turned 18 last week. Highly touted recruit. ESPN had him as their number 1 ranked prospect in this most recent class. Is this guy, like, going to turn this whole thing around at Michigan? Because I don't know how to feel about the Sharon Moore era so far in Ann Arbor, because last year was a little bit underwhelming. They had no quarterback play, but maybe Underwood can be the guy, PJ, this upcoming season.
One of my favorite win totals is Michigan under 8.5 at BetMGM, especially because of the plus money at plus 145 that you're getting. I look at their schedule at Oklahoma week 2. I think that's going to be a loss. They have to play Ohio State end of the year. Obviously, they got road trips to Nebraska and USC, which definitely could
Ohio
be.
State, though.
Yeah, they haven't beaten Ohio State. I don't think they're going to get them this year, though. I think they finally lose that game. But the difference between Sharon Moore and Jim Harbaugh is just night and day. The talent is still there. Underwood, I'm sure, is going to be a really good player. But I just think that we're still living in the Harbaugh days a little bit. I think this is a 7 or 8 win team this year.
I can't wait to watch Underwood, though. Like, the way people talk about this guy, like, he might be, like, in 3 years, we might be talking about him as, like, the next great NFL prospect. That'll be a fun story to track all throughout this college football season. You know what else is fun? Betting college football props. We'll break that down on the other side. It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Mike, you might lose your job. Nobody wants to play there. What happened to Miami?
Yeah. I think it's one of those cases of like the culture is just crumbling. Yeah. And I don't think it's Tua Tagovailoa's fault, because when I first heard this quote, I would say to myself, if there's anybody who can handle this situation with grace, it's Tua. Because say what you want about him when he's on the field or when he can't stay on the field, but I feel like he has handled adversity pretty well. And even with all these former head coaches and offensive coordinators kind of dragging him through the mud, like he's remained like pretty positive, and I feel like he feels sure of himself. So he handles this situation maturely like he always does. But it just feels like there's not enough leaders in the locker room in Miami. And we saw that that was going to be a storyline coming into the season because they lost a lot of their veterans, including guys like Calais Campbell and guys who've just been in the locker room for so long. And we talk about this as an X factor for a lot of teams. A lot of times we don't say it's like one of the top things, but you do need leadership, especially when like one of your top players is Tyreek Hill, who's constantly flip-flopping back and forth between being on his best behavior and making great catches to saying, I don't want to be here and I want to be traded. So it's one of those things where it just feels like they have a culture issue. Like that's what we've seen. And I think that continues to be the problem. And a lot of that falls on the head coach. So whether we like to admit it or not, because a lot of people really like Mike McDaniel, they do have a culture issue. And I think that's one of the reasons why he is one of the favorites to be fired this year.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser hanging with you guys here on this Tuesday. We got a lot going down in the National Football League, which we will set the table and get you caught up to speed in about 15 minutes to begin the third hour of the show at 5 o'clock. Dylan Gabriel named QB2 in Cleveland. The Patriots just cut their former first-round pick, Cole Strange, who started 29 games for them on the offensive line. And the Falcons' offensive tackle, Caleb McGarry, out for the season with the season-ending knee injury. We reported, of course, a couple of weeks ago, McGarry carted off the practice field. Players were surrounding him. They cut the music off. It sounds like it's a very, very serious injury for Caleb McGarry, as he will be done before the season even begins, which will be a big hole for Michael Penix Jr.'s blind spot on that Atlanta Falcons offensive line. But we wanted to get to a little college football prop betting here to wrap up this second hour. And PJ, it sounds like there was a guy that you really wanted to give out for the college football prop betting, but I do want to bring on our guy, Tyler Morales, as well. I don't know if we have Tyler's shot all set up and logged in, but we'll get Tyler good to go. Mike, let us know when you have Tyler ready to rock. But the college football prop betting market, not as robust as what we get in the National Football League, but it's starting to gain a little bit of steam here. Tyler, I want to get your thoughts first here before we get to PJ. Your process in terms of betting the college football props, and also a couple of guys that you're eyeing for week one coming up starting on Thursday.
Yeah, so I think early on in college football, it's like we really don't know who's playing in a lot of these games or who is starting. This is going to be the first games a lot of these people are going to be playing. We're going to see a ton of guys on new teams. This sounds basic. Find a beat reporter and read what he's saying about these depth charts, because it is, when you look at the depth charts for these teams, it's a lot of player or another player or another player. So it's going to be look like there's going to be like 4 different people starting at a position. It sounds easy. Just read up on these teams you want to on some of these games you're trying to target. So for a game that early on that I've been waiting to attack this team all offseason is in this Auburn-Baylor game. I'm very bullish on this Auburn offense. They got Jackson Arnold from Oklahoma. Jackson Arnold got an awful offensive line in Oklahoma. This Auburn offense is basically, it's Hugh Freeze as the coach, and they got a brand new offensive line and some really good receivers. Baylor's the defense, not great. Brand new secondary this year. Guys I'm targeting, Jackson Arnold over in passing yards. Cam Coleman over in receiving yards. Eric Singleton over in receiving yards. I know these 3 guys. Those are 3 guys. Eric Singleton was the number 1 portal receiver, and Cam Coleman's probably the third-rated receiver for the 2027 class. And their props are low. So Cam Coleman, you can get like a 69.5. Eric Singleton, they don't even have listed yet. It probably will come within the next couple of days. But like the Auburn offense is like, in my opinion, full go, high total. I think the Auburn offense could put it on this Baylor secondary early on. So I'm attacking Jackson Arnold, Cam Coleman, and Eric Singleton. Like that was where immediately my mind went when PJ mentioned that we have college football props.
I mean, I absolutely love that. PJ, what do you think about that? Like the Auburn passing game is where Tyler's going. Because Jackson Arnold, we saw it last year in Oklahoma. It was bad. Like really, really bad. But it sounds like we're a little bit more optimistic about Arnold now with Hugh Freeze in Auburn, where we have seen a couple of college football folks that cover the sport nationally that maybe Auburn might be a dark horse team in the SEC.
They definitely could be. I mean, they have a tough schedule. They do get Bama and Georgia at home this year, but I'm with Tyler, man. This offense has the potential to be really, really good. And last year, you know, some of these teams like Oklahoma, Michigan, these teams like didn't have a quarterback that could throw a forward pass. Auburn was kind of the same way. You know, they were trotting Peyton Thorne out there every single week. They had weapons that they could get the ball to, but they just had nobody capable of actually getting them the ball. This year, I think they have that in Jackson Arnold, who I think is going to be good in that Hugh Freeze system. Hugh Freeze is a great offensive play caller. And like Tyler said, man, they're weapons on offense. I mean, Coleman's a stud. Singleton from Georgia Tech is awesome. And, you know, Baylor's defense, I mean, they're like not great. They're okay, but I think Auburn's going to be able to move the football. So I think looking at those Auburn receivers is a good look. I think like an Auburn team total over against Baylor is probably a good play in that game as well. But yeah, Auburn's definitely a team to watch in the SEC. The schedule is hard, but if Arnold turns out to be a really good player, their defense is going to be very good. And again, their receiving room's as good as anybody's in the SEC. If Arnold turns out to be good, Auburn could surprise some people this season.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm admittedly kind of just like not in on the Auburn Tigers, but like, it's a team that I will definitely be watching early on to see, okay, where am I wrong? What am I not seeing? Because if it looks really good in this Baylor game, maybe that's a chance to maybe back this squad. I don't know if to win the SEC, I would never do that because I think there's just like teams on different levels, but potentially to maybe make the SEC title game or to make the playoff. I think that could be a route to back Auburn. Tyler, is there another game that you're kind of eyeing before we get to some of the games that PJ likes and the props that he's looking to hammer this upcoming weekend?
Oh, absolutely. There is a game that I think there is a massive mismatch compared to like all these other games going on Saturday. Alabama has one of the highest rated talents on their roster. They have a ton of good players. It's probably as good as we've ever seen in terms of maybe the last like 5 years for Alabama. They're going against Florida State, who's kind of remade this whole offensive line. In my opinion, Florida State will not be able to block Alabama on offense or on defense. So when I saw the props list that came out, there is no Jam Miller. He's out for a few weeks. Alabama's backup running back Richard Young has a prop of 68.5. If I think this game's going to go how I see it, Alabama's going to be able to run all over these guys. I don't really think I think there's such a mismatch in the trenches between these two teams that like we're going to be questioning like Mike Norvell's future like after the first game of the season. So I like Richard Young's overs rushing yards at 68.5. That was one that immediately stood out to me. I think Alabama's going to absolutely destroy Florida State.
You laying it, that 13.5?
Oh, yeah. It's my favorite bet of the weekend. It's Alabama against Florida State. I'm not even kidding. I think this is going to get like this might be a public safety issue by the third quarter. That's the kind of game I'm expecting here.
Fans are going to be throwing objects on the field out there at Doak Camp, which is like, boo, get Norvell out of here. They're probably going to be yelling worse things than get Norvell out of here. But, based on how last year went, if it's what Tyler says on Saturday, boy, Mike Norvell, start looking on Zillow, buddy. Like, get ready to learn Redfin. Like, it's not going to work out there for you. PJ, what games are you identifying from a prop standpoint this week in college football?
So I think for week one, like Tyler said, it's tough to know the skill position players that are going to be like kind of the top targets for some of these teams. We know like Jeremiah Smith for Ohio State, Ryan Wingo for Texas, right? Like a lot of these top players, sure. But some of those like secondary receivers, maybe these teams that have like running back by committee, what they're going to look like. The one thing we know is who's starting at quarterback for all these teams. So I really look at quarterback props or like anytime touchdown props usually in the first couple weeks of the season. And then Ohio State game that we were touching on, Femi, I look at that one and I look at Notre Dame with CJ Carr. Both of those teams in top 10 matchups with good defense that don't mind playing in a low-scoring game. I think both Notre Dame with CJ Carr and Ohio State with Julian Sayin, having young QBs, not wanting them to make mistakes, I would expect them to not throw for many yards. So you're looking at Julian Sayin, his is about 235.5. CJ Carr is about 186.5. I think both of those guys are not going to do all that much through the air. I really like the Sayin number. I mean, his number and Arch's number are about the same. Like, I don't agree with that. I think Arch's number should be higher than Sayin, especially with Sayin having a new OC. And you think about Texas last year, right? I mean, we all watched Jeremiah Smith go for like 800 yards against Oregon, and Texas did a great job on Jeremiah Smith. Now, they do lose some guys in the secondary, but you know that will be obviously the focal point of their defense is to take away number 4. It's easier said than done, but they did as good a job as anybody did last season, and I would expect them to do a pretty good job again, right? And if he can't go to his security blanket, well, then Sayin's going to have to make other decisions, and I don't think Ohio State's going to put him in that situation all too much. So his under passing yards I like a lot. And then when you have Jeremiah Love and you're on the road and you have a top defense, like, why would you drop back 25 times with a freshman quarterback? Just give the ball off, right? Lean on your defense, do all that stuff. So those two right away jumped out to me.
Oh, man, Jeremiah Love. I can't wait to watch him this year. Like, he is so damn fun. Just please stay healthy because he be hurdling folks. Like, do not land weird on your knee or something like that. Like, stay healthy because, like, that dude is electric. I was saying that last year might have been a hot take. I thought he was the best running back in the country last year. And I know Ashton Genty exists and all that stuff, but I thought Jeremiah Love was legitimately the best running back in the country. Call me crazy. I know what I saw. That dude is special. I think he's going to be special at the next level as well. Tyler, I've been talking to PJ about some of these young quarterbacks. We haven't really discussed which ones that you like to pop this upcoming season. So, like, when you factor in Arch Manning, Julian Sayin, Dante Moore, you got Austin Simmons at Ole Miss, obviously Bryce Underwood at Michigan. Which of these young quarterbacks are you most excited about? Like, which one, if you had to plant your flag on one of these guys, who would it be and why?
So in terms of like winning the Heisman, like I'm the guy I'm going to say I really don't want to win the Heisman, but in terms of just like on the field watching, to me, I think Lenore Sellers is the best quarterback in the country. I don't know how good South Carolina is going to be. I don't think he's going to win the Heisman this year. But in terms of just like talent, like we've seen Lenore Sellers last year, I think he's outstanding. I'm also excited to see Ty Simpson playing. It seems like Ty Simpson's more of what DeBoer wants in the quarterback. And now that he has Ryan Grubb back as his OC as Alabama, I think Simpson could have a monster year. And Austin Simmons is another guy I'm really excited for. I have like this whole conspiracy theory that like Jackson Dart and Trey Harris aren't really going to be that good NFL players. And this is the first time we're going to see Lane Kiffin with like a legit quarterback in Austin Simmons. So Austin Simmons is a guy I'm really, really want to see. And John Mateer as well. He's not young. He played last year, but there's a handful of quarterbacks. I want to see what's going on with Arch. I want to see him actually play a real team before I start giving out these outlandish takes on him.
Yeah.
Dude, like the takes are wild on Arch, PJ. Like people, what people say about Arch is like generational player. I'm like, are we sure? Like he looks like he's kind of small. Like I don't know if he's generational, but like Sellers, it almost feels like this time next year we're gonna be talking about Sellers in like the offensive rookie of the year market. Is he going number 1 overall? Like, I know everyone's been talking about Aller and all that stuff at Penn State, and I like Penn State a lot this year, but Sellers, based on what Tyler's saying, like he might actually be the guy once we get into like January, February, March when you take a look at the NFL. So a lot of excitement with these young quarterbacks in college football. Last year wasn't the year of the quarterback. It was more of a transition year, as we saw with this NFL draft. We got Cam Ward and Jackson Dart as the first-round picks. Travis Hunter won the Heisman Trophy. This year, it feels like the quarterbacks are going to once again take center stage on Saturdays, and I can't wait to see how it all unfolds, starting this weekend with the big noon kickoff game, Texas and Ohio State. On the other side, we'll begin hour number 3 here on You Better You Bet, breaking down all the big headlines from NFL Cutdown Day and the Browns' new QB2 out there in Cleveland. It's all coming at you next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Mike, you might lose your job. Nobody wants to play there. What happened to Miami?
Yeah. I think it's one of those cases of like the culture is just crumbling.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's Tua Tagovailoa's fault, because when I first heard this quote, I would say to myself, if there's anybody who can handle this situation with grace, it's Tua. Because say what you want about him when he's on the field or when he can't stay on the field, but I feel like he has handled adversity pretty well. And even with all these former head coaches and offensive coordinators kind of dragging him through the mud, like he's remained like pretty positive, and I feel like he feels sure of himself. So he handles this situation maturely, like he always does. But it just feels like there's not enough.
Josina Anderson, you're adding to the problem of what's going to kill Shador's career. So now you want to roll a guy out there who's injured because he'll have plenty of time to heal. Do you realize how crazy you sound? How insane that is? In a game we talk about health and safety, you want to roll a guy out there just because he needs the reps, because it'll maintain his rhythm? Hey, Josina, when a guy is taken in the 5th round, a large portion of his career is going to be spent as a backup quarterback, or at least an early going. There's no maintaining rhythm. You come into a game when your number is called, and you're prepared to do so. And also, as far as what was gained for the Cleveland Browns, what about the wide receivers, the tight ends, the running backs, who are trying to cling on to dear life for some semblance of an NFL career to put on tape? What did they gain by Shador Sanders taking 5 sacks yesterday? Nothing. So maybe in that last drive, one of those guys, because Snoop Huntley's at least capable, help them out in putting some decent tape on, because it was non-existent when Shador Sanders was on the field. This selfish act of the way some are covering Shador Sanders is a disgrace to journalism. And it's going to bury Shador Sanders' career. Because who the hell wants to sign that guy when you have that many people clamoring for him to start and be treated even more fairly in preseason games, some of the media should be ashamed and embarrassed with their journalism degrees with the way they've handled Shedeur Sanders.
It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. Unbelievable! This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back. It is hour number 3 of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe alongside PJ Glasser. PJ doing an awesome job filling in for Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us tomorrow after some much-needed time off. I will be taking time off starting tomorrow. So Nick and I just missing each other, but we'll be back together next Wednesday as we celebrate week 1 in the National Football League season. I'm going to Cabo. I'm doing it.
Never been.
Going to Cabo.
Have you ever been?
Yes, I went for my brother's bachelor party in 2019. We were in Cabo. A little bit of a different pace this time. We're going for my parents' 40th anniversary. They're going to renew their wedding vows. So their anniversary is on August 31st. Thus, Labor Day weekend, of course, a big weekend for my family every year. But 40th anniversary. So congrats to my parents in advance. I don't know if they're listening because they're already there. I doubt they're listening right now. but yeah, that's what we're doing down there. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Already checked into the flight earlier this morning. Got a bunch of errands I need to run after the show today. But it's all good problems since this time tomorrow, you'll be seeing me chilling by the beach, baby. I'll be kicking it.
Is that a direct flight?
And that's where I'll be at.
Do you have
no,
any?
Unfortunately, it's weird. So at certain points in the year, there's a direct flight from Vegas, but I guess in the summertime there's not. So I actually have a layover in San Francisco. So I'm like going like backwards. Going from Vegas up north to San Francisco and then down to Cabo. So it doesn't make any sense. And on the way back, my layover is in Phoenix and then go from Phoenix to Vegas. So a little bit of an annoying development, but hey, you know what? You take the good with the bad, and the good will definitely outweigh the bad and the minor inconvenience of there being a layover. But enough of that. Let's get into what we want to talk about here to begin this third hour. Oh, by the way, want to let folks know, make sure you stick around 1 hour from now. Herm Edwards, ESPN NFL analyst, will join us to break down all the happenings from NFL Cutdown Day, as well as the Kansas City Chiefs. Does Travis Kelce still have gas left in the tank? It sounds like it might be his final year, the way he's talking. Didn't want to go out with that blowout loss to the Eagles in the Super Bowl. We'll get Herm Edwards' thoughts in about an hour. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by our baseball aficionado, Jay Kassan, to break down the MLB awards. We got an updated AL MVP poll from MLB.com, and boy, there is a development in that market and said poll where Cal Raleigh is now leading. No longer Aaron Judge. Judge was the leader all throughout the season, but Cal Raleigh has surpassed the reigning AL MVP. Will he win it? Got about 4.5 weeks to go. We'll see if he can hold on to that bad boy. We'll break all of that down coming up in about 20 minutes. But PJ, we've had a lot of news over the last about 40 minutes in the NFL. Cutdown day, teams had to be down to 53 players by 4 o'clock Eastern. But now a lot of the reporting of said players who unfortunately have been waived is starting to come out. And we're actually going to start with some guys who were not released, but definitely newsworthy based on the roster moves that were made. And we'll start in Cleveland, where we've been talking about the Browns quarterback competition and the controversy, or whatever the hell you want to call it, all throughout training camp and in the preseason. Based on the reporting that was out there in training camp, I don't know what people were watching, because once we got to the games, it was a lot different, because Dillon Gabriel will be the Browns' QB2 this upcoming season. He will be playing behind Joe Flacco, so Gabriel's second in command. Shedeur Sanders will be an emergency third quarterback, so he'll still be able to dress on game day, but he's only going to be able to play if both Flacco and Gabriel were to get hurt in a game. The NFL wants to avoid what happened in that NFC title game a few years ago when Christian McCaffrey was one of the Wildcat at quarterback when Brock Purdy blew out his elbow in that NFC title game. So Shedeur Sanders can dress and be an emergency QB, but it'll be Dillon Gabriel, the third-round pick, as the QB2, which makes a lot of sense based on what we've seen over the last about 8 to 10 days coming out of Cleveland.
Definitely. I mean, Gabriel has looked like the more polished, the better NFL quarterback up to this point. So don't think it's too much of a surprise. Probably going into the process, I certainly thought Shedeur would be QB number 2. He was given opportunity to be quarterback number 2. But with the way that last preseason game went, Femi, I think they were already leaning towards Gabriel, and that was just kind of solidified it pretty much for them putting Gabriel at QB2. Shedeur took 5 sacks. He was running around. He did not make good decisions with the football, and Gabriel was great. So I think it was an easy decision for Cleveland to go with Dillon Gabriel as quarterback number 2. I do think we're going to see him at some point for sure, because we know Joe Flacco's not the long-term answer. The Browns are going to be one of the worst teams in football. I think they are going to be the worst team in football. They got a brutal stretch to start the season, so it's going to get ugly fast in Cleveland. And I think we're going to see Gabriel sooner rather than later. And definitely the right choice for sure to go with him over Shedeur as we continue to build up this narrative with Shedeur, and maybe he's not getting a fair crack in the NFL. But the Browns made the right decision. He's absolutely looked like the better quarterback. And Femi, we've talked about the Browns earlier. I think we're probably going to see him. We talked about the Saints earlier, maybe when we're going to see Tyler Shuck potentially in that week 6, 7, 8 range. I think it's probably going to be about the same for the Browns. They get 3 NFC North teams the first 5 weeks, or the 6 weeks. They get the Ravens, they get the Bengals, so they're going to be big dogs in a lot of games. And I think about week 7, week 8, it's probably when Cleveland ends up making a change.
Yeah, because I know they have to go overseas to take on the Vikings. I think it'll be definitely after that game. So I agree, probably some point in October, mid to late October, you see Dillon Gabriel. If it ever happened earlier, look, man, there's some pretty big prices on Dillon Gabriel to be the offensive rookie of the year. Now, I would never bet this. I'm not recommending it, but I'm just pointing something out. Over at BetMGM, Shedeur Sanders is 60 to 1 to be an offensive rookie of the year. Dillon Gabriel, 80 to 1. Does that make sense? One guy is ahead of the other on the depth chart. But in the betting market, one guy has a shorter price than the other. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm not saying to bet Dillon Gabriel because he doesn't have a path to the field right now. But let's say Flacco gets injured in the first couple of weeks, or it looks so bad to where they just say, you know what, screw it. Let's just put Dillon out there in week 3. That's a price that's going to shorten quite a bit. So just something to keep in mind with this Cleveland Browns situation. There's no reason why Shedeur Sanders should be 60 to 1 to win Offensive Rookie of the Year when Dillon Gabriel is literally ahead of him in the depth chart and will play on the field before Shedeur does. So Gabriel will be your QB2 in Cleveland. I think we're going to see all 3 guys at some point because I think all 3 of them are bad. But for sure, it'll be Flacco, then Gabriel, I'm assuming, at some point in October, then maybe Shedeur Sanders as a nice little Christmas gift for everybody on Twitter that clamors for him to go out there and get the best opportunity possible. Let's get to the news in Atlanta, though, PJ, because this is a big one. The Atlanta Falcons offensive line is under siege right now. The injuries are mounting, and the big news today is that their right tackle, Caleb McGarry, will be on season-ending IR due to a knee injury that he suffered at practice. This is really important because McGarry, as the right tackle, is the blindside protector for left-handed Michael Penix Jr., who is now taken over as the full-time starter behind center for the Falcons. I don't know how you spin this as a positive for Atlanta. This is a team that I've been bullish on to win the division. I'm not all the way removed from that because you look at their main competitor, Tampa Bay. They also have offensive line injuries as well. But there's no good way to cut this one up with McGarry done for the year and Storm Norton, their swing tackle, he's out for 2 months. So this is going to be a really banged up O-line to start the year and maybe a prime opportunity for Atlanta to kind of get a leg up on Tampa ends up being missed next Sunday when they host the Buccaneers to start the season. So a bad development here for the Atlanta Falcons as they lose their right tackle for the rest of the season.
I mean, that really is brutal because going into the season, Femi, I'm looking at PFF's rankings for offensive linemen. They have Atlanta at number 8, right? So a top 10 unit, pretty strong, one of the strengths of their team. Losing Penix Blindside for a guy who's really not all that mobile either, that is definitely a big loss. And you mentioned it. I mean, getting 2 divisional opponents in the first 3 games, that's going to be tough. I think what maybe helps them is the fact that they have an early bye week in week 5. So now they're trying to shuffle it together. They're trying to figure out ways to make the O-line better with the loss of their right tackle. And I think having that early bye week, they can maybe reassess after the first 4 weeks. And they don't play against like the greatest defenses. You know, Tampa, Carolina, Washington, certainly not all that great before the bye, and then they take on Buffalo and San Francisco. It's tough because Atlanta, obviously, they build their team to have a good offensive line. They know they have a pocket quarterback. Penix isn't all that great of an athlete, certainly compared to a lot of the other quarterbacks that we have in the NFL. And not only that, they want to run the football. They have one of the best backs in the NFL in Bijan Robinson. So it really hurts their team with the offensive lineman injuries that they have had. I don't really have a strong stance on Atlanta, Femi, to be honest with you. I kind of think they win the division just because. I certainly don't want to bet the Saints. I think the Panthers.
You're out on Tampa.
Yeah, I am out on Tampa. I just don't think they can strike gold with 3 straight offensive coordinators. You know, Canales and Baker were great. Liam Cohen and Baker were obviously great. I just don't know if they can do that 3 straight years. Baker, I thought, was going to regress a lot last year, and to his credit, he was terrific. And now they went out and got Emeka Egbuka, and by all accounts, he's been awesome. Mike Evans just never ages. They're going to get Godwin back at some point. So the offense should be good. I think their defense is going to take a step back. And talk about O-line injuries. I mean, they're going to be dealing without Wirfs to start the season. So that is also going to be a big blow for Tampa Bay. This is just one of those divisions. It's funny. The 2 South division, Femis, for me, the AFC South and the NFC South. I kind of like the Texans by default, and I kind of just like the Falcons by default, especially at the plus 220 price. But these injuries to the offensive line, they do hurt them big time and puts more pressure on Michael Penix, obviously, as a young quarterback to kind of make the best of what you have, you know, and overcome those offensive lineman injuries. So they'll definitely be leaning on Bijan early. I would like some props with Bijan early in the season to take some pressure off of Penix and that offensive line. But I think getting that early bye week definitely helps them play the first 4 weeks of the season, see how the offensive line goes, and kind of make adjustments along the way to try and make the best of the situation that you have.
Yeah, Robinson will certainly be the bell cow on that offense. 15-1 to win Offensive Player of the Year. A lot expected of him. A lot expected of Drake London. Some stuff is expected of Kyle Pitts. I'm not going to fall for the trap. I know Michael Penix Jr. has been saying that he wants to make a concerted effort to get him the ball. Great. So did Kirk Cousins. So did Desmond Ridder. So did everybody else before you. And it didn't work out. So maybe Penix is different, but I'm not going to hold my breath waiting for the Kyle Pitts breakout season, because if you've been doing that, probably 6 feet under. Let's get to some other news in the National Football League. The New England Patriots cutting their former first-round pick, offensive lineman Cole Strange. Strange started 29 games for New England, was a Belichick draft pick, and Bill sent this to us via text message, and I thought it was actually a very damning fact for Bill Belichick and how things kind of ended for him in New England. But the last remaining player for the 2022 Patriots draft class is 3rd-round pick Marcus Jones, who's a really good player. Like, I like Marcus Jones quite a bit. Good corner, good return man. But Cole Strange, he's gone. Tyquan Thornton's gone. Jack Jones is gone. Pierre Strong, Bailey Zappi, and then a host of other names that I don't think anybody would ever remember. Only one draft pick remaining from that 2022 class is Cole Strange, waived by Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots. Strange, I think, is a starting caliber offensive lineman. I'm sure somebody will claim him off waivers and try to bolster their O-line, but the O-line, it's a little bit of a youth movement in New England. Do you think that works for the Patriots in year one for Mike Vrabel and year two for Drake May, most importantly?
I don't know. I mean, they had the worst offensive line in the NFL last year, and they're doing their best to address that. And, part of the reason they probably got rid of Strange was because he contributed to them having the worst offensive line. But again, that's why I'm just not buying into this big jump for the Patriots. A 4-win team last year, now their win totals at 8.5. You can't understate, the upgrade at coach with going from Gerard Mayo to Vrabel, and now a full year of Drake May. I'm just not as high as everybody else seemingly is on Drake May. I don't think he's quite arrived. I don't look at him and be like, the Patriots have found their guy, at least not yet. And as much as I love Vrabel, and, there's some stuff to like about that offense along with Drake May. Everybody was loving Travion Henderson, right? But, that offensive line is still a real work in progress, and their defense is good. I wouldn't consider it like a top 10 unit. So I just think the Patriots as a whole are extremely overrated, and I certainly think they have some work to do on this offensive line. Will Campbell, by all accounts, looks like he's going to be the real deal. We'll see how he turns out to be. But, yeah, man, I'm down on the Patriots. I'm not as high as everybody else is. For a team to be favored in 0 games last year, and now they're favored in 11, off of what? I don't get that. So I'm
Vrabel
down
voodoo.
with the Patriots.
Yeah, it's Vrabel voodoo. When they hired Mike Vrabel in January, I said I was going to be in on New England. I thought I was going to be alone. Everyone's in on this team. So the win total, which was once 7.5, now 8.5. The improvement's already baked in. I think you're flipping coins at this point. Not to say they can't be good, but just something I probably wouldn't bet ahead of this regular season. All right, we'll turn our attention to the Diamond, breaking down Major League Baseball awards with our guy Jake Hassan next here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
What's interesting about this game is that the Sharps made their first move. I've got this up on the screen, 187, 188. So the initial total was 50.5, 5-0. And it got hit right away. And then you started to see the 49s go away. And now you're seeing the 48s go away. So even at 48, which is a pretty important number in football, those are disappearing. 47.5 at Chris. 47.5 at BetMGM. A whole bunch of 47.5s in the offshore market. Now, eventually, there's going to be that buyback, naturally. If we get to 47 at any point this week, you're going to have some groups go, buy. buy, and they're going to buy over. But this is that old sharp square thing. Like, do they really like the under, or do they really like the number? And more times than not, they're betting a number. So those guys that went under 50.5 and 50 did their jobs. It's never going to run to 46, 45.5. That's just not going to happen. But I wonder if we're going to see this close north of 48. I lean to the under in the game. Look, Texas has 4 new offensive linemen, and Ohio State is replacing its starting quarterback with a kid who's played a handful of games, Julian Sayin. Sure, the promise is there. The upside is there, but the production's not there. And he's got NFL receivers, of course. But this is an offensive team in Ohio State that lost a bunch of guys to the draft. I mean, you're replacing, some of your best receivers, and you're replacing your best running backs, and you're replacing your starting quarterback. The talent is there. We know the talent's there on offense. But I'm inclined to think that this move to the under is real. And while there may be buyback, I don't think I'd agree with it. I don't know that I'd go over 47. I missed the move under. I wanted 49 so bad, didn't get it. I'm kind of in a holding pattern right now, but this feels like, to me, a 24-20 game either way.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet here on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe alongside PJ Glasser, the Glass Man. We've been hanging out here on this Tuesday. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by ESPN's Herm Edwards to break down all the biggest stories in the National Football League. But right now, PJ, I wanted to get to a little bit of baseball because, boy, the baseball awards, it feels like when you close one book, another book opens. And last night, we saw a big shift in the American League MVP market. Now, over at BetMGM, this is funny because earlier this morning, Aaron Judge was the minus 160 favorite. Cal Raleigh was even money. The two of them now co-favorites at minus 110. And this is coming off Cal Raleigh hitting another homer last night to now have 50 home runs, the most ever by a catcher in a regular season in Major League Baseball history. At Fangraphs, if you want to be in those streets, Cal Raleigh tied with Aaron Judge when it comes to wins above replacement, something that's really, really important for winning most valuable player. And then the biggest nugget of them all, the MLB.com MVP poll that came out late last night, earlier this morning. And the poll is as follows. Number 1, Cal Raleigh with 22 of the 37 first place votes. Aaron Judge came in with 15 votes. He's at number 2. Bobby Witt Jr. 3rd. Jose Ramirez 4th. Tarek Skubal is at 5th. But Cal Raleigh, for the first time this season, has passed Aaron Judge in the eyes of would-be and voter-adjacent people so far here with 4 weeks to go in the regular season. I want to bring on our baseball aficionado, Jay Kassan, because we've been talking about this awards market off and on. Like, when Judge got hurt, we talked about it. Judge came back, hit a home run, and said, all right, we're probably just back on track with Aaron Judge. But Judge continues to kind of just be mediocre. And Raleigh, even though he's below average in terms of like batting average standards for MVPs, The guy's hitting home runs every night and appears to be out of his power slump and is now back to being the big dumper. This, I think, because I said this earlier this season, where I was like, all right, I think that Cal Raleigh can actually finally win this award. Now it feels like it's real now that we're heading towards September and people are out there saying, hey, it's Cal Raleigh who's the MVP, not Aaron Judge, with Judge struggling since the All-Star break. How do you square this up with at BetMGM right now? We got picking prices between the two candidates, Jake.
I can't really disagree, right? Like, I mean, the poll tells you everything you need to know for the most part. I think it's right because I don't think Judge should be a plus money price because people are just going to bet that. And if he goes back on a heater, he does probably win. But I had been saying, oh, well, if Cal Raleigh's only going to hit home runs but still hit, 180 the rest of the way in the second half, then Judge probably wins as long as he keeps up this historical season that he's got going on. And then Judge decided to just suck. So that definitely helps Cal Raleigh because while Cal Raleigh's not hitting for average, he's at least hitting for homers still, and he now has the single season record by a catcher for home runs. So Judge isn't doing any of that. Judge is not hitting for power or for average, and if that's what it's going to be, then yeah, I think Cal Raleigh should be able to win this award, especially if he gets to 60. And by all means, it looks like he is going to get to 60, if not eclipse 60, maybe eclipse Judge's record. So I think Cal Raleigh definitely could win this, but I don't think it's over by any means because all it takes is Judge to get back on track to start being Aaron Judge again, and then he takes the driver's seat back.
So yeah, I guess from a betting standpoint, is it just too much time right now to bet Cal Raleigh? Because that's the fear. If you bet Raleigh at -110, it's like, okay, I'm entering into the market, I'm betting Cal Raleigh. And then all of a sudden in 2 weeks, Aaron Judge hits 4 home runs, and you're like, ruh-roh, Shaggy, what the hell just happened? At what point would you feel comfortable betting Cal Raleigh? Would it have to be 3 weeks from now, once we get to mid-September? Is it final week of the regular season? When would you want to get involved? Because that's the whole tricky part about this. 3 weeks from now, Cal Raleigh -110 might be -1,000 if Judge continues to kind of slump here.
The first number that popped into my head, Femi, was 2 weeks. 2 weeks from now, I think once we're about a week into September, I think that's probably the point. It's also there are other things that are factored in here. If the Mariners come back and win the American League West and win that division, Cal Raleigh's getting a lot of that credit. And we know how baseball voters are. We know that they vote with semantics sometimes. It's not just the numbers game. And if the Yankees aren't going to win the American League East and just be a wild card team, I do think that some of these voters are going to say, all right, well, we're going to give it to Cal because that's value. You led them to a division crown. So I want to say 2 weeks, but if we're being honest, Judge probably only needs 3 weeks left in the season, 4 weeks left in the season because we've seen the heaters he can go on and he can close that gap or he could take the lead here. And just like if Cal Raleigh takes the Mariners to a division title, the voters are going to give him credit for that. You always have the New York Yankee bump too. So that's something that you have to kind of think about.
Yeah, and PJ, we had Robert Flores on with us yesterday of MLB Central on MLB Network, and he said that he felt that Judge was still the front runner, but only by a slim margin. I guess where I get concerned with Aaron Judge is that while there is the Yankee bump and the New York bump, there's also a little bit of voter fatigue. And Aaron Judge just hasn't really excited people over the last 5 to 6 weeks, whereas Cal Raleigh is doing exciting stuff every night with when do you see switch hitters hit 50 home runs? When have you seen a catcher hit this many home runs? The narrative and all kind of the gray area stuff feels like it's pointing in Cal Raleigh's direction, and Judge would strictly have to be numbers where he does surpass Raleigh in all the numbers outside of home runs. But I think if Raleigh continues to put up that big number, let's say he gets 59, 60 home runs, especially 60, I don't think there's anything Judge can do at that point. I think Judge just loses, which sounds insane to say out loud because he's the way better player. But Cal Raleigh's having a special season for a team that's fresh and new, and a lot of people are excited about it as opposed to what's going on right now in the Bronx, even though they've been starting to play much better than they were 3 weeks ago.
You know what's crazy? It feels like for the first time, in a while, you just get the sense that voters actually want Raleigh to win this award. Jake was talking about the Yankee bump, it's the same thing with Ohtani, right? It always feels like you're always trying to beat those two guys, and you got to consider they're the two faces of baseball. They play for the two biggest brands in baseball, and it's really tough to beat those two things. And even when PCA was going crazy, right, or the last couple, it just never felt like you got the vibe that like voters actually wanted those guys to win it. But Femi, for everything that you said, it feels like they want kind of Raleigh to win it now. Like they're just not talking about Judge like they used to. And he got off to such an absurd start, and the Yankees were playing great baseball. And then they started struggling, and Judge hasn't quite been the same. I mean, he's still putting up great numbers. He's batting .323. He's first in OPS in all of baseball. He's still leading the sport in WAR. So, like you said, he's still leading in a lot of categories, but you're just seeing things with Raleigh that you've never seen with the catcher. And I think in baseball, more than other sports, when you hit certain target numbers with homers, it's just like hard to overcome that, you know? Like now that Raleigh's getting into the 50s, and if he gets to 55, and then if he gets to 60, yeah, if Cal Raleigh hits 60 home runs this season, Femi and Jake, I think he wins MVP. I don't really think there's anything Judge can do at that point. If he hits 60, I think it's a wrap. So I think that's what, if you're betting Cal Raleigh or Cal Raleigh himself, I think that's the number that you're shooting for. But I just think what's the most incredible about this market is like it actually feels like voters, like in their heart of hearts, like they kind of they're rooting for Cal Raleigh. Like they want him to win this thing. They want to vote for him. He's just obviously got to go out and continue to play well.
Yeah, and it's fresh and it's new. And I think oftentimes voters are kind of looking for, hey, like if you give us a reason to go to somebody else, we'll take that. You know, like just give us the excuse. And Judge, this injury kind of gave them the excuse and opened their eyes up to saying, hey, maybe we should seriously consider Cal Raleigh with what he's been able to do. I know Raleigh had that slump in July and for like the early portion of August, but he has since come out of that. Like the average is still not good, but he's hitting home runs damn near every night. So it kind of just like hides the fact that he's a below 250 batter, which sounds insane. Like think about your childhood, like 20 years ago, like, oh, would somebody batting 250 win the MVP? Hell no. But in 2025, you can do that if you hit 60 home runs. I think right now, like, if I had no money into the market, because I have like a little bit of Judge putting some parlays, I'm not like sweating it right now. Like, let's see what happens over the next couple of weeks. But if I had no money in it, for those of you listening and watching right now, I'd be more inclined to bet Cal Raleigh than I would Aaron Judge. It just feels like the momentum is kind of going in his favor. And I think the onus is now on Judge to steer it back to him. Like if things just play out how they have been, Cal Raleigh's going to win the award as indicated by this poll. But Judge, he's a big-time guy, generational player, like one of the elites, the all-time greats. Like he could definitely steal this thing, but I think he's going to really have to take control of it over the next about 2 to 3 weeks. Because once we get to like the final week or so, final 10 days of the season, I think people have just made their minds up, and there's nothing that could happen in that final 10 days that'll sway one person one way or the other. I think by then it'll probably all be settled. So the AL MVP, very interesting after not being interesting for the first half of the MLB season. What's also interesting, Jake, is the AL Cy Young. We don't need to bring up the National League Cy Young after last night. I know last night was a big night for you, unfortunately, for our guy Christopher Sanchez. He did not rise to the occasion. But in the American League Cy Young, we have a race. And it might not seem like it because in the AL MVP poll from MLB.com, Tarek Skubal is 5th. And it feels like in the minds of a lot of people, Skubal's just going to win again. It's his award. But when you look at the numbers, Skubal and Boston Red Sox Garrett Crochet are kind of neck and neck. And the betting market is starting to get there where Skubal, who was once, I want to say like a minus 1,000, minus 1,500 favorite, is now down to minus 125. You have Garrett Crochet on this surging Red Sox team at even money. He continues to stack really good outings together. You look at their numbers, pretty similar. Like I think, Jake, with about 4.5 weeks left, it's going to come down to the final 4 or 5 starts with these two guys. I would have put my money if I had to on Skubal because I think he's a better pitcher, but like Crochet refuses to go away, man.
Yeah, he does. And like you said, he's been remarkably consistent, too. And Skubal was minus 1,000 because he looked like he was in the MVP race. I mean, we all bet a little bit on him when Judge went on the injured list. That was really awesome. Yeah. Don't have to belabor that point. But Skubal looked like he was going to cruise to this, and Crochet was awesome. I mean, he's been, no more than 10-1 or so since the beginning of the season. Like, everybody knew that he was going to be in this race. I just don't think people knew how close it was going to be at the end of the day. And the thing is, too, Skubal stumbled a couple times. His last couple of starts, I mean, 7 innings, but 3 earned, 4 2/3, 4 earned, 7 innings, 3 earned. He hasn't been immaculate. And Crochet, for the most part, kind of has. And he's racking up a ton of strikeouts, too, which that's the eye-popping number. Like, Skubal can go out there and get you double-digit strikeout games, but he doesn't always do that. So I think that's what's helped. I think you're absolutely right. I think this is going to come down to the wire. Honestly, though, Femi, I'm on the other side. I might be betting some Crochet. Because, I said this earlier in the summer too, Skubal over the last calendar year, this is far and away the most innings he's ever thrown in a 365-day span. He's a guy that dealt with a lot of injuries in his career. Last year was the first year he was really, truly healthy, and this year. And so it's just maybe his body is just not built up for this, and you're starting to see some of the wear and tear catch up to him from the last year.
Yeah, dude, that's PJ. How do you feel about this race? Because, I'm a little surprised that Jake said he would go with Garrett Crochet, who, he also, you can talk about innings with him as well with what he was doing with the Chicago White Sox, but that might have been more like a financial thing. Didn't want to risk any injury there. But, Crochet, if he steals this award, it'd be pretty remarkable just based on, I think, in everyone's minds, it felt like Tarek Skubal is just going to win the American League Cy Young because he's the best pitcher in the American League.
Well, and it's interesting, too, right? Because when Crochet was with the White Sox, it was kind of the same story with him, too, about you were wondering, could he go all this amount of innings? Yep. And he's done it really, really well. But he's everything Boston could have hoped for. And Jake's right, the consistency that Crochet has had, and obviously how Boston's played here in the second half. And you look at their schedule coming up. I mean, he's going to start against the Orioles, and then he's got to start against Cleveland, and then you got one against the Athletics. So he's facing some pretty bad teams and some lineups that he can take advantage of. I will note that they do end the season against Detroit. So could you imagine if we have Crochet and Skubal to end the season, which could be awesome.
Put that in the veins.
Put it in the vein. I think you have to like Crochet, though, too, just because Boston is battling for a wild card spot, right? Detroit's in the post. I mean, they're up 10.5 games in the American League Central. Like, they're going to win that division. Boston, they're only one game up on the Yankees and Seattle for that top wild card spot. So they're going to have Crochet go every 5th day, maybe even towards the end of the season, every 4 days, right? Trying to get him as many starts as they can. Cora's going to let him go as long as he can. Whereas with Hinch and the Tigers, like, you're chilling with Skubal. You know, you obviously you want bigger things in October. That part of it, I think, is interesting too. I'm with Jake. If I had to make a bet, I would go with Crochet as well.
So here's what makes it fun. Is that right now, if you look at, once again, Fangraph's version of WAR, F4, Skubal has the lead. Like, Skubal's at just a little over 6 wins. Crochet is at a little over 5 wins. But if you look at some of the runs allowed stuff, some of the more traditional numbers, that's where Crochet actually has the edge. And that's the stuff that the voters usually gravitate towards. It's not like all the fit-based wars and all that. It's usually what actually happened, not what theoretically should have happened. So Crochet has a little bit of an edge, but Tarek Skubal so far has shown that he's a pretty big mountain to climb, and maybe Crochet can do it. On the other side, we'll wrap up with NL Rookie of the Year and some other NFL news and notes here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I mean, if the NFL red zone is crack for a lot of people, then college red zone for me would be, is there such a thing as double crack? I don't know. But whatever is more powerful than crack, that's what it would be for me. I would love that.
Yeah, I need to study the gateway of drugs. Like, remember in school they taught us, like, the gateway? It's like,
oh, yeah.
well, beer leads to weed, and weed leads to cocaine. Like, I don't know what the next rung is. I need to ask my local DARE representative. But just to be a negative person about this, would college football be different for red zone? Because I think of this. I feel like there are more long touchdowns in college football. Am I wrong? Like, maybe it's different for the big teams that play actually closer to an NFL brand of football. But, like, think about watching, like, Maction. How many of those touchdowns are, like, run-of-the-mill touchdowns? Like, they ain't punching in from 1 yard. Like, it's like a punt, blocked recovery. He's going to scamper for 47 yards down the other way and then throw up on the sideline. Like, that's why I feel like the red zone in college football might not hit as good as well as the NFL.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet on a Tuesday on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser. We should go ahead and let you guys know, because 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by ESPN's Herm Edwards to break down the National Football League. But 1 hour from now, we'll be giving out all of our bets tonight in the world of sports and also this weekend, because I'm going to be off the rest of the week. So I'm going to be giving out my college football week 1 bets. And if you want to be betting sports tonight and into the weekend, make sure you're taking advantage of the cool promotions that our friends at BetMGM have to offer. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. We will get to all of some other news and notes, which Bill's just put into the chat right here. Bill, this was like from what, just recently, about 2 minutes ago, 3 minutes ago? Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer letting the media know that Michael Parsons would need a ramp-up program to get back out on the field, courtesy of The Athletic. So that's the case down there in Dallas. I figured that was the case. Get the deal done. I'll say this, PJ. I think it gets done on Friday. I'm saying it now. Friday. Yep. Okay. But I'm in Cabo. I'll be hanging out by the beach. And I don't even know if I'll get notifications. I don't know what the hell the Wi-Fi situation is going to be like. You know what? I should just throw my phone into the ocean, honestly. But I think Friday at some point, Parsons 4 years, 165 million, whatever the hell it needs to be, and we'll all get on with our lives. So
when do you
that's
start
what we're
sweating
saying right now?
When do you start sweating, Femi? Like if we get to next Tuesday, next Wednesday, like at what point will you start being like, all right, Jerry, like come on, Tuesday, okay?
Yeah, Tuesday, because like as Shadi is saying, like he needs to ramp up, and I don't know if he's going to be practicing if he doesn't have the contract. Now he also doesn't want to miss game checks and just forfeit those, so maybe he says, all right, whatever, I'll come back to practice, and then the whole thing just kind of goes by the wayside, and we do this dance all over next year, but. He needs to practice, man. like we say deadlines make deal. The deadline's coming up here pretty soon, Jerry. Like, you know what you're going to do. You're going to sign this guy. He's too good of a player for you to, like, just put him on the tag for 2 more years and then just let it all play out. Like, just get him signed. Let's move on. Let's make up. And let's go out there and win some damn games in 2025, at least hopefully. But that's what's going on in the National Football League with Michael Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys. Let's get back to baseball with our baseball aficionado, Jay Kassan, here on You Better You Bet. In the last segment, if you missed it, we broke down the AL MVP, the AL Cy Young, 2 awards markets that we didn't think would be hotly contested late into the season. But hey, it's a long season. Things happen, and they have happened with Cal Raleigh now a co-favorite with Aaron Judge and Garrett Crochet of the Red Sox on the heels of the Tigers' Tarek Skubal. But an award market where it's close because nobody's good, that's over in the National League with the NL Rookie of the Year, the bane of our existence. It's like it feels like we're deja vu with the AL Rookie of the Year last season with that race between Luis Hill, Colton Cowser, and Austin Wells, who is like pretty much like he who should not be named in my household, essentially. But the NL Rookie of the Year, as it stands right now over at BetMGM, your favorite is Cubs pitcher Cade Horton. Isaac Collins of the Brewers is plus 180. Drake Baldwin of the Braves is plus 200. Matt Shaw of the Cubs 30-1. Agustin Ramirez 35-1. But pretty much, according to the betting market, we have a 3-horse race. Jake, is that how you see this awards market? Or could somebody that's a longer shot enter the chat in the final 4.5 weeks of the regular season?
I mean, I know what I want my answer to be. I want to say, yeah, Matt Shaw still has a chance at this thing because he's been awesome for the entire month of August. People keep tweeting me about it and asking about it, and his defense has been spectacular too. I just unfortunately think he dug himself too deep of a hole. It's too little too late. So I guess it's just these 3 guys, but I also thought it was just Collins and Baldwin 2 weeks ago as well. So the more that those 2 continue to not be playing and be mid as well, and the more that Horton continues to be awesome, the problem is, as I always say, with a pitcher, Horton needs one bad outing. He has a Christopher Sanchez outing, and it's over, and he falls way back to the pack. It's also Horton, too. He has to be meticulous. He has to be perfect the rest of the way. He can't afford to stumble even once. Usually we say, once, twice, maybe. If you stumble, that's usually the second time. That's where you exit. Horton's going to finish with like 120 innings. He's going to have fewer innings than Paul Skeens had last year when he won, and that was already an anomaly, but Skeens was just so damn awesome and had so much gravitas that he was able to win. Horton's barely, Horton hasn't even cleared 100 innings yet. It's August 26th. So if he's going to win, and I'm not saying he can't win, he can absolutely win. And because this market is very stupid, all of these guys are very, very mediocre at best, and I'm being kind by saying that. He can definitely win because of that and because he has been awesome. But, man, he has basically no wiggle room.
Yeah, I'll say this. I don't buy it with Cade Horton.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't buy it. Like this just came out of nowhere. And he's been good, but then, he doesn't pitch, and then all of a sudden he becomes the favorite. Like what are we doing here? Like, none of it makes sense to me. I do think that Matt Shaw still has a chance to win this one. Maybe I'm wish casting. Maybe I'm just trying to bring it into existence. But you look at what we talk about with the Rookie of the Year awards. Wins above replacement is the compass. And right now, according to Baseball Reference, Matt Shaw is the most valuable rookie in the National League. At some point, and I know nobody's talking about him right now, so maybe I'm just yelling into the abyss and nobody cares about this. But like at some point we will have to acknowledge if he continues to hit the ball like he has been in August, where he has an OPS over 900, like we're going to have to acknowledge that this guy's just been better than everyone else. And if he's a 3-win player and Horton's at 1.8 at the end of the season, like does Horton win? Does that make sense to anyone? Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Like you can think that Horton's the guy, but like explain to me how Matt Shaw's 35 and Cade Horton's plus 140, and Matt Shaw is literally like a win and a half better than him according to Baseball Reference. Like that's where I just cannot get there with this betting market, and where I actually believe there is a betting opportunity as it stands right now. Like if you don't have anything, I'll advocate for it. I think that now's the time to bet Matt Shaw. I'll say it. And maybe I have egg on my face in 2 to 3 weeks or whatever, but I do think Matt Shaw is a bet right now. Like, I just don't see how these other guys are so far ahead of him in the betting market when the production says otherwise.
Oh, Femi.
I'm making the impassioned plea, Jake. I'm making it.
Listen, I'm with you. I would love for you to be right, my friend. These tickets that we put in when he got called back up, 3 months ago, that'd be really great to be sitting on. I just feel like I'm getting set up for a Christopher Sanchez situation where I'm going to get my heart broken. I totally am with you. I think that there is a case. I feel like some of these voters are going to go look at just the raw stats. It's kind of like the Cal Raleigh thing. Matt Shaw might end up hitting 250. And like Isaac Collins, for example, might finish with an 800 OPS, but he's hitting 300, and he's on the division-winning team, and some of the voters might say, all right, well, we're going to give him the credit for that. I would love for you to be right. I do agree that I think that the price is wrong on Matt Shaw, especially because, like you mentioned, all of this movement came on Cade Horton on a day he didn't even pitch. Like people are texting me, hey, you seeing this odds move? And I'm like, did I miss something? Like, he didn't start today, right? And I'm looking for him everywhere. Nowhere to be found in any of the box scores, or specifically the Cubs box score, I guess. So I don't really understand what the move was about. I guess it was more anti-Baldwin and Collins. But yeah, I think you're right, Femi. I do think that this is a wrong number on Matt Shaw. If you are just getting into this market, I do think that's something you do. I mean, he's had an OPS over 1,000 in his last 30 games. Since the All-Star break, he has been awesome. He's hitting 295, OPS over 1,000. The defense has been legit as well. He steals bases too. So sure. What the hell? Sure. I guess.
I mean, we're saying that we want to pick off good numbers, and PJ, I want to get your thoughts on this because, like what we're talking about here is like the mid-off of all mid-offs. Like none of these guys are actually good, but it's one of them has to win the award by rule. You could get there with Isaac Collins. Like if Isaac Collins wins, I would not bat an eye. I'd say, all right, yeah, like he was on a team that won the division, he was impactful. But like the Cade Horton stuff, to me, that's where I'm just like this is fugazi. Like, it's out of nowhere. It makes no sense whatsoever. I'm curious to get your thoughts between Collins, Baldwin, Horton, and maybe even Matt Shaw, PJ.
Well, that's where I was going to go is I don't really know who to bet in this award, but the guy I would not bet is Cade Horton. That's the guy I wouldn't bet, especially at that price. I mean, Jake said it. Like, he got steamed Sunday morning. We get a text from somebody saying, go bet Cade Horton 5-1. I look up, he's plus 1. I'm like, what happened? So all this steam that came in on him. And to Jake's point, when you're a pitcher in the Rookie of the Year market, you have to be perfect. And Cade Horton's been unbelievable in his last 7 starts. He's only given up 2 runs in his last 31 innings pitched, right? 36 innings pitched. So, I mean, the guy's been unbelievable. At some point, you think he's probably going to get roughed up. And when he does, it's just going to be tough for him to make up that kind of ground. So, Femi, I mean, you said it. You can really make a case for, Shaw, Collins, Baldwin if you wanted. Horton, I mean, this just seems like you really, really missed the boat. And if you're getting in on this price, you need this guy to continue to be as good as he has been. And I just don't know if that's going to continue. So I wish I could give you an answer. I'll root for Matt Shaw with you guys because you're invested. I don't know who to bet in this market, but I would not bet Cade Horton. That's the guy I would stay away from.
Yeah, and I think Cade Horton needs to continue the dominance that he's been doing over the last 6 weeks. How likely is that? That's where I sit here because, and we have this news that just came out about an hour ago, like Texas Rangers Nathan Eovaldi out for the rest of the season. Like that was the whole thing with Eovaldi and seeing his AL Cy Young price start to come down a little bit about a month ago. And everyone say, hey, look at Eovaldi. He's not giving up any earned runs. And then all of a sudden he starts giving up earned runs because that's what pitchers do. You're not going to be like, hey, I give up only 1 earned run for 8 straight weeks. Like that's just not realistic. It's not realistic whatsoever. So I would expect a little bit of Cade Horton regression. And when that regression hits, we're going to go right back to these position players. If it's not Matt Shaw, and hey, it doesn't have to be. It could be Isaac Collins of the Milwaukee Brewers. It could even be Drake Baldwin of the Atlanta Braves, who at one point felt like he was going to be the guy that grabs control of this award, sitting as like a minus 250 favorite, who you can now get at plus 200. It continues to be fluid. I think you need to be checking the box scores all throughout these games every single night. And once you do that, take a look at some of the opportunities at a plus money price that you can bet, build up a portfolio, and hopefully you profit. But as it stands right now, I am taking a stance against the favorite, Cade Horton of the Chicago Cubs. I don't even think he's the most valuable rookie on his own damn team. That does it for hour number 3 here on You Better You Bet. On the other side, ESPN's Herm Edwards joins us here on You Better You Bet, talk some National Football League on a Tuesday.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I mean, if the NFL red zone is crack for a lot of people, then college red zone for me would be, is there such a thing as double crack? I don't know. But whatever is more powerful than crack, that's what it would be for me. I would love that.
Yeah, I need to study the gateway of drugs. Like, remember in school they taught us, like, the gateway? It's like,
oh, yeah.
well, you know, beer leads to weed, and weed leads to cocaine. Like, I don't know what the next rung is. I need to ask my local DARE representative. But just to be a negative person about this, would college football be different for red zone? Because I think of this. I feel like there are more long touchdowns in college football. Am I wrong? Like, maybe it's different for the big teams that play actually closer to an NFL brand of football. But, like, think about watching, like, Maction. How many of those touchdowns are, like, run-of-the-mill touchdowns? Like, they ain't punching in from 1 yard. Like, it's like a punt, blocked, recovery. He's going to scamper for 47 yards down the other way and then throw up on the sideline. Like, that's why I feel like the red zone in college football might not hit as good as well as the NFL.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, bring it up, Jake. Let's go. Of You Better You Bet, otherwise known as the Power Hour. Femi Abebfe alongside PJ Glasser. PJ doing an awesome job filling in for Nick Costos. Nick will be back with us tomorrow after some much needed time off. I will be gone tomorrow, but PJ holding things down here without Nick Costos, as we've had a fun 3 hours so far on the program, and we have a great 60 minutes on deck for you guys, as well as 40 minutes from now will be all of our bets with our Power Hour plays. And it's a special edition of Power Hour plays because on a Tuesday, I'm giving out college football bets for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. No college football for me this upcoming week as I'll be in Cabo. So we're giving out the bets. I'll be watching the games, but I'm not going to be here on the show starting tomorrow. So I will give out all of my college football bets. We'll give out some bets for Major League Baseball tonight, the WNBA tonight. Power Hour plays coming up in about 40 minutes. 20 minutes from now, though, have you taken a look at week one? Do you know what you're going to do in Survivor? Survivor strategies, Survivor plays for us. Now, they're not going to be final. We reserve the right to change our mind. But we're looking at Survivor. For those of you who don't know, Survivor, a very, very fun sweat throughout the NFL season. PJ and I will break that down coming up in about 20 minutes. But PJ, I saw this earlier this morning. This was courtesy our friend John Ewing over at BetMGM. The most bet teams in terms of the ticket count and the money for week one of the NFL season. If you had to guess, I don't know, have you seen this so far? I don't know if you've seen it yet or not. Okay, great. Perfect. If you had to guess, and the team is the same for the most bets in terms of the ticket count and the money, who do you think is the most bet side for week one in the NFL season?
That is a good question. Most bet side for week one. I'm going through the games. I'm gonna say it's the Eagles. -7.
Ding, 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 ding. It is the Philadelphia Eagles, the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles. Eagles laying the Eagles laying the 7 is the most bet side in terms of ticket count and the money. Of course, that's the opening night game. But you have been Mr. America's team, even more so than me, a guy who roots for the Dallas Cowboys. You really like Dallas week one. So it sounds like, PJ, it's going to be you against a lot of folks next Thursday night to start the regular season.
Still music to my ears, Femi. Love it. Yeah, we're on Dallas. I'm glad we got the 7 now. I don't think we're getting 7.5. I think this is the buy point here with Dallas certainly getting the key number.
Unless Micah Parsons doesn't play, maybe it's 7.5.
That's a very good point. Well, we were talking with the whale capper yesterday, Drew Dinsick, and he said, there was money coming in on Philly yesterday. It moved from 6.5 to 7 with McLaurin signing and Hendrickson signing and Parsons not signing. Do you think that had anything to do with it? I mean, you just said Eagles are the most bet team, so obviously the public is on them. You think any of the Parsons stuff had to do with that line change at all?
I mean, I think it's the chatter around Parsons. I don't think it's Parsons information. Okay. I don't think people are betting Philly because it's I know Michael Parsons is not going to play because he's going to hold out all the way into the season and miss game checks. I think it's more so the amount of negativity around the Dallas Cowboys this offseason. And this dates all the way back to January when they hired Brian Schottenheimer. They didn't really have an official head coaching search. McCarthy kind of just told them, kick rocks. I don't want to be here anymore. So I think it's more so the Schotty hire was very uninspiring. They didn't do a whole lot once again in free agency. And then now we have just negative story after negative story with Jerry Jones saying that I don't want to deal with the agent, et cetera. It's all working together. And of course, the Eagles are awesome too, coming off a Super Bowl victory. I think that's why you have this now Eagles 7 as opposed to the 6.5 that it was earlier this past weekend.
Yeah, no, makes sense. And to your point, I mean, if Parsons, if he doesn't play, I mean, that'll go to 7.5 for sure. He's worth a half point. He might even be a full point to the line. You could see it going to 8 as well. But I do like Dallas. You know, rivalry game. We talked about it yesterday. I feel like in this series, especially recently, the road team has tended to play better. Dallas seems to always play Philly tough in Philly. And all the reasons that people are betting against Dallas and on the Eagles is all the reasons why I like Dallas. People are betting against Philly because of what they've seen in the preseason with Dallas, because they have a new head coach, because Dak is coming back from injury. Like, I want to bet into all that stuff. You know, early on in the season, if I have a big underdog that has the potential to be decent, like, I want to attack those games, right? Because if Dak turns out to come back from injury and looks really, really good, if Schottenheimer as a head coach and this offense looks like they're clicking, if the defense looks way different than they did in the preseason, I mean, you're not going to be getting these numbers with Dallas very often. So this is the challenge of week one, right? I mean, it's lines off of what these teams did last season, how we all project them to be, the offseason moves that they made. But nobody knows anything until we get to like week 9, 10, 11, and we've really seen these teams play. So you give me this many points, Femi, with a good quarterback, with an offense that's capable of putting up points, two teams that know each other really well, I'm going to take it just about every time. So I'll take Dallas +7.
And to go along with what you're saying, it feels like week one, amongst all weeks of the NFL season, is the one that's most guided by just perception.
Of course.
It's guided by whether positive or negative. It's just perception, because we're all making educated guesses. And the betting market, which is incredibly sharp, especially for NFL sides, like, it ain't that sharp week one. like we all remember last year week one where the Minnesota Vikings were damn near pick 'em on the road against the Giants. Like, you get laughed out of the room if you hang that number right now. But that's just, we're all kind of like sort of making educated guesses as to what it's going to look like. Like, that's why you see, as we get through the first month of the season, first 6 weeks of the season, teams get upgraded, they get downgraded. It's all fluid. And then by the time, like PJ mentioned, we get to like week 10, week 11, or even later than that into the holidays, that's when we know exactly what the point spread should be. And it's a lot more sharp than it is early in the season. So like, that's where if you have negative perception, like the Dallas Cowboys have this season, based on how they've talked about in all the daytime shows, Jerry this, Jerry that, Micah this, Micah that, Shoddy this, Shoddy that, it hasn't been good. Like what's the last good Cowboy story that you've heard this offseason, PJ? Have you heard one? I don't know if I've heard one. I guess maybe the promotion of the Netflix documentary, which is great, by the way. But that's like the only positive thing I've heard about the Cowboys this offseason. I guess maybe when they traded for Pickens. Maybe the Pickens trade was positive. But that's about it. Outside of that, it's been very negative. Thus, the Cowboys are a big underdog opening night against the Philadelphia Eagles. Let's get to some of the other teams, though, that are pretty highly bet. The second most bet team. It's the same on the tickets and the money. I'll see if you can get this one. So we have the Eagles as the most bet team. Second most popular, though, tickets and the money. PJ, what do you think it is for week one in the NFL?
I'm going to say San Francisco -2.5 at Seattle would be my guess.
Ooh, that is not correct.
Okay.
Wrong.
Okay.
Guess again.
I'll go Kansas City -3 against the Chargers.
So the Chiefs are the third most popular with the tickets, fourth most popular with the money, but the second most popular team is a team that we actually talked about earlier in the show, and we talked about them before the show and during the breaks. It's the Denver Broncos, laying the 7.5 against the Tennessee Titans, which if you look at that now, PJ, a lot of sports books, and BetMGM I still believe has a 7.5. They do, as we have it right now on the right rail. A lot of other sportsbooks, though, have Denver laying 8. And I see a pretty sharp offshore sportsbook that has Denver as a 9-point favorite at home against Cam Ward and the Tennessee Titans. It makes a lot of sense. I'm not high on Denver, but in this particular spot, I would be much more willing to back them than I would Tennessee, given the fact that Denver's home field advantage early in the season is massive. Teams still trying to get their legs underneath them. Now you got to go play at altitude. with a really good home crowd that's incredibly fired up for this team this upcoming season makes a lot of sense. I could see Denver winning that like 24-3 or like 31-7, something in that range. So I understand why a lot of folks are back in the Denver Broncos. Do you feel that way about Denver in this particular matchup, or would you go the other way and maybe back the road dog with the rookie quarterback?
I mean, if we start seeing some 9.5s pop up, I think I'd start to get pretty interested in Tennessee because people are just going to tease the heck out of this game, Femi, right? I think that's why you're starting to see some 8.5, 9. Like this is absolutely the teaser game. So, I mean, as we get closer and closer to Sunday, there's going to be more and more and more money pour in on the Broncos. I think you'll start to see some 9s pop up around more sports books so that those teasers go to 3, 2.5, those kind of things. If we get to that number, I mean, I don't think we'll ever get a 10. Like, I don't think a line would jump that much in week 1. But if we get up to 9 at more books or even the 9.5, I could see myself betting on Tennessee because, again, of the unknown. Like everything you said, right? Week 1 game, great defense. These are the kind of teams that Denver beat up on last year in the altitude. And the Titans have a rookie quarterback starting, but we don't know how good Cam Young. We don't know how good Cam Ward is going to be, right? I can tell you Cam Young's not going to be a good NFL quarterback, but we'll see. We'll see how Cam Ward is going to be. And some of these rookies, Femi, as of late, I mean, they have played pretty well in season openers. And 9.5 is just, it's a lot of points. So that game would be numbers for me. At 7.5, stay away. We start getting 9, 9.5, I maybe will be betting Tennessee.
I think I would need 10.5 to bet Tennessee.
Okay.
I hate the spot. I hate the spot for them. And like, here's where it stands for me. Like, rookie quarterback against a good defense, they just don't know what to expect in that first game. Mm-hmm. Like, we've seen a lot of good quarterbacks that have struggles in that week 1. I think back to 2012 with Andrew Luck in that rookie year where it's like, hey, he's the number 1 overall pick. Let's see what the Colts do against the Bears. He was horrendous against the Bears. Ended up being really good that season, but was horrendous week 1. Russell Wilson against the Cardinals that week 1. He was pretty damn bad. Now, I guess you can throw in my face RG3 against the Saints because he was awesome in the opener against New Orleans. But like more often than not, you see these rookies, even when they're good for their rookie year, they struggle week 1. I mean, look at last year, Jaden Daniels. He wasn't that great against Tampa. But then, like, come full circle, playoffs, he's beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and eliminating them in the playoffs. But that week 1 game, there's just certain things they have to get used to, the cadence of an NFL game day, et cetera, et cetera. And now you're doing it at altitude. And, like, let's be honest, like, Tennessee, even though I'm high on the team, their expectations that they're going to be bad. So I think I'd need, like, 10.5 to bet the Tennessee Titans. If anything, like, I think the Broncos teasers are not great for early in the season, especially week 1, but I do think it's a really good teaser leg with a total that low and a team at home that performs really, really well early in the season. So I get it. I understand why people like Denver in that game. I like Denver a little bit. Not really looking to lay it. I'll probably just bet the under, but if I had to bet the side, it would be on the Broncos as opposed to the Tennessee Titans. I'll give you the other most bet teams with the ticket count and the money. So third most with the tickets, Chiefs laying the 3 Friday night against the Chargers in Brazil. Jets taking 3 at home against Pittsburgh. And then the Giants +6 on the road against the Commanders. That's the ticket count. As for the money, Pittsburgh laying the 3 is the third most popular. So a little bit of back and forth there, a little push-pull between that Jets-Steelers game. The tickets are on the Jets. The money's on the Steelers. Fourth most with the money is Kansas City laying the 3. Fifth most is Arizona laying the 6, which is now out to 6.5. Any of that stand out to you, PJ? Any disagreements? Any agreements? What do you think of the rest of the most bet sides for week 1 in the NFL?
Yeah, it sounds like Jets-Steelers might be a little Joes versus pros type game, right? Public kind of liking the Jets a little bit. Yeah, pros liking the Steelers, which is interesting. I'm staying away from that one. I do think it's interesting that a lot of money's coming in on both the New York teams. The Giants, I think, are going to be a trendy underdog upset pick. But the more and more we get to that game, I don't know if I'm going to have a ticket on Washington. The Giants always play the Commanders tough, especially in D.C. They always do. I mean, that year where they were awful and getting smashed by everybody. They were like 10-point dogs. Sam Howell has like 6 turnovers and they lose that game outright. Last year, Washington kicks 1 billion field goals. Malik Neighbors drops a pass or they would have won that game. So even these years where the Giants have been awful, they've still managed to play Washington really tough and beat them. They've played Jaden Daniels pretty tough in the 2 matchups against them. So I can see why a lot of people like the Giants in that game. I don't know. Both those games I'm staying away from. I think the lines are about right, but I'd be careful of both the New York teams as dogs in those games.
Yeah, I think the Giants one at 7 made sense. +6, I can't get there. I cannot get there. Like, the Commanders are still a much better football team, even though I do love the Giants' defensive line with what they have in Abdul Carter now in the mix up front. On the other side, we'll tell you how to win your Survivor League, or at least how to try to make it past week 1. It's coming up next year on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
If you're worried about Scary Terry being back with the Commanders, worry no more. 3-year extension worth $96 million. So Terry McLaurin will stay Commander. So in that division, what about Parsons? That's the question.
They always
How
thought.
long- Yeah.
They always thought Terry would be there. I don't think anybody around that building thought that he was going to leave. It was just a matter of making both sides happy. They are trying to build around their superstar quarterback. And you brought this up earlier. That defense is getting older. I know that you have a long shelf life, ideally, with Jaden Daniels, but they feel like with the team they have and building off of what they did last year, they feel like they have a Super Bowl window in the next 3 years. So they wanted to make sure that everything around Jaden Daniels stayed the same or got better. You don't get better by losing Terry McLaurin. So this always felt like it was inevitable that they would bring him back.
Yep. You had to. Based on every move that you made, and with Jaden Daniels, like you mentioned, you had to bring Scary Terry back. 5 1,000-yard seasons. He's back with the Commanders, so no concerns there with their wide receiver 1.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. The Power Hour is rolling along here on You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM. Femi Abebefe, PJ Glasser. 20 minutes from now, our Power Hour plays bets in Major League Baseball, the WNBA, and for me, college football, because I'm not going to be here the rest of the week. So I'll give out my college football bets for Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Dude, we have college football for 5 straight days. Thursday, Friday,
you don't have to
Saturday.
Tell me.
It's like it's insane. Will
here.
you leave the couch starting Thursday, PJ?
No.
Yes or no? No. Just no.
No.
Will the glass man get sunlight starting on Thursday?
No.
It's a no.
It's all. Will he gain a few pounds? Yes. Just take all the the overs. The dent that will be imprinted on my couch, Femi. It'll take days to recover from. I mean, I'm gonna be firmly acquainted with the lots of TV watching over the next 5 days. Can't wait, man. It's awesome. I mean, this is the yesterday was like the last Monday without football until 2026. We're gonna get Thursdays without football all year now. It's gonna be awesome. So we made it. We're finally here. Can't wait for all the games.
You know, that's like always the crazy part about the NFL season, because we spend months talking about these week 1 games. And it always hits me, I think, like, because we get the week 1 games and we get Monday Night Football after the Sunday slate. And you're like, oh, man, okay, we get to react. And all of a sudden on Wednesday, it's like, hey, guys, there's a game tomorrow, week 2. We're here. And, like, you're just in it. Like you're not used to being in it. You're not used to being in the cadence of it all. But then week 1 comes, and it comes and goes. And then all of a sudden, here's week 2. Bang. Commanders at the Packers. What do you think? It's like, whoa, can I catch my breath? No, you cannot is the answer to that question. But it's a fun time of year. We absolutely love the NFL. Also, I'll ask you this, because I was thinking about this the other day with like the YouTube Sunday Ticket multi-view. I love it. I'm a big fan. Every year, without fail, the first about 10 to 15 minutes, 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Pacific, first 10 to 15 minutes, my head is spinning. Like, you're just not in like game watching shape. And I say that as an absolute degenerate sicko. Like, you're not in game watching shape for the first like 10 to 15. I'm like, okay, I got the game here. I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm trying to get like my bearings almost. It's overload, but it's a great overload. And then like you kind of ease in once you get to halftime. But like that first jolt, like you're excited, and then all of a sudden you're just like, oh, what do I keep tabs of? This is happening. Oh, this is happening. You're not there, you know? Like that's why I watch the preseason. I need a training camp just to watch games. Like, that's what I need, man. I mean, maybe college football this weekend will help us kind of like have a training camp of getting used to kind of keeping tabs of like 6, 7, 8 games going on all at one window.
See, it's funny that you get caught off guard at the start of the game, because I get caught off guard at that first witching hour of week 1 when you're just back in it and all these games are coming down to the wire. You know, like it's one thing when they're all starting and you get all these kickoffs going off and you're like, man, like we got 8 games, 8 NFL games. But the witching hour, when you get sweating out all these bets and all these games hit the fourth quarter, and you're reminded of just how good the NFL is, because all these games like come down to the wire. There's a reason the spreads are what they are. I mean, they're so sharp. So for me, it's actually like the end of those 1 o'clock Eastern time games when I'm watching them all come down to the wire. Every year I always get reminded, I'm like, NFL, it's ridiculous how close. Because with college, you get all these games, right? But I mean, there are so many. Some of them are like ESPN Plus. They're buried away. A lot of these games are blowouts. I mean, we got teams favored by like 40 points in week 1. But those NFL games, when they're just coming down, Femi, there's just, when it's like, bang, game-winning field goal in Atlanta, 4th and 12 in Dallas. You know, like we're going all over the board. I'm like, oh man, this is the best.
Gets you fired up, doesn't it? It gets you fired up, man.
It does.
It's a really great time. And to add it on top of all the sweats, your survivor pool, early and often, the sweat is real from minute 1. And for those who might not know, like the uninitiated, like NFL survivor pools, they're really, really fun. And they seem a lot easier than they actually are. But if you don't know, it's a really simple concept. Weeks 1 through 8, your goal for every single week is to pick one team to win the game outright. Not against the spread, just to win the game outright. The caveat is, though, you cannot use that team later on in the season. So it's like kind of like a choose wisely kind of adventure. Like once you pick that team, if they win and you advance, then you can't go back to the well. So you can't just say, I'm going to pick the Eagles every week, or I'm going to pick Kansas City every week. No, you got to kind of have some sort of a plan. And then you factor in a little bit of game theory as well, which is probably what gets me into a little bit of trouble because I like to play like a certified madman. That's my Survivor strategy. It's not for the faint of heart. Like it is just like if you're timid, you're not, and you're scared money, it ain't for you. Because like my strategy is to roll the dice. Because I do believe that's the optimal way to try to win Survivor. Some people, they play a little bit closer to the vest. You know, who's the biggest favorite that week? I'll go with that team. And more often than not, those teams win. But early in the season, we just got done saying it in the last segment. These point spreads, they're not as accurate as they are in November and December. You might think you have a big favorite and a safe choice, but that team might stink out loud, as we saw last year with the Cincinnati Bengals removing people from the paint almost on a weekly basis at the beginning of the season. So, PJ, how do you play Survivor? What's your tips? What are your strategies for week 1 coming up next week?
I'm the opposite way of you, Femi. So you like to roll the dice early on in the season. I try and play it as safe as I possibly can for as long as I can.
He's punting on 4th and 1. No, PJ.
Because, Femi, here's the thing, right? These teams that everybody wants to save, the Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs, right? All the top teams. Well, what happens if Mahomes gets hurt? What happens if Josh Allen, right? Like, injuries happen. So I don't want to play that game where, like, week 13 when the Bills are home against the Saints, that's when I'm saving. But what if Allen's hurt? Then you're screwed, right? So in Survivor pools, I hope there are people like you out there, Femi, that are thinking, man, let's roll the dice. Let's take a nice pick 'em in week 1. Let's get crazy. You go right ahead, Femi. You play that game. I try and play it as safe as I possibly can. I let people take chances. I try and last for as long as I can in Survivor because that's the way I approach it is, man, injuries can... They shake up everything, and you never know who's going to turn out to be good and who's going to turn out to be bad. So, yeah, man. Now, I will say, there is a pick'em type game that I am mulling over in week 1 that I feel
Glassman.
pretty good about. I feel pretty good about. I think we might be on the same side, Femi, because I just saw you text something in the. Are we going to war with Danny Dimes and the Colts in week 1? Is that the Survivor play?
Okay, I cannot do it. I'm a crazy person with Survivor. I'm not going down with Daniel Jones. I'm not doing that. But like in terms of being like an optimal strategy, picking a team that's not going to be popular amongst your pool, it's probably a really good play. Like it probably is, but I'm not going to live that life. I think there's some other teams that we could go down swinging on, some contrarian favorites, if you will. So I have a list of teams. I have 3 teams that I'm considering right now for Survivor. I'm curious to see how many teams you have. But the 3 teams that I have right now, the first one, the Jacksonville Jaguars at home against the Carolina Panthers. They're a 3-point favorite. The second one, and this goes against everything that I believe in, but I actually am starting to come around to maybe this team might be a little bit more contrarian after what happened last year and what's happened over the last 3 years, essentially. The Cincinnati Bengals are on my short list for Survivor in week 1. They're a 6-point favorite right now on the road against the rival Cleveland Browns. And then finally, you have to probably consider Denver. I'm not going to pick Denver. I don't think I will, but they're on the short list because they are a pretty big favorite at home against a non-division opponent. It just makes a lot of sense. I'll say this right now. Denver's going to be the most popular play. So, if you're looking to avoid the masses, don't pick Denver. But if you just want to, feel good about your selection because, hey, there's no guarantee that they win the game. Now, they're a pretty good favorite to win it, but it's not guaranteed. If you want to feel good going in, Denver's probably your option right now as an 8-point favorite, and that's probably going to go even higher by the time we get to kickoff. So those are the 3 teams I'm considering, PJ. Who are you considering for week 1?
So same teams, 2 of the same teams as you. Broncos, definitely. Bengals for sure. And then the Colts, as I was talking about. I don't think I'll get there with the Colts. The Broncos will end up being my pick. Everybody's going to be on Denver, like you said, but that's the team I'm going to go with. If Cam Ward goes into Denver in the altitude against that defense and he beats them, I'll tip my cap and I'll go out a loser in week 1 for the second straight year, man. But that's the way that's the way we're gonna roll. I think that's why the Bengals, though, are also a good option because how many people got screwed by Cincinnati last year and won't go back to the well, right? And they know the history of Joe Burrow and how he plays against the Browns, especially in Cleveland. And there will be fewer people that take Cincinnati in survivor pools than I think maybe you would expect because they're nervous with the Bengals. But Femi, as bad as that defense was and as bad as they were last year, again, if you go back and look at the Bengals' schedule, like these are the type of games that they won. Outside of New England in week 1, if you take away that game, all those other games when they were big favorites, they won those games and they normally covered those games. It was when they went up against the top teams in the NFL with top quarterbacks, those are the games that they won. So Zach Taylor, the Bengals, they've been making an emphasis, right? Playing the starters, getting off to a good start. They know that is what's been hurting them. So that extra focus, divisional rival, knowing it's a team that you've been struggling against, like I don't think it's going to be the same Bengals team that we have seen the last few years start seasons. I think it's going to be a different kind of team. I know the defense is really, really bad. I get it. But, like, if you're going to want that defense, wouldn't it be against the Browns offense? Like, isn't that one of the offenses that you would want it against? So I'll probably end up going Denver, but I like the Cincinnati look too, man. I like the look because I don't think many people are going to be on it as much as you would think they would be.
Yeah, I think they're going to be the contrarian, like bigger favorite, if you will, because Denver's going to be popular. Arizona, who we've not talked about yet, like the Cardinals are going to be very popular because everyone has heard all season or all off season long how New Orleans sucks and it's going to be Rattler and the team stinks. And I think people are kind of bullish on Arizona being like a sneaky dark horse team. So I think Arizona is going to be your second most popular. Washington probably your third most popular. I feel like people are going to try to save Philadelphia just because of the Super Bowl champions and say, hey, I could use Philly somewhere else. But you'll get some people that take the Philadelphia Eagles. But like amongst those teams that are playing on Sunday, like of the big favorites, I think Cincinnati is going to be pretty clearly the fourth option, which like that's not going to give you the maximum like value, like taking like an Indianapolis would and the Colts end up winning to where it's like, okay, cool, I got by with the Colts and I still have all these other good teams to my disposal. But I do think you do gain an edge by taking the Cincinnati Bengals. So like I'm seriously considering Cincinnati for my week 1 survivor pool pick because also too, based on where I'm coming from, I don't like the team. So I don't really want to save the Bengals. Like I'm not like, hey, I can get Cincinnati against this other team. Nah, I'm good. like I don't need that. So I think the Bengals might end up being my option. Jacksonville, you don't have them on your list. It's going to be a scary game because I think it's going to be a shootout. But, like, it's another team where I want no parts of saving them, but I do think they're better than Carolina. The thing that concerns me, though, is that defense, I think, stinks. And there's a chance that this is last team with the ball wins. And with your survivor ticket, it's hold on to your butt if that's the case. I've lived through that in years past. It's not a fun experience whatsoever. You didn't give any consideration to the Jaguars at home as a field goal favorite?
Want no part of that. At all. None. Zero part of Jags Panthers. Liam Cohen making his first start, right, his first game coaching for the Jags. Lawrence is coming back from injury. See, what to me, what makes that game so interesting, Femi, is I think Bryce Young and the Panthers remind me of a lot of what the Jags were a couple of years ago, where Trevor was the number 1 pick in the league, all these expectations coming into the NFL. Year 1 as a rookie, disaster with Urban Meyer. Year 2, second half of the season, looks awesome. They get their way into the playoffs, go on that big win streak. Everybody's expecting big things in year 3, and it just didn't happen. Look at Bryce Young and the Panthers. Year 1, Frank Reich, disaster. Year 2, gets off to a bad start, but then we start to see some really good things last 6-7 games. So they're kind of headed on like the same plane. Like I see a lot of Bryce and the Panthers of what I saw with Jacksonville, and I just want to kind of watch them play the first couple games. Like, I don't think I'll bet Carolina the first couple weeks of the season. So because of that, I just can't get involved with them in Survivor, and I just don't want to bet Jacksonville either.
Yeah. Would you ever take an underdog? Because, like, that's like they say that you should never take an underdog in Survivor. There's some point spreads where it's like, all right, it's a 1 point dog. It's pretty much a coin flip. I wouldn't mind it, but like, I feel like amongst the underdogs, I actually would probably end up taking Miami. I know you said that you're on Indianapolis. I think I'd actually take the Dolphins as the team, just because I think that, like, hey, maybe it's just Tua's healthy. Tyreek is feeling good early season. Their pass rush should be really good. The secondary is weak as hell, but like, it's also Daniel Jones at quarterback. Can he exploit it? I don't know. I could see Miami though having a performance where they kind of try to shut up the haters after getting all that slander throughout the offseason. And some of it coming from this very show here on You Better You Bet, as we're not too big on the Miami Dolphins and dead coach walking, a.k.a. Mike McDaniel. All right, on the other side, all of our bets for tonight and this weekend with college football coming up to wrap up the show here during the Power Hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
During the draft, is the NFL colluding against Shedeur Sanders? Is the NFL colluding?
It's an actual story.
Yes, it was.
People are saying this.
I know. And do I think Shedeur should have been drafted higher? Yes, I do. But he fell to the 5th round. What was it last week? Is Dylan Gabriel trying to throw shade at Shedeur Sanders? Then that was a thing. And then this week, it's something new. Is Kevin Stefanski screwing Shedeur? He's a 2-time NFL Coach of the Year. No, he's not. Shedeur Sanders was what? 3 of 6, 14 yards, got sacked 5 times. He didn't look good. Looked great previously. He's been battling injury as well. And also, I think this was, like you were saying, it's a preseason game. No one thought the Browns were going to cut Shedeur. Obviously, they were going to keep him. So, Shedeur struggling. Let's put Snoop in here for the final drive. Get him something on tape. Probably not going to keep him. It's the freaking preseason. But if you go back to the draft, it's always something. Oh, is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Is Shedeur getting a raw deal? Look, at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, he is a 5th-round pick. If you disagree with that, fine. But if his name wasn't Sanders, you wouldn't be worried about what the Browns were doing with a 5th-round pick in a preseason game.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here. Final segment of You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network here. The Power Hour rolling along here on this Tuesday. I'm like 12 minutes from vacation, man, and it's needed. It is very much needed. Femi Benfe, PJ Glasser, hanging out with you guys over these next 4 hours. It has been fun on the show today, as if you missed any part of it, where we broke down National Football League Cutdown Day, Travis Kelce, the big news today, getting engaged to Taylor Swift. We talked about that a little bit. Major League Baseball awards. If you missed any part, make sure you check it out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. Odyssey, Spotify, Apple, iHeartRadio. Make sure you go ahead and check it out. Once again, You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And shout out to our crew today on the show, holding things down. Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown. It was a doozy over these 4 hours, and we did it with no guests. That's how much PJ and I were out here putting in work on a Tuesday, just absolutely grinding here on the show. But it was a great show nonetheless, and the vibes were high here on the BetMGM Network, and they will remain high after us here on You Better You Bet, because from 7 to 11 Eastern, make sure you are locked in, dialed in to BetMGM tonight with Ryan Horvat, and our next guest who's joining us right now, the bald freak, Brad Evans. Brad, how we doing? Happy Tuesday to you and yours, buddy.
Hola, amigos! The bald freak sporting a brand spanking new bone polish.
Ooh. So how often do you get that done? Like, is that like a once a week deal, or is it a couple times a week? Because I'm about to be there in a year, so I need all the tips that I need.
Yeah, look, I got a skull shaver, so I see my barber every couple of days, and I just go in and, in the shower and kill multiple birds with one stone. It's absolutely outstanding. So I get the cut done in like 5 minutes, and we're off. That's the beauty of having no hair. I am actually 99 years old, but you look at me and you're like, oh, man, he looks like he's 40.
That is the sneaky good part about being bald. Like, you cannot tell someone how old they are. It's just like, hey, if you got great skin, you can pass off as 30 years old or 80 years old. We don't know how old Brad Evans is. But Brad, what are you doing tonight in the world of sports, and why?
Yeah, amigos, I'm going to go with my guy, the Northsider from Chicago, and Matthew Boyd. I think he's going to record the dub tonight on the road by the Bay against the San Francisco Giants. It is at plus 145 for him to secure the victory, going against one Justin Verlander, who has looked like he's ancient. He looks like he's about 99 out there on the mound. Largely been down for him. A lot of inconsistency, a lot of incongruence in terms of the quality starts, few and far between. Boyd, meanwhile, respectable 3.09 road ERA this season. Yeah, he's only won 2 games and 13 starts away from Wrigley Field, but I think he's going to get off the schneid. He's already beaten San Francisco in a start at Wrigley back on Cinco de Mayo. Mas Tequila went 6 innings in that one, 2 earned runs, 7 strikeouts. The Cubs, 21 games above 500 right now, and you add into the Giants, number 22 in WRC plus over the last couple of weeks. I think Boyd will get the run support, go at least 6 strong, and score the victory. Love that one at plus 145.
Wow. So the streets have been saying that Matthew Boyd's a little bit of a fraud, but you're going with Matthew Boyd tonight. We wish you all the best of luck in doing that. He's scoffing at the streets. I see you. Put your chest in the bed. I absolutely love it. I absolutely love it. Travis Kelce got engaged earlier today to Taylor Swift. Congratulations to the both of them. You are a very big fantasy guy, a very big prop guy. Does this make you want to bet Kelce with anything? Does he get a nice engagement boost for the upcoming 2025 NFL season? Because he's saying that, hey, man, like last year, we're not going out like that. Like, do you elevate Travis Kelce from a prop standpoint and from a fantasy standpoint now that he will soon to be a married man to the biggest celebrity in the world?
Negativo. Congratulations on the fat and bank account in short order here for you, Travis Kelce. But I'm not moving off a single inch on my tight end cheat sheet. I still got him at tight end 9 this year. A guy that's seen a precipitous drop off in touchdowns scored over the last 3 straight seasons. Now you might see a slight boost, a slight surge there. 6-7 touchdowns, very much there on the table, but I think he's going to be below 650 receiving yards this year. I think he's a middling TE1 in 12-team fantasy league drafts, and I would firmly bet the under on receiving yards. Last I saw BetMGM, that was set at 700.5. I think he's going to be, again, in the 600 to 650 range. So the only thing I demand from those cool kids who struck the engagement, whenever the wedding reception commences, wherever it is, I must see Andy Reid breaking out the running man.
I'm more of like a worm guy. Can you get Andy Reid for doing the worm? Like that would be much better.
I know about that.
Maybe. You never know. Let's. I'm not doubting Andy Reid. All right. I'm not doubting him. But Brad, have a great show. Once again, we encourage everybody 7 to 11 BetMGM tonight. Brad with Ryan Horvat breaking down all sorts of things, live sweating all the games tonight in the world of sports. We'll talk to you later, buddy. Be well.
De'Erica Hamby over 7.5 rebounds against the Mercury at plus 110. I'm out.
Dabbling in the W. That is the great Brad Evans. Once again, 7 to 11 Eastern. BetMGM tonight, following us here on the BetMGM network. But it is that time to go ahead and let you know some cool promotions that our friends at BetMGM have to offer. So, Jake, go ahead and drop the dope-ass beat, and let's get the folks ready to roll for tonight in the world of betting. How about this one? BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. Make it legendary with BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. All right, it's that time of the night. We'll get to Power Hour plays, and we're going to begin, PJ, in Major League Baseball. Let's get to the Major League Baseball slate here on tonight's card. And look at the slate that we have. We have the Nationals and the Yankees. How about the Phillies and the Mets and the NL East? Could the Mets track them down? Probably not. They're 6 games back. But the Mets won last night. Let's see if we can get it done once again tonight here as well. Diamondbacks at the Brewers, Padres, Mariners, Reds, Dodgers. What do you like in Major League Baseball and why, PJ?
I'm fading the Miz tonight in the Brewers. Give me the D-backs plus 150 on the money line. Look, after the Brewers went on that 14-game win streak, Femi, they've just been kind of okay. 4-6 in their last 10. They've lost their last 2 series. Mizorowski's not been all that great, so I think that's a nice money line price tonight with Arizona at plus 150. And then I also like the over in Tigers and Athletics. For me, this is a numbers play at 11. Obviously, Sacramento overs have been a thing this season. But Femi, I've seen a lot of 10s. I've seen a lot of 10.5s. I've not seen a lot of 11s. So I think the fact that it's that high, Morton against Beto tonight, tells me that there are going to be quite a lot of runs scored in that Tigers-A's game. So I'll go over 11 in Detroit and the Athletics.
Awesome. Absolutely love it. No bets for me in Major League Baseball. I put all my focus in college football, which we'll get to here shortly. But we do have some action in the WNBA. Seattle Storm at the Indiana Fever. Got the Mercury against the Sparks. That's what Brad likes at De'Erica Hamby over on the rebounds. Anything for you in the W, PJ?
Staying away. I feel like every time I do this show, though, Femi, there's only 2 games, and the Fever are always one of the teams playing. Every time I do this show. But I'm staying away. Nothing for me in the W.
Well, wait until tomorrow, when once again we'll have 2 games. No, well, the Fever are not playing tomorrow, but there will be 2 games with Las Vegas and Atlanta, and then Connecticut and Dallas. The WNBA MVP market, though, as we continue to kind of track that, Nafisa Collier today has been getting bet like all day long. She's now out to like a minus 700 favorite. I don't know if I'd go that far, but she should definitely be the favorite. If she continues to play well, I think she'll win the award at the end of the season. Season ends, by the way, on September 11th, so only a few weeks away. And finally, because I'm going to be off until next Wednesday, college football week 1. Now, PJ's going to give his bets on Send It In and later on this week on You Better You Bet. But now is my time to shine and give you what I like for this weekend in college football. And what a slate we have. Top 5 showdown in Columbus, Texas at Ohio State. We We got Bama at Florida State out there in Tallahassee. I love that damn near all these games are on campus. Now, we have a couple of games in Atlanta, Syracuse, Tennessee, Virginia Tech, South Carolina on Sunday. That's also in Atlanta. But you're going to give me LSU at Clemson and Death Valley. You're going to give me Notre Dame at Miami and South Beach. It's a great, great weekend for college football. And here's what I like, starting with Saturday's action. I'm rolling with the Longhorns. Hook 'em horns, baby. Texas on the money line, plus 110. Now, I'm going to wait to see if I can make this bet a little bit later on, see if I can get some plus 115. But I will have Texas money line in my pending wagers. I think their trenches just overwhelmed Julian Sayin in his first career start. Ohio State with the coordinator changes, I'm not a fan of them. I think Texas.
Lost Femi there as he's giving out his college football plays. Oh, there you go, Femi. I think we got
Okay, I was going to say, I don't think I froze or anything like that. I guess, hey, my internet was still connected. I guess I just froze naturally. But Texas on the money line against Ohio State. I like Texas. I also like Clemson on the money line against LSU. Clemson minus 165. Again, the trenches at home in Death Valley. I think Dabo's guys get it done. Cade Klubnik, I don't really I'm like a big fan of him, but I do think he's set up really, really well this year for Clemson. So give me Texas money line, Clemson money line. On Sunday, I'm going to fade a lot of the excitement about South Carolina. Let's go with Va-Tech plus the 8 on a neutral in Atlanta. This is not even a big Va-Tech thing. This is just more there's so much excitement for South Carolina and Florida. This week, I'm fading the Gamecocks. So give me the Hokies plus 8. I will take Notre Dame on the money line, minus 130 in Miami. Coin flip game, I'm not doing it, Mario Cristobal. And Marcus Freeman showed us last year he does have coaching chops in these kinds of games, as Notre Dame was able to navigate the CFP before falling to Ohio State in the title game. So give me Notre Dame on the money line. And then finally, Monday night, let's play into it, baby. Let's put on our Carolina blue hoodies. North Carolina, come on and raise up. Plus 3.5, Carolina money line plus 140. I will be betting both of those. It's extreme. We don't know what it's going to look like, but I think it looks good against those fraudulent TCU Horned Frogs. So that is my college football card for week 1. Glassman, good luck with all the bets. Fun working with you this week, buddy. I'm sure we'll talk soon next week.
Femi, have a good vacation, my friend. Next time I talk to you, NFL week 1. Can't wait.
Absolutely fired up for it. So that does it for us here on You Better You Bet. For PJ Glasser, for our entire crew, I'm Femi Abebefe saying good luck with all the bets. BetMGM tonight. Brad Evans, Ryan Horvath coming at you next here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Bill Belichick. Going back, I'm switching gears here. Going back to college football, Bill Belichick starts next week. TCU, UNC. You're very close with him. How do you think things are going to go for him? And just we're short on time, so just a couple minutes.
I think it's going to be great. You know, he's the greatest pro football coach ever. I think he's going to be able to win with less, because I don't know how many, 5 stars and blue chips guys they got on their roster. I think they got, it's going to be kind of like, if you go back to Colorado, Deion's first year, he had like 40 transfers, and it worked out pretty good for him. And Bill's the greatest coach ever. I mean, Nick Saban's the greatest college coach ever. Bill's the greatest pro coach ever. I'll be shocked if he doesn't have success. I mean, totally shocked. And obviously, I'm biased. He's a great friend of mine. He's been a great friend of mine going back when he was coaching the Browns. That's how long we've been together. And I'll be shocked if he's not successful. I mean that. And like I say, you know what? 8, 9 wins, because I don't think the schedule is daunting. That conference is not. That's not the SEC or the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
And he gonna win games by coaching. He doesn't have to have the best players. He's gonna have, like I say, he don't have to have the best players.
over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Ryan Horvat, Brad Evans with you here on a Tuesday night, August 26th, getting you set for NFL Week 1, college football Week 1 as we wrapped up Week 0 last Saturday. We're going to have some action on Thursday night. Friday night, we'll be here live for all your live betting needs, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern, of course, on the BetMGM Network. Right now, Brad is refreshing. We're having some technical difficulties, or as I like to call it, a Tuesday. Right now, Boston up 2-0 on Baltimore. Atlanta 2-1 over Miami. Atlanta right now on the live line, -150 favorites. The Guardians up 3-0 on Tampa. Washington and New York are scoreless in the top of the third. And Toronto with a 3-0 lead early on Minnesota in the bottom of the second. A couple games getting underway. We'll keep you updated on what's going on in Major League Baseball. I believe we have Brad back. Brad, Can you hear me?
Hola, amigos!
There it is.
Unfortunately, I am back, and I apologize for blowing out people's eardrums. So, yeah, we're back in business. We got some ghosts in the machine tonight, working their way through the wires behind the scenes on BetMGM tonight. But we're plowing ahead, so I appreciate you picking up the baton and running with it on the rejoin. Just so you know, folks, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, you want to talk sports betting with us, our phone line's still wide open. Simple way to contact Horvath and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875, 833-732-3875. You can also drop your questions or comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, contact us via the X at BetMGM tonight. And speaking of fantasy football, we're going to talk some ADP risers in this segment right now. Guys who have really undergone a value adjustment in a positive direction or negative, depending upon how you look at it. Wants to steal the deal, maybe not so much anymore. Let's start with Jackson Dart. Now, to be frank, he's still available on the cheap. He was dirt cheap a couple of weeks ago, and then the preseason got underway and he started throwing bullets against second and third stringers, and people are like, oh, the guy I saw Ole Miss, yeah, that's translated quite nicely to the NFL game. I might move him up my cheat sheet rank. So right now he is available at quarterback 30, 25.19 overall. You were getting him well after pick 275 just about 3 weeks ago. I think Russell Wilson's days may be numbered. But let me ask you, Ryan Horvath, what do you think of Jackson Dart? And I'm going to set a random line. You can't bet on this at BetMGM. I'm just making this up on the fly. Over or under week 9.5, he is inserted in the starting lineup. If you take the over, it's after week 10. If you bet the under, it's week 9 or earlier. What say you on Jackson Dart seizing the reins for the G-Men?
All right, so last night on the After Dark, we got a little weird, Brad, and I said since nobody wants to make the case for the Giants to win 6 games, I'm going to do that. And I bet them over 5.5 wins because of the defense. So I kind of want to go over, thinking that maybe Russ has one more year left in him. But that's not going to be the case, most likely. So I would take the under. Look, I really like what I saw from Jackson Dart this preseason, right? Like, he is a pretty good athlete. He can make most of the throws. I was a little worried, like would we see him his rookie year or even that second year, would it take him some time to develop, because he comes from the most quarterback friendly offense in all of college football, the Lane Kiffin Ole Miss offense. But granted, it was preseason against second teamers and third teamers. I really like what I saw. And if you look at that schedule, man, there's a good chance they're 0-4, 1-4, 1-5.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I would go under, and that's the other thing. You have Brian Daboll, who I'm not saying he's a lame duck coach, but they've been to the playoffs once since he's taken over. You have Mike Kafka. So I think they're going to want to see what they have in Dart. So I'll go under here. And at quarterback 30, I would take a shot, especially when you're looking at, I would rather have Dart, his future, than Russell Wilson. Tyler Shuck didn't even win the starting job. I'm definitely not taking Spencer Rattler. So I would take a shot with Dart at quarterback 30.
Yeah, I could have hit a bullseye possibly of some time when he does get under center. I mean, he's a guy that does look magnificent. And granted, it was against a bunch of backups, but a player that I think is going to play, majority of the second half of the season. He was number 6 in adjusted completion percentage among all FBS quarterbacks last season. The only downside, he was quarterback 20, which is kind of ho-hum, and deep ball grade according to PFF. But again, that's among all the FBS quarterbacks in college football last year. He was number 2 in big time throw rate. And he's got this dude named Malik Neighbors. That is a win when you have a supreme field stretcher. So it's only a matter of time. Russell Wilson's days are going to be numbered. And I think you're spot on, man. I think this team has a chance of starting 1-7. And they're going to pull the plug on Russell and insert Dart at that juncture into the starting lineup. Hey, guess what? We got another caller. Again, you can dial in with your fantasy football questions. 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. Anthony in Rochester, New York did exactly that. Anthony, welcome to BetMGM tonight.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I love the energy. I love what you guys bring to the airways every night.
Thank
Just
you.
wanted to ask you a quick Just wanted to ask you a quick question about a trade that one of my league mates proposed to me right after our draft. I was lucky enough to get the 6th pick. CeeDee Lamb fell to me in round 1, and then on the way back, Nico Collins was there, so I took him too. So I'm deep at wide receiver. Do I keep the 2 studs, or somebody offered me Marvin Harrison Jr. and Travis Hunter for Nico Collins?
No, I would not
No,
take that
keep
deal
Nico.
For Nico Collins. No, keep
Yep.
Nico. And look, Nico, and I say this all the time. He's a guy that's capable of going nuclear every single stinking week. Now, the downside, we talked about it earlier with the Houston Texans, is that offensive line. All we need is for that offensive line is to be slightly below average. Below average, slightly below. I mean, they were dead last in run blocking and pass blocking efficiency last year, so that would be significant improvement. If C.J. Stroud has that kind of time and he can uncork down the field of one of the best field stretchers in the NFL, it could be a banner campaign. I got him firmly locked in as a top 10 wide receiver. That is not enough in return to justify dealing off Nico. I think you ride your 2 stud wide receivers. Horvat, your thoughts?
Yep, totally agree, man. Right? I mean, you're getting 2 guys that could have over 115 receptions this year, 2 top 5, top 10 fantasy studs. I think you hold on to them, man. So I wouldn't take the offer. I'd hold on to Nico for sure.
Good luck to you, Anthony, there in Rochester, New York. Again, 833-732-3875. Dial us. You can get us live, and we'll answer any of your fantasy conundrums. All right, let's go to running back. An ADP riser is a guy who really saw a stratospheric jump early on in the fantasy drafting season. It kind of leveled off these last couple of weeks. Omarion Hampton of the LA Chargers. We've got news today that it's sounding like Najee Harris is going to be available for week 1. How much of a workload is he going to get? Who the heck knows? I can almost guarantee you he's going to go full LaDainian Tomlinson in like the Darth Vader visor, because nobody has seen him in his eyes. They haven't looked at him in the face since that accident on July 4th with some fireworks. So we look at Hampton at RB13, 31.36. I think he's going to be a stud this season. Do you agree?
Totally agree, man. You look at the last 2 years at North Carolina, over 3,000 rushing yards, 30 touchdown runs, and he had over 67 receptions. He's 220 pounds, so he could run you over. He's also got speed. And, even last year, Najee, that was the most inefficient season he's had as a pro. And now he's got this eye injury. Like you said, nobody's seen him. So I really like Omarion Hampton, man. I think he's going to be a stud year 1.
Yeah, right now he's going for a high-end RB2 price in 12-team formats. I think ultimately his final destiny is somewhere in the top 10 among running backs, because the other key is he catches a football. Mike Clay's kind of forecasted for 41 receptions, and you look at what he did last season at Carolina. He was number 6 in the per attempt among all FBS running backs, number 3 in total missed tackles force, number 4 in total breakaway runs. He has no weaknesses, and again, he's built like a Sherman tank. As you already outlined, 6 feet, 220 pounds. Yeah, he's got to move the chains a lot this year in the City of Angels. All right, let's move on to Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. We talked about him a little bit last night. It is insane in the membrane what we have seen in terms of his ADP rise in a matter of like the last 72 hours. He's now up to RB33, 97.05. I'm pulling info in drafts conducted over the last 7 days. I've been hearing from some people who have been in drafts the last like 24, 48 hours. He's going as high as round 5, Horvat. Round 5 in 12-team drafts. People are drunk. Are you one of them?
No, I'm not, man. We talked about this. Even if he's there round 8, I'll probably pass, and he's not going to be there round 8, round 9, round 10. If for some reason he's there, then I have some interest, but Austin Eckler's not going anywhere. Even at his age, he's going to catch a ton of balls out of the backfield. Chris Rodriguez, we already know he's going to get the majority of the goal line work and the short yardage stuff. So I'm staying away at that price point, man. He's gotten a little bit too expensive for my liking. Not saying that he can't ball out, right? I've loved everything that I've seen from him. Short sample size, of course, but I'm passing at that price at running back 33.
I think he's going to be a lemon. I really do at that price point. I mean, he's going to be serviceable at times. He's going to have some flexy, sexy appeal. Mike Clay updated his projections, and this is his forecast. I think it's, pretty close to spot on for Krosky Merritt. 181 carries on the ground, 745 rushing yards, 7 rushing touchdowns, 25 receiving, and 179 through the air, and 1 receiving touchdown. He's got an RB 34. Remember, folks, he only had 13 rush attempts at Arizona last year, and he's in a full-blown committee. You want value? Austin Eckler. You want even more value? It's Chris Rodriguez for all the reasons you already mentioned. And Chris Rodriguez, they won 35 rush attempts. I know it's a small sample size, Evans. He was still top 5 in YAC per attempt and forced a missed tackle 40% of the time. He could be the steal of the deal, not JCM. Quickly, Travion Henderson, RB 15, 39.14. I know you're in love. Why?
So I love him, man. He's a home run hitter. Every time he's on the field, he's out there making plays. Love what he did at Ohio State, over 6 yards per carry. But I think he's a little bit too expensive at that price. I would still rather have James Conner, who I know is running back 1, Chuba Hubbard, who I'm back number 1, even Elvin Kamara and Amarion Hampton. So at 15, at 13, just a little expensive. I'd have him like 17, 18. I do think he could be a monster his rookie year, but not at that price for me.
Yeah, I think he could be a back-end RB2, not a high-end RB2. You're overpaying for his services. Hey, you want more Travion and Henderson insights? You're going to get an X with Bob Sosi, the play-by-play guy in New England. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
On the move? Take the BetMGM Network with you. Catch live Wagertainment anytime on Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn.
Sweat with the pros. Welcome to BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be talking to the voice of the New England Patriots here momentarily. That's Bob Socci. Before we bring on Bob, a friendly reminder. We got our pole dancing poll question of the day live right now, and it demands your answers and votes on X at BetMGM Tonight. It's asking you this: fantasy football players, which mid-range veteran running back do you feel isn't earning enough respect in 12-team drafts? Your options are DeAndre Swift at pick number 61.04, Isaiah Pacheco at pick number 65.63, Tony Pollard at pick number 68.82, or Aaron Jones at pick number 75.33. So far, close to 480 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, let's go out to the phone lines and bring on Bob Socci, voice of the New England Patriots. Make sure you follow him on X at Bob Socci, SOCCI. Again, on X at Bob Socci, where he's always bringing it to you there. Bob, welcome to BetMGM Tonight. Straight away from me, hearts in the fantasy football community are beating rapidly for Travion Henderson. He booked a standout camp in preseason, making electric play after electric play. What do you expect the RB split between him and Ramondre Stevenson will be in week one? And let me ask you this: how long will that split be, and will it sustain until, like, say, week 10? Your thoughts on Travion Henderson?
Well, I chuckle a little bit, and it's good to be with you guys, because Josh McDaniels is back as the Patriots offensive coordinator. And thinking back to Josh's tenure with Bill Belichick, when the Patriots had multiple backs in their running back room, it was liable to be any one of 3 or 4 guys, depending on who the opponent was, what the game plan was, who was likely to get the bulk of the work that particular week. Now, you're absolutely right. I mean, Travion Henderson has been arguably the Patriots' best player thus far through the preseason and training camp. And certainly it appears as though he has potential to be, I should say, their most explosive offensive player right now. But I think a couple of things for me that lead me to hesitate to tell anybody to draft him high in fantasy football or to bet on him big if you're a gambling sort is, number one, as I mentioned, Josh McDaniels' track record. I think as well with Henderson at Ohio State, when he did have the workload heavier than at other times, there were injury issues. And I think last year, of course, with a back sharing time, who's now in the NFL as well, and an outstanding player in his own right at Ohio State, I think you got an indication of how he was most effective. Now, I think for the Patriots, they're going to use him as a kick returner as well as a back. And the thought initially when the Patriots drafted him in the second round here locally was that this is a guy that probably would figure as a third down back per se, similar to Shane Vereen and James White. But he's much more than that. I mean, he's actually surprised the Pats in some respects. Elliot Wolf, the vice president of player personnel, said a couple of weeks ago that one of the things that surprised him about Travion Henderson is how well he's run between the tackles. But I still think that knowing Josh the way he's operated in the past, and also because Ramondre Stevenson, despite ball security issues, he's had fumbling problems last year and earlier in his career. He's a guy who's put up some very good numbers for McDaniels in the past, 1,000-yard season, 60-plus catches several years ago. And then on top of that, you have Antonio Gibson, who's a guy I think is a kind of an under-the-radar threat for this team this year as both a runner and a pass catcher out of the backfield. And I think you're going to see a lot of sets for the Patriots with 2 backs and he may be a guy who catches some balls in the red zone that otherwise would go to Henderson or Stevenson. So I don't mean to rain on the Travion Henderson prayer. I think he's going to be an outstanding player if he's healthy, but I do hesitate to encourage anybody to bank on him when it comes to fantasy football consistently week in, week out.
Bob, you brought up Josh McDaniels, who takes back over as play caller. What does that mean for Drake May year two? Year one, his rookie season, threw for over 2,000 yards in limited action, 15 touchdowns. I think he's going to use his legs. If you go back to the season with Cam Newton, that wasn't prime Cam Newton, and he still rushed for double-digit touchdowns. Is that kind of the offense you think that we're going to see with Drake? And what are your expectations, for him year two in the McDaniels offense?
Well, I certainly think Josh is going to try to utilize his legs, certainly more than last year in a designed way. When Drake ran last year, it was always unscripted. There were very few designed runs until maybe the last start or two. Alex Van Pelt was very conservative in terms of his usage of Drake in the running game. He did have a concussion early in his experience with the Patriots, and then a second near concussion that got hit and got pulled off the field by the spotter. So, there was a lot of caution that was exercised with him, and especially given the state of the team. I think Josh will incorporate RPOs and design quarterback runs. I think he'll have him on the move with design rollouts, moving the pocket a bit. But I think what we've seen thus far during training camp and preseason is that it's, for the most part, the Josh McDaniels offense that he ran with Tom Brady, that he ran with Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think with Drake May, you'll see, as I mentioned, some of those run concepts. But he's really taken to this offense very well in the pocket. I think you'll see the ball come out a lot. I think Josh's going to try to get rid of the ball out of his hand. He's still working on a couple of things related to his movement. Mike Vrabel's been very adamant from day one, remain a passer. When you're moving out of the pocket, remain a passer. And there's been evidence of Drake really taking to that concept and looking downfield to throw before automatically tucking and running, which I think a lot of young quarterbacks are prone to do. The other part of that, though, is also got to protect yourself. And go back to the second preseason game, he moved out of the pocket, and he did throw the ball away at one point under pressure, but he held on to it a lot longer than he should have, and he took an unnecessary hit. So I think you're going to see a blend. I think they're going to be aggressive with him at times, but overall, I think that they want to make sure that he is protected and he protects himself, and he's a passer first who can make plays with his legs. But, he has to have that threat too against opposing defenses. I think, with Josh McDaniels and Drake May, the receiver room is better than it was. It's just still not where it has to be for this team long term. They got a couple of tight ends who've been reliable players for them in Hunter Henry and Austin Hooper. And with those backs, and I think that's a real big area for Drake May in year two, passing to those backs. And maybe this is where Travion Henderson really has an opportunity to become, a point getter, if you will. I think Josh is going to use those guys quite a bit for Drake. Make him get rid of the ball early, have a lot of easy completions. Pop Douglas is taking over that slot position. Efton Chisholm is a guy who's made this team as an undrafted free agent. Very exciting player during training camp and preseason. So I think you're going to see a lot of short, quick throws, and they'll look to air it out when they can. But for the most part, he wants to get that ball out of Drake's hand.
Bob, a lot of people are fascinated by the Patriots' win total because last year they win 4 games. It was a rebuild year. Now the win total in Vegas is 8.5. So that's a big jump. Usually you don't see that. Do you think, that's too high of expectations year 2 for Drake May, year 1 now for Mike Vrabel as head coach of the Patriots? Or you think this team should, compete for a playoff spot and win 9 to 10 games?
Well, I'm usually known in these parts as a glass is more than a half full kind of guy, even when the glass might be a quarter full. Especially at our station, 98.5 The Sports Hub in Boston. I have to say, though, that I think the expectations, and I understand why. I mean, there's no question about it. This team is being coached better than it's been coached in the last couple of years. I think it was noticeable, a big difference in training camp, and going back to the spring, the cohesiveness of the coaching staff, the energy, the efficiency. Vrabel has that track record, of course, from his tenure in Tennessee. I think there's a real vision for what he and his staff are doing right now. And they've brought in better players through free agency. A lot of people very high on their draft class, and I haven't seen anything to date that sways my opinion about the potential for that draft class. I think we've talked about Henderson. There's some other guys who are rookies that have a real opportunity, I think, in the next couple of years to do a lot more than recent Patriots draft classes. And you look at the number of close games they played. The last couple of years, they lost a bunch of games that, in one way or another, whether it was an early miss or late miss, and it could have changed with a converted field goal or mistakes that were made that were unforced. And I think one of the things Vrabel and his staff have looked to do, and they did it in Tennessee early in his tenure there, and thus far we've seen it, in evidence in training camp and the preseason games, is clean up a lot of the mistakes, the bad football, the things that get you beat. The old saying when Belichick took over, when Chuck Noll coached the Steelers, before you learn how to win, you got to learn how to not to lose. And I think Vrabel's really put an emphasis on that. So this team's going to be better on the margins, and that should lead, because of the number of close games they've had in recent years that have gone the other way because of their mistakes, it should lead to a few more wins. And I think a lot of people look at the schedule and the quarterbacks they face this year and think that bodes well for them. I do caution people, however, that there are depth issues on this team, even in areas where they have seemingly improved, as we saw last week in the preseason finale. And I think you're probably going to see in the next 24 hours or so as changes are made to that 53-man roster as players become available to them. I think that there's concerns about the depth. I think the defense potentially has a great opportunity to be a strength that carries this team for a bit. Because of the two cornerbacks, Christian Gonzalez and Carlton Davis, and a defensive line that includes Milton Williams next to Christian Barmore. But then again, Gonzalez hasn't been on the field since the early days of training camp, and Davis has been a guy with a lot of injury problems and only recently came back to the lineup. And then offensively, their offensive line is a work in progress. It should be better, but there are still significant questions about the starting five up front in front of May, which was so problematic for them, not just last year, but really even the preceding couple of years.
We're talking to Bob Socci, the voice of the New England Patriots, breaking things down about this franchise. Could be ascending, to say the least, based on that 8.5 win total available right now at BetMGM. Bob, coming off the ACL setback and Cardi B boat parties this offseason, how was Stephon Diggs looked in the lead up to the opener? Are you confident he's going to reach 1,000 yards this season, assuming he stays upright?
Well, it's a big number, especially, looks like at his age, while he's moving very, very well, and I want to preface the comment I'm about to make with just how amazing it's been that he was actually able to get out there even after the boat video that went viral. He was able to get out there and practice and move around remarkably well for a guy, less than a year removed from surgery to repair a torn ACL. And he has looked very good in terms of his quickness, short area quickness. His route running is phenomenal. The polish. He gives the Patriots something, frankly, they haven't had in a long while. Certainly in my time, in a guy that has the production he's had, the reputation he has, and as well that flair. I mean, the Pats have had some really good receivers in my time in Edelman and Amendola. Diggs a different kind of receiver in a lot of respects over the course of his career. But I think there are real questions about what he can do in terms of big plays, chunk plays, whether he's going to be more of a stick mover for this team when he does get out there. I think another question, for them and for him is, again, with McDaniel's offense and Drake, I don't think Drake May can look to force feed Stephon Diggs. And there are some questions, Diggs raised them himself, about, what his expectations are for week one. He did that with Diana Rossini while the Patriots were having joint practices in Minnesota. He hasn't played in the preseason. He didn't play in the preseason games. He really didn't compete a whole lot in the competitive drills during the joint practices that the Patriots had, and they had 3 of them, 1 with Washington, 2 with Minnesota. So, when he does get out there and gets hit for the first time and gets into live game action, we'll see. Having said all that, he was on pace last year when he got hurt for, close to another 100-catch 1,000-yard season. He was right in that ballpark with the Houston Texans, and he became a different receiver. Now, part of that could be that he also was playing with Nico Collins and Tank Dell, and with the Patriots right now, they're looking for him, frankly, to be the guy, the number one guy for them. Maybe not the number one pass catcher when it comes to receptions total. That could be Pop Douglas out of the slot. But I think, right now you look at in that room, leader in the room, reputation, try to set coverage. I mean, Stephon Diggs is still, Stephon Diggs. Still a guy who's had all those 1,000-yard seasons and has the reputation that he's had. But I think there are still some questions about him over the course of this coming season, and really they begin with week 1.
Bob, we're up against it. We appreciate the time. Fantastic insights. Bob Socci, voice of New England Patriots. Follow him on X at Bob Socci. Bob, we appreciate all of the insights. All right, stick around, fools. We got more to come. A fantasy football boom, bust and bank next. BetMGM Network. This is BetMGM Tonight.
I think Georgia's talent has depreciated a ton since they won the national championship twice. Remember, they won 2. But the players, I mean, when you lose 5 guys to the NFL draft on defense in 3 straight years, it may seem like that's easy to replenish and recycle, but it's not. And I'm sorry, like maybe this is a hot take, but Gunnar Stockton does nothing for me. I think he's just a guy. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that, but to go from Stetson Bennett to Carson Beck to Gunnar Stockton is not progression, it's regression. You're not going to get big numbers, I think, from Gunnar Stockton. And you're also going to get a nice price. So Ohio State to make the playoff, BetMGM has -325. The no is +250. Don't love that split, but is what it is. Look, they have a true rookie at quarterback, essentially. Now, they're going to call him a redshirt freshman. But this kid's never played. And he's never played against good teams. So now you throw him into the fire week 1 against Texas, a top 10, maybe top 5 defense in the country. They lose that game, potentially. So now you're 0-1. You got to take on Penn State. Penn State's a higher power-rated team for me. And then you got to go to Michigan, who you haven't beaten 4 years. You're 9-3. You're not making the playoff with those 3 losses because you have to win a big game, Joe. So if you lose to Texas, Penn State, Michigan, you're out. It's improbable, and the math clearly favors Ohio State. But of those 4 teams you mentioned, I would be entertaining looks on Ohio State to miss and Georgia to miss. And the reason why, nobody else is saying that. Because everybody just assumes, oh, well, Ohio State will make it. They always make it. And they won the national title last year. They lost 14 guys at the NFL draft. 7 guys in the first 2 rounds. That's a lot. And you don't have this veteran quarterback to help you on early in this season. So I have doubts about those quarterbacks. Of the 4 teams you mentioned, I don't trust Gunnar Stockton. And the hype is real on this Saiyan kid, but we don't know. Until we see it, we don't know.
Start with the game on Thursday night, which I can't wait for. Number 25, Boise, is at USF. Boise laying 6.5 right now with the total of 63.5. Keep an eye on the total. I think an over might be worth a look here. Boise State last year opened up the road against Clay Helton, USC's former coach, and Georgia Southern. That was like a 56-45 type game. Both teams just going up and down the field. I think this game could also be a shootout as well. Boise, obviously life without Genty is going to be difficult, and I think in the first game especially. Their quarterback is returning, offensive line's improved, receiving core is pretty solid, defense should be pretty good again. Last year they led the nation in sacks. Don't think they're going to do that again, but I still think they'll be pretty good. But I think life without Genty in that first game on the road is going to be a big adjustment for the Broncos. And then on the other side, USF is one of my favorite group of 4 quarterbacks in the country, group of 5 quarterbacks in the country. Byron Brown, he's terrific. Alex Golish, their head coach, is a disciple from Josh Heupel, who's the head coach at Tennessee. You watch USF play, it's very much like watching Tennessee play. It's a very difficult offense to scheme for. Defense returns 8 starters this year. USF plus 6.5. Think they might pull off the upset as well. Look at the money line at plus 200.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath along for the ride on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. Friendly reminder, folks, fantasy football season, it's here. If you've already had a draft, we'd love to hear about your team. Maybe got some week 1 start-sit questions already. Or you have a draft upcoming this weekend and you need some assistance. We are here to help. So, boy, to contact Horvath and I, just pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also submit your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Quickly, Horvath, I'm going to recap a couple of key points Bob Socci, the voice of New England Patriots, made in our last segment. I asked him about TreVeyon Henderson, a guy that's seen a meteoric rise in drafts. Right now, in a lot of leagues, you got to spend a pretty penny, like a round 3 kind of ADP and pick to get him in a 12-team format, especially if he scores handsomely for receptions. But he said, I have some hesitancy because of Josh McDaniels and the history that he's had and the fondness that he's had historically for RBBCs. So Ramondre Stevenson is going to be a part of the equation. And something that a lot of people aren't talking about is a role that possibly Antonio Gibson may play in this backfield as a receiver in red zone situations. And 2, as you have highlighted with me off air, Drake May might call his own number inside the red zone as well. So there is some deterrence that really grants some reluctancy on will TreVeyon Henderson return his 39-ish ADP right now. And I say pump the brakes. I mean, he could be like a plus version of Shane Vereen, right?
Yeah, I love the player, man. But I mean, even when we talked about it earlier, I think I said the same thing. You got to pump the brakes a little bit. Number one, he's a return man, so he's going to be playing special teams. We're going to see running back by committee or the hot hand. I think Drake May is going to call his own number quite a bit, which is why I took the season long prop, the over on his rushing yards. I think they might use him kind of like Josh Allen light in the McDaniels offense, man. So pump the brakes on Henderson. I do think he's going to be a really good player eventually this season, but I think it's going to take some time. So I'm not reaching. Yep. If I got to miss out on him, that's fine with me.
Yeah, I think week 1, like 11 to 13 touches, entirely realistic. What you have to ask yourself is, what does the RBBC look like come week 10? Is he going to be the main man? There's a distinct possibility, but he is not built. He is not constructed to be a 20 touch per game running back. So people are out there spending, like Kyron Williams equivalent draft capital to acquire his services. Like, get the hell out of here. Kyron Williams, the guy's going to get like 325 touches at a minimum. TreVeyon's not going to be anywhere close to that. So I think they're a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs right now with that ADP venturing into round 3 territory in 12-team drafts. The other hidden gem that he said, Pop Douglas, he believes is going to lead this team in receptions. When he was discussing Stephon Diggs, he did think there was an outside shot that Diggs could get to 1,000, but he thought that was a little bit of an inflated number. Getting to Diggs specifically, the over-under right now on BetMGM receiving yards is 750.5. What say you, Horby? Over or under on Diggsy?
I'm over on Diggs, man. Last year, before he got hurt, before the ACL injury, he was on pace for another 1,000-yard season. What, he had 48 receptions already. Yeah, we got the numbers right there. 8 games, 64 targets, 47 catches, 496 yards. I know he's 30, 31 years old, and he's coming off an ACL injury, and people are worried about the Cardi B stuff and the boat parties. I'm not. I think that he's going to ball out. So I don't know that he gets to 1,000, but it's 750. I did bet the over. And I agree on Demario Douglas, man. If you look at the numbers, they don't really jump off the page. The 10 full games with Drake May, only a 16.3% target share, 1.67 yards per route run, 19.7% first read share. But he did manage 3 top 36 wide receiver finishes in those 10 games, man. So especially if it does take Diggs a few weeks coming back from that ACL injury, since we didn't really see him in the preseason, I do like Douglas to eat up some receptions, but I would only go over on Diggs, man. That's the thing about the Patriots. They got some weapons this year. Last year they had none and a bad offensive line.
Yeah, totally agree with that viewpoint. And, we'll see about the defense. Hopefully it'll be, middle of the road at best because a weaker defense means more scoring and fantasy opportunities on the offensive end, and that ain't the pink stuff on the Cardi B boat talking by any stretch of the imagination. All right, let's do another edition of Boom, Bust, and Bank. We're talking about fantasy running backs tonight, and we're looking at the ADP numbers specifically for our boom candidates. These are guys likely to currently exceed their ADP valuation. So, Horvat, who's that dude for you?
I'm going to go, maybe this is just my Go West special of the year, man. King of wishful thinking, but I'm going to go with Kenneth Walker. I know he's been on and off the practice field with this foot injury, and Zach Charbonnet's there, and I still love him as a handcuff running back, obviously. But I just think, man, he's going to be a beast in this new offensive system that Clint Kubiak and the run game coordinator, Rick Dennison, are going to run. It's been really the same thing since the 90s when it was Gary Kubiak or Clint Kubiak and Dennison here. It's going to be a ton of outside zone, and that's where Kenneth Walker has been really efficient. Outside zone runs early in his career. And then last year, while the numbers weren't great on the ground, only 573 yards and 7 touchdowns across 11 games, he really broke out finally as a pass catcher. He had 299 yards only, but 46 grabs and a score. He's just got to stay healthy. I think he's going to be involved in the offense. He's going to be just fine as long as he stays healthy. So I'm going to go with Kenneth Walker, who right now I saw as high as running back 19.
Yeah, better hope, those feet stay intact for Kenneth Walker III. He's been battling a little bit of a mysterious foot ailment throughout the entire month of August. But when he's healthy, he's damn good. I don't disagree. Very efficient back when he is indeed in uniform. The same really kind of applies to the Punisher, Isaiah Pacheco. Tick, tick, tick. Boom! He is my candidate to do exactly that. RB23, 65.81 is where he is going right now. So in the middle of your draft, I think he's going to be a primo RB2, and I think he's going to get back to what he was in 2023. Let me remind you, because you probably had multiple tequilas since then. A couple of years ago, he was number 21 in yak per attempt at 3.04. Number 23 missed tackles, 4s. Remember, he missed a couple of games, and he still posted very efficient data in those key categories. Also, he was top 12 in total yards created. He had the 7th most red zone touches a couple of seasons ago on 72.4% of the opportunity share. His competition is the ham and egger. That is Kareem Hunt, who doesn't really have the explosiveness, and a guy doesn't have really the shimmy and shake that he used to. Pacheco has looked great. Andy Reid, going back to May, has said he's looked tremendous. And he's healthy, folks. That's the key. He is one of the most violent downhill runners in the NFL. He's going to be running behind top 10 offensive line. And with the elite offenses in the league, Mike Clay's got him protected for around 1,100 combined yards, 9 total touchdowns, RB 24. I think he's going to be better than that. If he matches what he did 2 years ago, he'll be a top 15 running back. And I think that is very much within the range of outcomes. So, again, you're like sitting there around 6, round 7 of your fantasy draft. You're looking to turn a profit on a tidy pick. Look no further than the Punisher, Isaiah Pacheco. Flip side of the coin, who is going to be the biggest bust, in your opinion, at running back based on their current ADP? Ryan, who is that?
Yeah, this one was tough for me, man, and I'm not saying this guy's going to be a total bust, but at running back 7, running back 8, I'm going to go Jonathan Taylor. I do think he's still obviously a running back 1. I think there's a chance, man, that he falls outside the top 10, though, maybe 11th, 12th, but I'm worried about the quarterback play, obviously, with Daniel Jones. If something happens to him, it's Anthony Richardson. And last year, he didn't really skip a beat with bad quarterback play. He was still 6th in red zone touches. I just worry, how many times per week are the Colts going to be in the red zone with this Daniel Jones offense? And also, like, how many balls is he going to catch? Last year, 45 qualifying running backs, 37th in target share, 43rd in yards per route run. So I still like Jonathan Taylor, but that's a little expensive for me at running back 7.
Yeah, the volume is downright sexy, though. It's very seducing. That's the thing about him. Like, he could easily lead the league in touches, in accumulation, if he plays the full 17-game slate, and that's a giant if, right? A guy that's had some injury issues in the past. I think the offensive line is going to be premium, and I actually think Daniel Jones helps him because Anthony Richardson sucks. He would overthrow like a 10-foot-tall Yeti on a 5-yard crossing route. You don't have to worry about that with Daniel Jones. You don't believe me? Well, Daniel Jones is number 10 last season in adjusted completion percentage, a far more accurate quarterback. So that definitely boosts the ground game because I don't know if he's going to see a ton of 8+ men fronts with Daniel Jones at the controls compared to one Anthony Richardson. So we'll see with Jonathan Taylor. I'm down on Devon Achane of the Miami Dolphins. RB8, one spot behind Jonathan Taylor right now in average drafts at 17.94 overall. Again, soft issues with the tissue, or soft tissue issues remain undefeated, and he's already got a calf issue. And you look at Mike Clay, the updated projections from him, 218 rush attempts, 999 rush yards, 9 rushing touchdowns, 74 catches. And that's what boosts the bottom line for Achane for 559 and 4 touchdowns. He's got an RB5. Now, I think the receiving data is not that far off. I actually love the over on 450.5 for receiving yards, which I've already booked at BetMGM. I think the rushing yards, though, a little bit pumped up. I don't think he's going to get, close to 1,000. He may not hit, 900 this year. This team is going to be playing from behind early and often. This is going to be a bottom 5 defense. And you look at some of the secondary analytics last season that he posted, not that great. Number 32 in yak per attempt, number 30 in missed tackles force. As much esteem and clout that he supposedly has because, oh, man, he's got bottle rockets strapped to his cleats. A guy can just scoot. He can motor. He doesn't make a whole lot of guys miss. Just look at the advanced data. It tells the entire story. So I like the player. I'm not in love with the player, and I think you've got to be in love with Devon Achane to justify spending RBA capital and a top 20 overall pick and acquiring his services. All right, let's slap the wallet and make some bank. Give me your favorite player prop tied to the running back position this season, mi amigo.
Bijan Robinson, whatever he goes by now, over 10.5 rushing touchdowns, plus 115. Last year, 1,400 yards, 14 touchdowns. Also last season, Atlanta was ranked in the top 5 in red zone rushing percentage, and I don't think that's going to change this year. Goal-to-go rushing percentage, they were also top 5, and I'm looking at the schedule right now. 10 of their 17 opponents this season finished below league average in touchdowns allowed to opposing running backs last year. It also helps that he's going to see the Panthers and the Saints twice. He had 6 combined rushing touchdowns against those 2 teams alone, and now with Michael Penix he has a quarterback that could actually move around a little bit. So let's go Bijan Robinson over 10.5 rushing touchdowns plus 115.
Excellent call, my friend. I'm going to go with Kyron Williams for 1,250 plus rush yards at plus 300. Yeah, let's roll the shoulders because I got seduced by that juice. Put some damn respect on the Rodney Dangerfield All-Star. That is Kyron Williams. I don't understand how this is at 3-1 odds, quite frankly. He hit this number last year. Remember, he had 316 rush attempts for 1,299 yards. Mike Clay's got him projected for 313 carries, 1,377. We just got to get to 1,250. And again, we're cashing handsomely at plus 300. I understand the advanced analytics are rather unsightly. He was only number 42 in YAC per attempt. He was outside the top 50 in yards created per touch. But because he was top 10 in missed tackles force, thanks to the volume, he's a guy that can occasionally make dudes miss. He's dependable. He's reliable. The coaching staff really leans on him. Sean McVay loves him. He saw 82.8% of the opportunity share. Are you really worried about Jaquez Hunter eating into that volume? I'm not. Even if he siphons away, say, I don't know, 8 to 10 touches per game, this is an offense that's still going to run early and often to try to alleviate some of the pressure on an aging Matthew Stafford who's got a bulky back. So Kyron Williams taking it to the bank. 1,250 plus rush yards at plus 300. Horvat, did I sell you?
Yeah, I'll follow that one, man. Better than a 3-1 price because of what you said. The volume's going to be there. Last year, 316 carries and only 16 games. Only Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley had more carries. So even if it wasn't the most efficient season, I'm done with the Blake Corum experiment, and I'm not really worried about Hunter. So the touches are going to be there, and I think he has a better year this year. I was going to say a bounce back year. He was fine last year, but I think he has a much better season than the 1,200 yards that he rushed for last year.
And again, you're stealing them right now in round 3 of 12-team average drafts. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, the fantasy football conversation rolls on. We're talking NFL player pick'ems next here on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
I do think that Matt Shaw still has a chance to win this one. Maybe I'm wish casting. Maybe I'm just like trying to like bring it into existence. But like, I mean, you look at what we talk about with the Rookie of the Year awards, wins above replacement is the compass. And right now, according to Baseball Reference, Matt Shaw is the most valuable rookie in the National League. Like at some point, and I know nobody's talking about him right now, so maybe I'm just like yelling into the abyss and nobody cares about this, but like at some point we will have to acknowledge if he continues to hit the ball like he has been in August, where he has an OPS over 900, like we're gonna have to acknowledge that this guy's just been better than everyone else. And if he's a 3-win player and Horton's at 1.8 at the end of the season, like does Horton win? Does that make sense to anyone? Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Like you can think that Horton's the guy, but like explain to me how Matt Shaw's 35 and Cade Horton's plus 140, and Matt Shaw is literally like a win and a half better than him according to Baseball Reference. Like that's where I just cannot get there with this betting market, and where I actually believe there is a betting opportunity as it stands right now. Like if you don't have anything, I'll advocate for it. I think that now's the time to bet Matt Shaw. I'll say it. And maybe I have egg on my face in 2 to 3 weeks or whatever, but I do think Matt Shaw is a bet right now. Like, I just don't see how these other guys are so far ahead of him in the betting market when the production says otherwise.
What's the psyche like right now around the
Yeah.
team of just like, we did all these great things and then it was over like that?
Well, I just first say you're not breaking news to us, because when they lost the NFC title game to the San Francisco 49ers, Dan Campbell was the one who said that might have been our best shot. And that's a tough thing to tell a fan base who thinks we're just getting started, right? That was the surprise rocket ship to the moon. We got a 17-point lead on the road NFC Championship game. People were thinking about Super Bowl in Vegas, buying tickets. When you lose that game, you go back to work, you win 15 games, and you still don't get to the Super Bowl. Not only that, you have 5 turnovers and lose to a rookie quarterback. It does mess with you. And you do wonder, like, how many cracks at this are we going to get? Now, the nucleus is still intact. And if you look at the salary cap sheet, nucleus should be intact this year, and they'll have to restructure Goff, but probably next year as well. But you only get so many cracks at this. And I think the team is keenly aware of that. And I think there is an urgency to get it done. And I know they're motivated by it.
So I have a list of teams. I have 3 teams that I'm considering right now for Survivor. I'm curious to see how many teams you have. But the 3 teams that I have right now, the first one, the Jacksonville Jaguars at home against the Carolina Panthers. They're a 3-point favorite. The second one, and this goes against everything that I believe in, but I actually am starting to come around to maybe this team might be a little bit more contrarian after what happened last year and what's happened over the last 3 years, essentially. The Cincinnati Bengals are on my short list for Survivor in week 1. They're a 6-point favorite right now on the road against the rival Cleveland Browns. And then finally, you have to probably consider Denver. I'm not going to pick Denver. I don't think I will, but they're on the short list because they are a pretty big favorite at home against a non-division opponent. It just makes a lot of sense. I'll say this right now. Denver's going to be the most popular play. So, if you're looking to avoid the masses, don't pick Denver. But if you just want to feel good about your selection, because hey, there's no guarantee that they win the game. Now, they're a pretty good favorite to win it, but it's not guaranteed. If you want to feel good going,
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house on this Team Huevos Tuesday. We're going to be talking more fantasy football here momentarily, doing another round. NFL player pick'ems, but a couple of notes. Number one, if you have any fantasy football questions and you're looking for our advice, we're here for you. We are men of the people, and we would aim to serve. Simple way to contact Horvath and I, just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also go to the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. Submit your questions, comments there. We also have our pole dancing poll question today. They're live right now, and it demands your vote. It's asking you this: fantasy football players, which mid-range veteran running back do you feel isn't earning enough respect in 12-team drafts? Your options are DeAndre Swift at pick number 61.04 overall, Isaiah Pacheco at pick number 65.63, Tony Pollard at pick number 68.62, or Aaron Jones at pick number 75.33. Close to 490 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic, right? Keep the votes coming and drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show, a.k.a. Bring the Noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. All right, let's get into another 4-pack of NFL player pickups. Here's how this game works. I'm going to go quarterback, then running back, followed by wide receiver and tight end. I'm going to give you 3 players that are in a similar tier right now, according to fantasy ADPs and half-point PPR leagues. And I'm simply going to ask you, Horvath, who are you picking? So let's go ahead and start off with the quarterbacks. Here are your options. Again, going in a similar tier in average drafts conducted over the last week. C.J. Stroud of the Texans, J.J. McCarthy of the Vikings, or Trevor Lawrence of the Jaguars. And Liam Cohen now calling the shots. Make your pick. Who is it?
This is tough, man, because I bet CJ Stroud over 21.5 touchdown passes. I bet Trevor Lawrence over 21.5 touchdown passes. But I'm going to go with JJ McCarthy because he has Kevin O'Connell as a head coach and as a play caller. We saw last year what Sam Darnold did in this offense. You have Justin Jefferson. After week 3, you have Jordan Addison. And this year, you have a healthy TJ Hawkinson. I like the backfield a lot with Jordan Mason and Aaron Jones. And J.J. McCarthy, kind of a sneaky athlete as well, had 8 rushing touchdowns his last 2 years at Michigan. So I'm going to go J.J., Brad.
I concur with you, Captain. I also have J.J. McCarthy, a guy that's knocking the door of my quarterback 1 range of rankings in 12-team formats. I have him right now, a quarterback 13 at my site, thegamingjuice.com. Always mood around my rankings, so go to thegamingjuice.com. It's absolutely free to access right now to see all of my various fantasy football takes. You look at my Clay at ESPN. He's got McCarthy projected for 603 pass attempts, 4,176 passing yards, 29 passing touchdowns, 15 INTs, 230 on the ground with a pair of rushing scores. And I think his algorithm is underselling what you just laid out and the rushing data, right? I mean, I think he's a guy that could run for like 350, 400. He could be like a Bo Nix type in his, kind of, I'm putting that in quotes, inaugural campaign because the injury he suffered in his rookie season. We got to go back 2 years ago on that Michigan title team. He was number 5 among all FBS quarterbacks in adjusted completion percentage. So I'm buying him. I think JJ to JJ, that's Justin Jefferson, is going to be dynamite. Got to get Jordan Addison back after his 3-game suspension. Got TJ Hawkinson. Aaron Jones can catch the rock. Hopefully not too many handoffs to your boy Jordan Mason inside the 10-yard line. But I think JJ McCarthy is going to have a breakout and banner campaign in fantasy this year. So you and I are very much on the same page. Will that carry over to running back? Your options are Tony Pollard, mandatory Montgomery at Jackals at State Montgomery, Detroit, or Aaron Jones of Minnesota. Horvat, make your pick.
I'm going to go Montgomery because I don't fully trust Tony Pollard, even though now with the Spears injury, I do think, you're getting good value with him. Aaron Jones, I think Jordan Mason could score double-digit touchdowns, and he's going to get a lot of the goal line work. So I'm going to go with David Montgomery. Now, that said, I think Jahmyr Gibbs blows up this year, as he did last year. Yeah. What was it, 2-3 games without David Montgomery? But they just can't quit Montgomery, man. The short yardage stuff, the goal line work, still going to be there. Last year, 4.2 yards per carry, not going to jump off the page, but 12 rushing touchdowns, which tied for 9th in the league, even with some injuries last season. So I'm going to go Montgomery.
I can't believe I'm saying this, and maybe I'm feverish. Well. I am going against my boy, mandatory Montgomery, and I'm going to go with Tony Pollard of the Tennessee Titans on a far worse franchise, and I understand it. And I agree with you on mandatory. I think he's going to be essentially the similar running back that he was last season. There were rumors and some speculation Jahmyr Gibbs may eat into his volume in red zone and goal line situations. It's TBD. What I know about Tony Pollard is this: Tyjae Spears, he was placed on the PUP today. So the first 4 games of the season, now 2 of the matchups are horrendous, including the opener at the Denver Broncos. But after that, he's got some softer ones he could take some advantage of. He's going to be the dude. He's going to be the main man. He might get like 85, 90% of the opportunity share straight out of the gate. He performs well. He's got to carry that momentum. And I understand Caroline had said, well, it's going to be a 1A, 1B scenario situation in Nash Vegas this year. Hogwash, poppycock. I don't believe it. Tony Pollard is the supreme running back in that backfield, and a guy that was number 18 in yards created per touch last season, number 9 in yak per attempt, number 19 in missed tackles forced. He's efficient, folks. He's got a better offensive line than he had last year. I think Tony Pollard's undervalued. I think he's going to be a surefire top 20 running back this season. Apologies, Mandatory Montgomery. Again, I'm sickly. Go to wide receiver next. Your options are Travis Hunter, Ja'Cory. Oh, wait a minute. I got running back again. I correct myself. So we're going to go running back and then wide receiver. So the options are your second set of running backs, Travis Etienne, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, or J.K. Dobbins. Horvat, make your pick.
I kind of wanted to go ETN just because there's a chance that he gets moved. But I can't believe I'm doing this because I haven't been ripping the guy. I just think he's going way too high. I might take the upside with Krosky Merritt. I have no idea how ETN fits in the offense, but I do like the way that Liam Cohen used his backs in Tampa. Dobbins, he's getting older. Is he ever going to, last year was a solid year. Is he going to be able to do that again? And then he got beat up towards the end of the year. I'm going to go Krosky Merritt. I did like what I saw in the preseason from Bill. 18 carries, 70 yards, had the touchdown. I'll go with him, I guess. This is tough.
It is a tough one. These are, bench stashes, essentially, your RB3 in a 12-team draft. But, cue the Flava Flav in the background. Don't believe the hype. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, I'm not buying it. Travis Etienne, there were rumors that were circulating around the internets yesterday about him and Tank Bigsby potentially be on the trade block. I think that's a bunch of smoke and mirrors. I'm going to go J.K. Dobbins. Here's the deal. I know R.J. Harvey is there. R.J. Harvey is supreme, much better a receiving back compared to J.K. Dobbins, who honestly is no slouch in that category. Clay's got him projected for 38 catches. I think that's doable, but I think he's going to be the primary red zone option, and especially at the goal line. In an offense, I think is going to live inside the 20-yard line, and that being the Denver Broncos. And you look at J.K. last year, respectable number 24 in yak per attempt, number 21 in missed tackles forced, number 27 in yards created. But I think he scores 7-8 touchdowns this year. So he will best Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. It sounds sacrilegious to so many people right now because they got both cheeks firmly planted on the bandwagon. And I'm not buying Travis Etienne. He's just a pass-catching third down option. Tank Bigsby's going to be the guy early downs and at the goal line. I think J.K. Dobbins, a similar role, but he'll also catch a few passes out of the backfield as well, even with R.J. Harvey there in the mix in the Mile High City. Now we go to wide receiver, and your options are Marvin Harrison Jr., Tyreek Hill, or my cousin, Mike Evans. Horvat, make your pick.
I'm going to go Marvin Harrison Jr. Tyreek Hill continues to spin off the planet, and he's coming off an injury-filled season. I don't think the Dolphins are going to be very good, which could be a good thing, because they're going to have to throw the ball a lot, chasing points with a beat-up secondary. I love Mike Evans, 1,000 yards every single season. I'm not saying it comes to an end this year, but give me Marvin Harrison Jr., man. I'm high on the Cardinals, got them making the playoffs, got the win total over. I like Kyler's passing yards, and it's because of Marvin Harrison, man. Last year, went way too early. People consider him a bust because he didn't have the Malik Neighbors type season. I think he's going to have at least 100 receptions this year, 8 touchdowns minimum. Ooh. Marvin Harrison Jr. Yeah.
From your lips to the fantasy god's ears.
Please.
I'm heavily invested in Marvin Harrison Jr. I hope you're entirely correct, but I can't give a stiff arm to a fellow Evans. I'm going to go with Mike Evans.
You got to do it.
And I know he's long in the tooth, but I think he's got plenty of gas left in the tank. And again, the opportunity is right for him and Emeka Egbuka to pick up the slack for the injured Chris Godwin, who avoided the PUP list, but we're not going to see him until at least October, coming off that complicated ankle dislocation, and he had some tendons that were also compromised. And, of course, Jay McMillan out with that sprained neck. I think it could be really a banner first half for Mike Evans, who could still really stretch the field. Last season, 7.9 targets per game. He was number 18 in total air yards, number 18 in total red zone targets, number 13 in yards per route run, and number 7 in fantasy points per route. And he's got Baker Mayfield there. I know Liam Cohen's out of the equation now, calling the shots in Jacksonville, but I don't think this Tampa offense can really skip a beat. Tyreek Hill, even admitted, remember, like earlier this summer, he was confused by the playbook and what they were running inside the red zone. He had no idea. He was just out there just kind of running circles around. Like, get out of here, Tyreek. We'll see what he can do, but I do not trust him. Give me Mike Evans instead. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to get down with our dude Rob Brown. A little mixture of college football and NFL talk. Don't go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski of BetSweats here. Wednesday morning at 9.
Oklahoma has a big game, man. Huge game, week number 2 against Michigan. And that's a home game for them. It's in Norman. Very, very winnable game, of course. Game's going to be like a pick 'em. Maybe it's Michigan -1 or whatever. But Oklahoma with a 2-0 start is going to move rapidly. You know, that price, if they can beat Michigan, which I actually find myself probably on Michigan in that game, or on Oklahoma rather, you're talking about an easy price that you could get ahead of here. So Oklahoma to make the playoffs, BetMGM has plus 350. And then some competitive books are closer to 4-1. That's a team I kind of price similarly to USC. Now, the market's a little bit higher on Oklahoma than USC. But if Mateer is as good as everybody says he is, I know he's a very, very sexy pick for Heisman. I'm not there. But if Oklahoma beats Michigan, you can kiss that 4-1 playoff bet long gone. So that's sort of the advice. Try and find a team in that 4 to 5-1 range that might have an easy slate early or a relatively controllable slate where you can do some damage and pick that number off before the season starts. Because if Oklahoma beats Michigan, you're going to see 225, 250. And then everybody will come rushing into bet. So you want to be ahead of the curve, not after the curve.
I hear this a lot from fans who, are not Washington fans, which is, well, what about a sophomore slump? What about what we saw from C.J. Stroud? Why does that not happen with Jaden Daniels?
I just don't see a flaw, Michael. I mean, he literally is a rookie, strapped the team to his back and took him to an NFC championship game, the 6th rookie quarterback in NFL history to do it, and the only one to do it where the offense was the reason they got there, and the quarterback was the reason they got there. He throws the ball well deep. He throws the ball well in the intermediate range. He throws the ball with great timing, with great touch. He is obviously one of the 2 or 3 best playmaking quarterbacks in the league off schedule as a runner, both as a designed runner, option runner, and then, in a scramble situation. Last year, I'm not sure I've ever seen, other than maybe Vic and Lamar, a better scrambler off schedule. There just isn't anything you can point to. And like we've talked a lot about it on the show. It's like, what are we going to say this year when he does something that surprises us? Nothing will. That's the answer, is that we're not going to say at any point this year, oh, my God, thank God he really improved that, because he wasn't very good at that as a rookie. He was great at everything as a rookie, not to mention just the clutch gene and the clutch factor of delivering over and over again with the game on the line. So, I don't know. Dan Marino's best year was his second year. You look at Josh Allen after his first year of starting, his second year was spectacular. There are a lot of examples of, outstanding rookie quarterbacks who didn't decline in year 2. And the truth is, with Stroud, he was decent last year. The O-line struggled. They still won 10 games in a playoff. game at home against the Chargers.
The chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone! Oh, and it's gone! No way! It's gone! Holy God! It is gone! I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. And on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday, Ryan Horvat in the house. We're going to be talking to our guy, Rob Brown, getting down with him here momentarily. But a friendly reminder before we bring on Rob, if you got any fantasy football questions for us, maybe you want to talk some sports betting in the NFL, college football, we got the main slate on the immediate horizon on the junior circuit. Do you want to talk MLB or the WNBA? You absolutely can. Some way to contact Tori and I. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also fire off your questions and comments via the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Looking at my phone and the scoreboard update. The Rockies are somehow beating Hunter Brown at home, who's got a 1.44 ERA in his last 5 starts, 4-1. I hate betting on baseball, and it needs to retire. Week 1 cannot get here soon enough. I'm talking college football. I'm talking the NFL. Honestly, I would wager on some ping pong, which apparently is a raging pastime in the state of Colorado. The handles in ping pong are outrageous. Outrageous. I'm going to that sport. Baseball, you're dead to me. I'm done with you. All right, let's bring in our guy through the power of animated picture and sound. It's the one, the only Rob Brown, host of Bet for the Psycho with Cody Decker. Their last episode coming up this Saturday. Make sure you tune in for the love of the baseball gods. I still love you, baseball, just not tonight. And follow Rob Brown on X, where he's always giving it to you there at The Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, at The Rob Brown Show. Rob, welcome back, my man, to BetMGM tonight. Straight away from me, let's start off in college football with Iowa State pulling the mild upset in Dublin over Kansas State. Have you reassessed the Big 12 and how it's going to shake out? What's your pick, or who is your pick to take the conference title right now? The front runners at BetMGM are Arizona State at plus 550, Texas Tech at plus 550, Utah, and a quinky dink, also at plus 550, Baylor at plus 650, and Iowa State is now 5th at 8-1 odds. So give me your thoughts on the Big 12 and what you saw over the weekend in week 0.
Bradley, first off, I came on the show a week ago today, And I said I was laying the points with Kansas State because there's no way on God's green earth they're going to lose the same game to Iowa State the same way they did last year with a dumbass first quarter turnover for absolutely no reason in a short field and give a touchdown away in the first 10 minutes of the game. And then they do exactly that. Like, what are we doing here, Wildcats? I was riding with Kansas State, but I did take a little bit of a secondary bet as a bit of a hedge that I hope is going to carry me. And I did it because it was a good number. I got it at I think I got it at like plus 580 a couple of weeks ago with Arizona State. And I look, I'm going to go with Arizona State for the same reason I went with K-State, boys. Avery Johnson's a dog, and I thought he by himself would be enough to overcome, I don't know, dumbass first quarter muff punts, turnovers inside your own red zone that give away touchdowns for no good reason. He did his best, and instead, the best Johnson performance of the weekend came from his dad and his brother kicking each other's ass in the parking lot. It was the best. So I am going to change the tune, boys. And I'm gonna now hope my hedge bet of Arizona State plays off. And it's gonna be for two primary reasons. Number one, I like Sam Levitt a lot. And the fact that he has probably got a better set of he has a better set of wide receivers than likely anybody else in that conference. So unlike Avery Johnson, who was hitting dudes right between the numbers, putting it in an unfortunate spot right in the damn hands and watching guys drop the ball, I don't think that's going to be as big of a problem. And I'm curious, Ryan Horvath, if you'll follow me down this path, I think Kenny Dillingham might be the best coach in college football that's not called the best coach in college football right now. I love what that dude's doing. I love what this franchise is going. I like that they've bought in entirely to the culture. He said, look, we need $5 million to build an indoor practice facility for the boys. And if y'all, the Sun Devils fans, will give it to us, we will turn it into a tailgating facility where you can all get absolutely plastered before every game. If that don't say Sun Devils, boys, nothing does. I'm all in on the ASU wagon, courtesy of Avery Johnson and the boys dropping the ball, literally and figuratively, this past Saturday in Dublin, Ireland.
Yeah, good call, dude. You should grab a little Sam Levitt 22-1 to win the Heisman, too. If they win the Big 12 double-digit games, I at least think he gets the invitation because now Scadaboo's gone, man. So I don't hate that call whatsoever. Glad to have you on, man. Let's talk about the two biggest games, in my opinion, of the weekend, and I'll keep my team out of it because that's Sunday. So let's stick with the Saturday games. Let's go Clemson. So you could have got LSU yesterday as 4-point dogs. I think the 4s are gone. I think it's down to 3.5, but still over a field goal. Clemson's laying here. Who are you betting? LSU can't win a week 1 game, and Clemson can't beat an SEC team. So what gives on Saturday?
Oh, narratives abound, buddy. Narratives abound. Ain't it the absolute best? Dabo 0-3 against the SEC, and Brian Kelly can't catch a week 1 dub if his life depends on it. Here's the fun part. His life might depend on it because I know, shout out to my dog, Peter Burns, over at the SEC Network, who was swearing up and down the hallway that Brian Kelly's not on the hot seat. I disagree entirely. And if he's not on the hot seat, he's standing right in front of it doing the weird like hover thing that you do in a bar bathroom. He's like hitting that move right now on the hot seat, I think. So with that being said, the question I have about LSU for the season is, what if they start 1-3, fellas? Because they got Clemson on the road. 2 weeks later, DJ Lagway and the Mighty Gators of Florida come to the crib. What if LSU starts 1-3? Here's the thing. The Netflix documentary series showed us Brian Kelly is kind of a butthole, guys. Like, we all knew it already, but now he's willing to put it down in documentary status. Does he turn into that guy when desperation gets turned up to 11, like the boys in Spinal Tap, and turn into a beehole that the team goes, yo, this guy sucks. I don't really want to play for this guy anymore. I don't know. But as far as week 1 goes, listen, there's a reason I'm riding Clemson to an ACC title. I'm riding Clemson not just to a playoff bid. I'm riding them to a first-round bye, boys. The front 7 for the Clemson Tigers, here's your hot take, will be the best front 7 in college football this year. There are 3 NFL first or second rounders in that front 7 for Clemson. Garrett Nussmeier is a good player. Go back to the 3 losses that LSU had last year. He threw for like a 55, 56% completion percentage. He had the worst turnover to touchdown ratio of any games in his career in those 3. And if I recall correctly, I think they scored like 17 points on average in the 3 losses when they scored 39 or better in every win. Garrett Nussmeier, for all the hype about him being a Heisman finalist, and maybe he got it together, I don't know. But last year in the biggest high-pressure games, he faded. He is going to be running for his gosh darn life from Peter Woods and the boys of the Clemson Tigers on Saturday night. Give me Clemson and lay the points at the crib.
Other game we got to get your take on, noon kickoff, which I don't know that I like, man, with Texas and Ohio State. At least we get a big matchup right away to start the day, though. So I know we had this conversation a couple weeks ago, but now it's a different conversation because Texas was catching 3.5, over the key number of 3, over a field goal. Yesterday, it got bet down to 1.5. It looks like now there's some 2.5s, but you're no longer getting a field goal. So what do you think wins the game, Ohio State or Texas?
Yeah, it's a good question, fellas, because I think that the things we would consider the biggest unknowns are the quarterbacks, right? Arch Manning, Ryan, you and I had this conversation. Steve Spurrier about 4 weeks ago said, hey, if Arch Manning was really football Jesus, how did he not beat out Quinn Ewers? I thought it was a fair question. He took heat. I thought it was a very fair question. But on the flip side, we got Julian saying, on one hand, a guy that was recruited by Nick Saban, who had, I argue, Jalen Milroe included, 0 misses at quarterback at Alabama. If he was good enough for the Nick Tater, he's good enough for me. On the flip side, is he? He threw 12 passes last year. Like, I don't know the answer to that. You've got Jeremiah Smith over there for Ohio State, and that's great. Well, Arch Manning and the Texas offense are replacing 8 guys. But I'll tell you what it comes down to me. It's the head coaching. It's a big game scenario. Ryan Day got the old proverbial monkey off the back by winning the Natty last year, fellas. What did Steve Sarkisian do? In the SEC championship game, he screwed the pooch. And against the Ohio State Buckeyes in the national champion semifinals, he screwed the pooch with the worst 4-down possession play calling that I have seen out of Steve Sarkisian. And let's not pretend that's new to Texas. He was doing that coaching out on the left coast too. It is the biggest game of week 1. It is the week 1 that has the most pressure game on it. And I don't trust Steve Sarkisian. I trust him to get him there. And then much like Mario Cristobal, just completely fall apart when the screws get tightened, and the screws are getting tightened out of the gate. Give me the Buckeyes at the crib.
Ooh, I like it. The Ohio State, Rob Brown selection there, and the short spread against the University of Texas Longhorns. We're talking to Rob Brown, host of Bet for the Cycle with Cody Decker. Their final show is going to be this weekend. Make sure you tune in to that, especially if you're a Seaman. Follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at The Rob Brown Show. Again, on X, at The Rob Brown Show. Let's pivot to the pro game, Rob. And let's talk a little deep league fantasy football, because deep leaguers, gamblers, and Giants fans alike have all fallen head over heels for Jackson Starrett. I already threw this made-up prop in my own demented and kind of short mind to Ryan Horvat earlier on in the program. I'm going to toss it out to you as well. Over or under week 9.5? He overtakes Russell Wilson for the starting job there in the Big Apple. If you take the over, that means it's going to come after week 10. If you're betting the under, it's going to be week 9 or earlier. What say you? When do we see Jackson Dart at the controls of the G-Men?
Was it just me, boys? Or was Russell Wilson playing pretty good quarterback at the end of the year last year for the Pittsburgh Steelers? Like, I know that we all want to bang the drum on Russell. And don't get me wrong, I will too, because the dude's the most plastic, manufactured, fraudulent PR stunt posing as a human being in real time. But here's the deal. None of that matters. All that matters is, can you ball? And Russell Wilson for the Steelers at the end of the year last year was balling a little bit. I am interested in Jackson Dart like everybody else. Coming out of that Lane Kiffin system, I kind of worried Jackson Dart was going to be a system guy. And not only does he not seem to be, but he seems to have picked up on it pretty quick. But are we going to write off Russell Wilson in the back half? And by the way, he's probably got more talented receivers. Yeah, he had George Pickens last year. But look at the wide receiver core the Giants have put together the last couple of years. He's got guys to throw it to. He's got a half-decent offensive line. They can run the ball a little back there now. I don't know that I'm ready to say that Russell Wilson's going to lay over and die. The only question you're asking is, what's the Giants' record where they are bad enough that they go, okay, let's get the Rook some PT. And I deep dove that a little bit today, and I'm going to keep it a buck. I got to say, and especially if Micah Parsons leaves the Cowboys, and I told you, I think he would. This might be the hottest take I have for you, fellas. I think the Giants could finish ahead of the Dallas Cowboys in the NFC East. And while it will not be a divisional championship, if they are ahead of Dallas and have any chance in Hades to finish the season in third in the East instead of dead last, and Russell Wilson's that reason, he will stay in there just to get that done. Brad, I'm rolling the dice. I'm assuming you're giving me a plus number on this. Give me the over.
Wow, that's a raging inferno hot take. Dallas finishing below the New York Giants. Outstanding. I absolutely love you put the huevos out there. Rob, we'll get you out of here on this. What one NFL team do you feel odds makers are most disrespecting, whether in the wins, playoff, division titles, Super Bowl? Hell, I'll even throw in week 1 markets. Give me that squad.
Well, there's two teams playing each other that I think are both undervalued. They're two teams I've ridden high on. They're two teams that I have a divisional championship ticket out on both of them because I got both of them at longer than 7-1, and I think that's redonkulous. Give me the Jacksonville Jaguars to win the AFC South. Give me the Carolina Panthers to win the NFC South, boys. Give me the Southern Division with an upset in both. You have seen Bryce Young, and he's gotten better. You have seen what they can do with the run game. They're going to have a top, I think, 6 or 7 offensive line in football. If the defense stays healthy, the Panthers can win that division. The Jacksonville Jaguars, I've already said 1,000,000 times, and I'll say it 1,000,000 more. Trevor Lawrence got screwed with Urban Meyer, screwed with Doug Peterson. He's got stability in Jacksonville for the first time. Trevor Lawrence is going to show you why he is still a dog. Give me Carolina and Jacksonville both to win their divisions.
Rob Brown, we love and adore you again. Listen to Bet for the Cycle this weekend, folks. All right, we got to head out. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, feed or follow College Football Edition right here on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski of BetSweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. How did the Chiefs bounce back from a Super Bowl blowout on the next BetSweats?
I think Georgia's talent has depreciated a ton since they won the national championship twice. Remember, they won 2. But the players, I mean, when you lose 5 guys to the NFL draft on defense in 3 straight years, it may seem like that's easy to replenish and recycle, but it's not. And I'm sorry, like maybe this is a hot take, but Gunnar Stockton does nothing for me. I think he's just a guy. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that, but to go from Stetson Bennett to Carson Beck to Gunnar Stockton is not progression, it's regression. You're not going to get big numbers, I think, from Gunnar Stockton. And you're also going to get a nice price. So Ohio State to make the playoff, BetMGM has -325. The no is +250. Don't love that split, but is what it is. Look, they have a true rookie at quarterback, essentially. Now, they're going to call him a redshirt freshman. But this kid's never played. And he's never played against good teams. So now you throw him into the fire week 1 against Texas, a top 10, maybe top 5 defense in the country. They lose that game, potentially. So now you're 0-1. You got to take on Penn State. Penn State's a higher power-rated team for me. And then you got to go to Michigan, who you haven't beaten 4 years. You're 9-3. You're not making the playoff with those 3 losses because you have to win a big game, Joe. So if you lose to Texas, Penn State, Michigan, you're out. It's improbable, and the math clearly favors Ohio State. But of those 4 teams you mentioned, I would be entertaining looks on Ohio State to miss and Georgia to miss. And the reason why, nobody else is saying that. Because everybody just assumes, oh, well, Ohio State will make it. They always make it. And they won the national title last year. They lost 14 guys at the NFL draft. 7 guys in the first 2 rounds. That's a lot. And you don't have this veteran quarterback to help you on early in this season. So I have doubts about those quarterbacks. Of the 4 teams you mentioned, I don't trust Gunnar Stockton. And the hype is real on this Saiyan kid, but we don't know. Until we see it, we don't know.
Start with the game on Thursday night, which I can't wait for. Number 25, Boise, is at USF. Boise laying 6.5 right now with the total of 63.5. Keep an eye on the total. I think an over might be worth a look here. Boise State last year opened up the road against Clay Helton, USC's former coach, and Georgia Southern. That was like a 56-45 type game. Both teams just going up and down the field. I think this game could also be a shootout as well. Boise, obviously life without Genty is going to be difficult, and I think in the first game especially. Their quarterback is returning, offensive line's improved, receiving core is pretty solid, defense should be pretty good again. Last year they led the nation in sacks. Don't think they're going to do that again, but I still think they'll be pretty good. But I think life without Genty in that first game on the road is going to be a big adjustment for the Broncos. And then on the other side, USF is one of my favorite group of 4 quarterbacks in the country, group of 5 quarterbacks in the country. Byron Brown, he's terrific. Alex Golish, their head coach, is a disciple from Josh Heupel, who's the head coach at Tennessee. You watch USF play, it's very much like watching Tennessee play. It's a very difficult offense to scheme for. Defense returns 8 starters this year. USF plus 6.5. Think they might pull off the upset as well. Look at the money line at plus 200.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat along for the ride. Riding shotgun as always on this hashtag Team Huevos Tuesday. For the reminder, folks, we have our pole dancing poll question today live right now, and it wants your vote. It's asking you this: fantasy football fans, which mid-range veteran running back do you feel isn't earning enough respect in 12-team drafts? Your options are DeAndre Swift of the Chicago Bears at pick number 61.04, Isaiah Pacheco of the Chiefs at pick number 65.63, Tony Pollard of the Titans at pick number 68.82, or Aaron Jones of the Vikes at pick number 75.33. So far, over 480 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a coming and drop us a comment, aka bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. I'm still pissed off at baseball right now. I'm looking at the scoreboard. Nothing has changed in my favor. I cannot believe the Rancid Rockies have gone on the road. Folks, let me just a mild rant here for a second. They were 16-49 entering the night away from Coors Field. They're facing the best pitchers in the league, in either league. And Hunter Brown of the Houston Astros, they're up 4-1. It's the top of the 5th inning. Houston, go blast yourself off into space. What the hell?
Yeah.
Can't stand
Stupid baseball.
Can't stand it.
I agree.
This is why we're going to talk football instead. We're going to do some fade or follow here. The college football edition. So with my disgruntled behavior on the back burner, we have a fancy sounder that we have to play. So it's time. Once again, let's get on with it with some fade or follow.
Will you fade or will you follow?
Whose car are we going to take?
On BetMGM Tonight.
All right. I gotta put the filter in my mind and flip that switch so I don't drop explicit language
there.
and get fines from the FCC. Yeah, I think I've done that once or twice in my radio career. Just kind of, shooting off the cuff, thinking, oh yeah, I was having a conversation with myself and my co-host. Not realizing, oh, yeah, this is being blasted out to millions of people across the country on our stations for Odyssey and, of course, for the iHeart stations as well. So got to make sure that sucker is on because I like my job. And I like your job as well, and that is being a supreme handicapper of the college football world. Now, you did me dirty. You were big on Kansas State. I was too, frankly.
Oh,
I didn't just
my bad.
blatantly and blindly follow.
Yeah.
I did my own research, and I'm like, I'm kind of buying what you're selling. Plus, again, Avery Johnson's hair sucked me in. So I little action on that. That was a loser.
Yeah.
But the under did come home because the kneel downs at the end of the game, that was absolutely glorious, and that was a wonderful sweat. So that was I was tickled by the finish there. But hopefully these games will not be as sweaty by comparison. So we got a 4-pack of games. I'm going to throw out the matchup. I'm going to throw out the favorite. I'm going to give you the juice as well at BetMGM, and then I'm simply going to ask you the question, Horvat, you got to fade or you got to follow? Numbers Nerd's going to come out and play as well, give it a little bit of a numerical background on each one of these games as well. So Harvey, you ready to strap in and play Swami? Are you game? Let's do some fade or follow, huh?
Yep, let's do it. Best week one, maybe in college football history. I got to be honest. This slate is going to be insane all day long.
It's insane in the membrane, insane in the brain, including starting Friday between Illinois and Western Illinois. Man, that's the highlight of the weekend. All right, let's start off with the Tennessee Volunteers laying 14 against the Syracuse Orange, minus 110. Is the spread or the juice right now at BetMGM. Numbers Nerd says, according to ESPN's Football Power Index, Tennessee is at number 8. Syracuse at number 63. According to the analyst.com, the offensive rating projection for Tennessee at number 34. Syracuse, shockingly, at number 39. But where the rubber really hits the road, Tennessee projected to be the 6th best defense in the land. Syracuse is number 75. Again, with that background information, singing vocals behind you, what are your thoughts on Tennessee laying 14 against Syracuse? Fade or follow?
Yeah, I would follow Tennessee as 14-point favorites. I lean Tennessee here. I stayed away just because of both teams' offseason. Tennessee loses their starting quarterback, Nico Imaliava. Syracuse loses Kyle McCord to the NFL. Their offense, I think, is going to take a step back. I mean, Kyle McCord was one of the better passers in the nation last year. And I worry a little bit going against this Tennessee front. So the new quarterback now for Tennessee is going to be Joey Aguilar, who, funny enough, left UCLA. So it ends up being a trade. I actually think he's going to be a solid fit in the Heupel offense. Dual threat quarterback, had 2 good years at App State. Has to limit the turnovers, though, through 14 picks. But new starters in the backfield, new starters at wide receiver. They're rebuilding the offensive line. But you said it, man. It's the defense. That's why I like Tennessee in the game. They have 7 starters back from a defense that ranked top 10 in yards and points allowed. They made a run to the college football playoff, and they got some studs. Joshua Joseph is back. Their linebacker, Arian Carter's back. Boo Carter's back in the secondary. McCoy's back in the secondary. And Syracuse, I don't think anybody saw that coming last year. Fran Brown, year one, wins 10 games, but only 1 starter back on offense and only 3 on defense. They do have former Notre Dame quarterback Steve Angeli taking over behind center. But I just worry about the protection, man. I think the Tennessee pass rush is going to be all over Angeli in this game. So I like the Vols minus 14.
All right, you're selling me. It's all about to go Key and Peele on that ass. All about that D with Tennessee, right? Laying the 14.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a good call. All right, let's go to the marquee match of the entire weekend. I don't think it's really disputable, quite frankly. I mean, some people might say, what about Clemson and their matchup? But no, the Ohio State laying 1.5 points against the Texas Longhorns. All right. The fight McConaughey's, you know he's going to be there. Cowboy hat, burnt orange leather jacket. there on the sidelines. Always just wonderfully tanned is one Matthew McConaughey. So, again, Ohio State -1.5 against Texas. -110 is the juice. So, again, Ohio State -1.5. Fade or follow.
So this was the first game of the year bet that I placed, and I went with Texas. I took the 3.5, just thinking, they're probably going to take some money, and this is probably going to close closer to pick, and that's what we're looking at here. 2.5, 1.5 in some shops. I won't be surprised if this does close closer to pick, and that would tempt me to bet Ohio State, but I'm going to stick with my initial lean, my initial bet here, and that's Texas, man. So Ohio State has to replace Jim Knowles, their defensive coordinator, who takes a job at Penn State. They do that with Matt Patricia. On the offensive side of the ball, they have to replace Chip Kelly with Brian Hartline, who has done a great job as the wide receiver coach, but now he's calling plays. Julian Sayin is making his first career start. Arch, even if you think he's overhyped, he has more experience. But Sayin has Jeremiah Smith. But this Texas team brings back 8 returning starters, only 3 on offense, but you get Arch Manning taking over for Quinn Ewers. And I think he's the better option to run the Sark offense. Last year, the offense averaged 33 points per game. I don't think they're going to skip a beat. Ohio State's going to be tough, man, but 2 new coordinators, new quarterback, they lose a ton from that national championship team. So I like Texas. Even at 1.5, 2.5, I'll go with Texas to win the game.
Here's what the Nimbers nerd says. Very tight matchup here. According to ESPN's Football Power Index, Ohio State at 4. Preseason, Texas at numero uno. The analyst projects offensive rating for Ohio State at 4. Texas at number 5. Defensive rating, Ohio State at 4. Texas at numero uno. So, again, the slight advantage, whether look at the advanced data, some of the fearless forecasts, the algorithms, and the models that are out there say Texas, and Texas again. All right. Go with McConaughey. I think that is a good call there and fading Ohio State. Sorry, Brutus. Let's go to Kentucky laying 7.5 against Toledo at -110. The numbers are going to give a little background first this time around. The Football Power Index has Kentucky number 43, has Toledo at just number 80. The analyst projects offensive rating for Kentucky at 33, Toledo at 103. Yikes. Defensive rating projection number 17 for Kentucky. Man, surprisingly balanced. Meanwhile, number 68 for the Rockets. So with all that information, putting it together, Kentucky -7.5 against Toledo -110. Fade or follow?
Yeah, so I feel like Toledo is the popular dog this weekend, man. Now they've taken some money because this opened at 10.5, all the way down to 7.5. But I'll be with the public here, man. I like Toledo, even if they're getting a little trendy. The win total we talked about at 8.5. I think they're at least a 9-win team. 12 starters are back, 5 on offense. Tucker Gleason's a good college quarterback, probably the best in the MAC. Threw for 24 touchdowns last year, and he brings back his number 1 target in Junior Vander Ross, who caught 85 balls last year, was the Game Above Sports Bowl MVP in that win over Pitt. He had 184 receiving yards and 12 catches, so he's a stud. They have 3 starters back on the offensive line, and I'm looking for a player prop. They get a transfer running back from Kentucky, Chip Trainum, and he played, like I said, at Kentucky. He also played at Ohio State and Arizona State. But last year, their issue was they couldn't run the football. They were outside the top 100, 108. But I think he's going to have a solid season. So I'm looking for his anytime touchdown or rushing props. And then for Kentucky, I know we talked about them when we did the SEC preview. I just don't really know what to expect, man. Only 3 starters back on offense, 4 on defense. For the first time since 2020, they're actually going to have the same play caller for the second consecutive season. So that could be a good thing. But 6 transfers trying to fix one of the worst offensive lines in college football. I'll roll with Toledo, even if they're a little trendy and it's a MAC team against an SEC team. I think they could keep this within a touchdown, within a field goal. So give me the Rockets, Brandon's boys.
Man, I'm just definitely afraid, honestly, of the bandwagoners on that matchup. Yep. But you're right. I mean, there's some sharp actions coming, and that's why that line is tumbled down the mountainside from a 10.5 open to 7.5. But I'm shivering my sneakers if I'm laying a little action on the Toledo Rockets. Hopefully, they're not going to be like one of Elon's and actually get off the pad.
Yeah.
which his
Yeah,
really
that'd
do.
be nice.
All right, let's go to Alabama laying 13.5 against Florida State. Numbers Nerd says another standard minus 110 juice with Roll Tide. The Football Power Index at ESPN has Alabama projected to be number 3 in the country. Florida State at number 65. Offensive rating, according to the analyst.com, Alabama number 14. FSU at 92. Barf. Defensive rating, Alabama at number 3, and a more respectable number 21 for FSU. So with all of that put together, Alabama laying 13.5 on the road in Tallahassee, taking on Florida State at a minus 110 juice. Horvey, fade or follow?
I'm going to shock the world here. This is a game I actually bet. Give me Florida State. I was hoping to get 14.5. Wow. I don't know that we get there, but I don't think they win the game, but I think that they're going to keep this close. I like their offseason, man. I know that, they went from winning double-digit games to only 2 last season, but I didn't love their offseason as much as everybody else did last year, bringing in DJU to play quarterback. But I do like Thomas Castellanos when he protects the football. At Boston College, turned the ball over a little bit too much, 14 picks back in 2023. But last year, he was much better. His accuracy went from 57.3% to 61.5% percentage-wise. He only threw 5 picks. And I really like the hire they made at offensive coordinator. They bring in Gus Malzahn to call plays. So I think Castellanos is the perfect fit with his legs. 2 years ago at BC, he rushed for over 1,000 yards. And they got some pieces, man. I like Jalen Lucas. He only played 2 games last year at running back. And then at wide receiver, they get Squirrel White from Tennessee, Deuce Robinson from USC. I think the defense should be better with Darrell Jackson. He was supposed to enter the draft, kind of opted out last minute. He's back. And they also got James Williams from Nebraska and McCray from Western Kentucky. So I think they're going to keep this close, man. I do like Bama this year. They bring back Ryan Grubb with Kalen DeBoer to call plays, but Ty Simpson is making his first career start. So give me Florida State to keep this game close. Norvell and Castellanos have talked way too much trash to get blown out week 1.
So in other words, take a whirl on Squirrel. Is that correct, Ryan Horvat?
Best name in college football, Squirrel White. Yes.
It's
He's just
great.
got to stay healthy, man. He's always all beat up. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully that will be the case. All right, to recap, the 4-pack of games we preview tonight, Horvat is going to follow the Tennessee Volunteers laying 14 against Syracuse. He is going to fade the Ohio State laying 1.5 against Texas. He is going to fade the Kentucky Wildcats laying 7.5 against Toledo. And he's also going to fade Alabama minus 13.5 against the Fighting Squirrel Whites of Florida State. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, our cards! I'm going to roll and smoke mine. Don't you go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network. Baseball!
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
I do think that Matt Shaw still has a chance to win this one. Maybe I'm wish casting. Maybe I'm just trying to bring it into existence. But you look at what we talk about with the Rookie of the Year awards. Wins above replacement is the compass. And right now, according to Baseball Reference, Matt Shaw is the most valuable rookie in the National League. At some point, and I know nobody's talking about him right now, so maybe I'm just yelling into the abyss and nobody cares about this, but at some point we will have to acknowledge if he continues to hit the ball like he has been in August, where he has an OPS over 900, we're gonna have to acknowledge that this guy's just been better than everyone else. And if he's a 3-win player and Horton's at 1.8 at the end of the season, does Horton win? Does that make sense to anyone? Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. You can think that Horton's the guy, but explain to me how Matt Shaw's 35 and Cade Horton's plus 140, and Matt Shaw is literally like a win and a half better than him according to Baseball Reference. Like, that's where I just cannot get there with this betting market, and where I actually believe there is a betting opportunity as it stands right now. Like, if you don't have anything, I'll advocate for it. I think that now's the time to bet Matt Shaw. I'll say it. And maybe I have egg on my face in 2 to 3 weeks or whatever, but I do think Matt Shaw is a bet right now. Like, I just don't see how these other guys are so far ahead of him in the betting market when the production says otherwise.
What's the psyche like right now around the
Yeah.
team of just like, we did all these great things and then it was over like that?
Well, I just first say you're not breaking news to us, because when they lost the NFC title game to the San Francisco 49ers, Dan Campbell was the one who said that might have been our best shot. And that's a tough thing to tell a fan base who thinks we're just getting started, right? That was the surprise rocket ship to the moon. We got a 17-point lead on the road NFC championship game. People were thinking about Super Bowl in Vegas, buying tickets. When you lose that game, you go back to work, you win 15 games, and you still don't get to the Super Bowl. Not only that, you have 5 turnovers and lose to a rookie quarterback. It does mess with you. You know, and you do wonder, like, how many cracks at this are we going to get? Now, the nucleus is still intact. And if you look at the salary cap sheet, nucleus should be intact this year, and they'll have to restructure Goff, but probably next year as well. But you only get so many cracks at this. And I think the team is keenly aware of that. And I think there is an urgency to get it done. And I know they're motivated by it.
So I have a list of teams. I have 3 teams that I'm considering right now for Survivor. I'm curious to see how many teams you have. But the 3 teams that I have right now, the first one, the Jacksonville Jaguars at home against the Carolina Panthers. They're a 3-point favorite. The second one, and this goes against everything that I believe in, but I actually am starting to come around to maybe this team might be a little bit more contrarian after what happened last year and what's happened over the last 3 years, essentially. The Cincinnati Bengals are on my short list for Survivor in week 1. They're a 6-point favorite right now on the road against the rival Cleveland Browns. And then finally, I mean, you have to probably consider Denver. I'm not going to pick Denver. I don't think I will, but they're on the short list because they are a pretty big favorite at home against a non-division opponent. It just makes a lot of sense. I'll say this right now. Denver's going to be the most popular play. So, if you're looking to avoid the masses, don't pick Denver. But if you just want to feel good about your selection, because hey, there's no guarantee that they win the game. Now, they're a pretty good favorite to win it, but it's not guaranteed. If you want to feel good,
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
BetMGM tonight, Ryan Horvat, Brad Evans, here on a Tuesday night on the BetMGM Network. We might have some technical difficulties going on here right now. I'm not quite sure, but coming up in about 20 minutes, we're going to be talking a little Notre Dame football with Nick Shepkowski, who covers Notre Dame. We'll also hit on some of the bigger games of the week with Nick as well, all around college football. Coming up here on BetMGM tonight. Brad, do we have you? I think we might have some. It's weird. Do you hear me? I can see you, but I can't. I don't know if Brad could hear us. So maybe we should take him off the screen and then bring him back on, or something like that and see how that works, just in case. Brad, do we have you? All right. Well, I'm just going to take it for a second here and go over what I went through on my card. So tonight I didn't bet any Major League Baseball. I was going to bet Kyle Tucker over 1.5 total bags, but I decided not to torture myself with any Major League Baseball because college football is officially here. And instead, I gave out a couple NFL props that I really like. CJ Stroud over 21.5 touchdown passes. I think the only way Stroud doesn't go over 21.5 touchdown passes is if the offensive line is a complete nightmare once again this season, if Nico Collins is dealing with some injuries. But I think Nico's going to stay healthy, and I think C.J. Stroud goes over 21.5 touchdown passes. Play 2, Brenton Strange, over 475.5 receiving yards I went with. He's now tight end number 1 in Jacksonville. No more Evan Ingram. Even last year with Ingram, 411 yards. The 8 games without Ingram averaged almost 4 receptions and about 45 receiving yards. So I like him this season. Trey McBride, over 4.5 touchdown receptions. Last year, over 1,000 receiving yards, 111 receptions, but only 2 touchdowns. This year, I think he goes over 4.5. Sledgehammer special. This is my favorite bet of the college football weekend. Arizona in the first half, laying 8.5 against Hawaii. Arizona went from a 14.5 point favorite to a 17.5 point favorite. I don't really want to sweat that out full game, so I just want to get in, get out. Hawaii's coming off a big win at home on the island against Stanford by a field goal, but their quarterback was banged up. He's playing on one leg. I think Zona's going to take care of business, and all we got to lay is 8.5 in the first half. Seduced by the juice, I went Dak Prescott, 250 passing yards, plus 115. And then bonus time went with North Carolina State on Thursday night, laying 14 against ECU. North Carolina State actually lost to ECU in the bowl game, so we get a little revenge angle, and they're at home in this game. Brad, do we have you back here?
Hola, amigo. Yes, I'm back for my final bow on tonight's episode of BetMGM tonight. Again, folks, Ghost of the Machine. I don't know what the hell is going on, but yes, I am back, mercifully so, to not rescue the show at all. You were doing a tremendous job running through your card into your series of bets. I really don't want to do that because my bets suck. I'll just go ahead and review the card right now. Hunter Brown to record the W against the Colorado Rockies. He's down 6-1 right now in the 6th inning. Get out of here, Hunter Brown. Number 2, Nick Kurtz. I have the over 1.5 total bags against Detroit. Hadn't started yet, so that one's still in play. Number 3, also a loser. Same game parlay, St. Louis plus 2.5 on the run line. Lars Newmore 2+ HRR plus 104. The Rockies, or not the Rockies, the Cardinals are absolutely getting smoked right now by Mitch Keller and the Pirates. So, however, yeah, there it is. Parlay Pete cashed pretty easily. Jacob Mizorowski, 6+ Ks. That was a winner. And Brendan Fat and that disgusting array of 2+ earned runs. That was all that was required on that same game, or that one came home a plus 116. So, ding, 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 ding. Correct. Way to go, Parlay Pete. Buy that top shelf rum tonight. Sledgehammer special yet to start. Matthew Boyd to record the win in San Francisco, plus 145. The Seduced by the Juice yet to start as well. De'Eric Hamby over 7.5 rebounds against the Mercury at plus 110. And then bonus time was Maryland minus 14.5. Upcoming here, week 1 of the college football season against Florida Atlantic. Let's go ahead and get you the pole dancing poll results of the day. The question was actually this. Let me go and shut that down. Fantasy football players, which mid-range veteran running back do you feel isn't earning enough respect in 12-team drafts? Your options were DeAndre Swift to Maine Chicago Bears at pick number 61.04 overall. Isaiah Pacheco, the Punisher, at pick number 65.63. Tony Pollard, again, Tyjae Spears is going to miss the first 4 weeks due to a high ankle sprain at pick number 68.62. Or Aaron Jones at pick number 75.33. Horvey, who led the way?
I'll go Tony Pollard, especially with the Spears news coming a little bit earlier today.
Shockingly, he was second place at 31.9%. Yeah, that kind of blew me away. Number 1 was Isaiah Pacheco at 33.3%. The bronze medalist, DeAndre Swift, 21.2%. And people saying They fear Jordan Mason. Your boy, I know you're a big Jordan Mason apologist. Aaron Jones only got 13.6%. We have one comment. Brandon EP, and of course, we're on the board here on BetMGM tonight. He chimed in and said, Pacheco is much better than a mid-6th round pick in fantasy this season. I am targeting him in the 4th or 5th round this year with all the injury and suspensions, in the Chiefs wide receiver room. Pacheco is going to see a ton of targets and opportunity out of the backfield. I agree. I think as a very sage take there, I think Isaiah Pacheco is being grossly undervalued. There's a really good chance he's going to finish maybe well inside the running back top 20 this year in fantasy football. I'm going to tie up a loose end right now from earlier in the show in our Choose Your Own Adventure. Of course, no, we're not talking about the engagement. It has no relevancy whatsoever to what we do for a living, except it involves a very famous football player with a very famous, the biggest artist in the world. No, I'm not going to be betting on Travis Kelce. No, I'm not moving in the fantasy ranks. I don't care, but congratulations, you two. I love seeing people in love. But I did want to discuss Jacoby Myers because Adam Schefter tweeted out, as everybody was talking about the engagement between Swift and Kelce, that Myers ain't going anywhere. The organization said, no, we're not going to trade you, which has always, kind of been my thought here last 24, 48 hours since that news came out that he was demanding a trade. It's in the 11th hour. I was like, there's no way they're going to pull this sucker off and ship him out of town. But what we've seen in fantasy already, Horvey, is Myers has now slipped outside the wide receiver 3 ranks in 12-team drafts. His ADP is a wide receiver 38. He's a guy that you can steal right now in the 80s of your fantasy football draft. So, I'm kind of tipping my hand of what my thoughts are on Jacoby Myers. So I'm going to propose a question to you. At wide receiver 38, again, with that ADP in the 80s, do you feel that Jacoby Myers is overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued, my guy?
Way undervalued, man. Last year, he finished as wide receiver 26 in points per game, had a career high, 1,000 yards, 87 receptions, 4 touchdowns. That could go up this year. Led the Raiders in targets, though, 24.5% share. And when Devontae Adams finally got moved, the numbers only went up, especially if you look weeks 4 through 18. So that was with shaky quarterback play. Now you bring in Geno Smith. You bring in Chip Kelly to call plays, and Pete Carroll is a head coach. And there's really not a whole lot of competition to steal away targets other than Bowers and a rookie and Jack Beck. So as long as he doesn't get moved, man, even if he does get moved, I really like Jacoby Myers, and there's no chance that they're moving him.
Robbing people blind at wide receiver 38. I mean, there is a decent chance he could knock on the door of the top 4. In other words, the WR2 ranks. He finished wide receiver 20 last season in fantasy points per game. It's outlandish that he is slipping in drafts because it's all about recency bias and the news that is out there. And there was a lot of hot take artists that were taking on X. And they're like, oh, I see Jacoby Myers demanding a trade. You better stay away from him. Oh, here's some landing spots of where he's going to go. And I'm like, people, you're wasting your time. He is not going to get traded in late August with the regular season about to begin. Get the hell out of here with that nonsense. And, of course, we got all of the details today that solidified my point of view from the most plugged-in reporter in the NFL, and that being Adam Schefter. So he's not going anywhere. He's going to make $10.5 million on his final year of his contract in Sin City, so he's going to be plenty money motivated. And plenty just motivated to perform because he knows there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow at the end of the season if he puts up banner numbers. I mean, he's in the conversation where he can maybe catch 90, 95 balls. I think he's going to exceed 1,000 yards. And by the way, you can bet on that right now on BetMGM for him to accomplish that at plus 250 for him to get to 1,000. And I think he'll have a handful of touchdowns. You think about the wide receiver core right now in Vegas. I know Deontay Thornton is all the buzz, a former Tennessee Volunteers standout, but he is a blazer down the field, right? He's a guy that's a big play artist, kind of like old school Torrey Smith of the Baltimore Ravens, right? He runs a great streak route, great go route. He's not going to be an accumulator who Jacoby Myers most certainly is operating out of the slot. And the true top receiver in that offense is really Brock Bowers, a glorified tight end. But yeah, Thornton is a mild risk and a threat. Bowers is the big A number one guy there, but the A number two is going to be Jacoby Myers. As you mentioned it, Geno Smith finished number 8 last season. Number 8 last season as a member of the Seattle Seahawks and adjusted completion percentage. Major, massive, ginormous upgrade over Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew.
Oh, yeah, man. Right? I mean, I think the Raiders are going to be competitive. And also, defense not that great. So they could be in a lot of shootouts other than Max Crosby, not in love with the defense. So I like Jacoby Myers. Now that Devontae's gone, he's wide receiver number 1. He just wants to be paid like everybody. But, yeah, I like him a lot this year as well.
Yeah, thanks, Terry McLaurin. All right, I got to exit stage left for real this time. Horvath's got to be sticking around for a bonus hour of BetMGM tonight until tomorrow. Adios, amigos. Let's go, Cubs. But I'm done betting on baseball.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Oklahoma has a big game, man. Huge game, week number 2 against Michigan. And that's a home game for them. It's in Norman. Very, very winnable game, of course. Game's going to be like a pick 'em. Maybe it's Michigan -1 or whatever. But Oklahoma with a 2-0 start is going to move rapidly. That price, if they can beat Michigan, which I actually find myself probably on Michigan in that game, or on Oklahoma rather, you're talking about an easy price that you could get ahead of here. So Oklahoma to make the playoffs, BetMGM has plus 350. And then some competitive books are closer to 4-1. That's a team I kind of price similarly to USC. Now, the market's a little bit higher on Oklahoma than USC. But if Mateer is as good as everybody says he is, I know he's a very, very sexy pick for Heisman. I'm not there. But if Oklahoma beats Michigan, you can kiss that 4-1 playoff bet long gone. So that's sort of the advice. Try and find a team in that 4 to 5-1 range that might have an easy slate early or a relatively controllable slate where you can do some damage and pick that number off before the season starts. Because if Oklahoma beats Michigan, you're going to see 225, 250. And then everybody will come rushing in to bet it. So you want to be ahead of the curve, not after the curve.
I hear this a lot from fans who, are not Washington fans, which is, well, what about a sophomore slump? What about what we saw from C.J. Stroud? Why does that not happen with Jaden Daniels?
I just don't see a flaw, Michael. I mean, he literally is a rookie, strapped the team to his back and took him to an NFC championship game, the 6th rookie quarterback in NFL history to do it, and the only one to do it where the offense was the reason they got there, and the quarterback was the reason they got there. He throws the ball well deep. He throws the ball well in the intermediate range. He throws the ball with great timing, with great touch. He is obviously one of the 2 or 3 best playmaking quarterbacks in the league off schedule as a runner, both as a designed runner, option runner, and then, in a scramble situation. Last year, I'm not sure I've ever seen, other than maybe Vic and Lamar, a better scrambler off schedule there just isn't anything you can point to. And like we've talked a lot about it on the show. It's like, what are we going to say this year when he does something that surprises us? Nothing will. That's the answer, is that we're not going to say at any point this year, oh, my God, thank God he really improved that, because he wasn't very good at that as a rookie. He was great at everything as a rookie, not to mention just the clutch gene and the clutch factor of delivering over and over again with the game on the line. So, I don't know. Dan Marino's best year was his second year. You look at Josh Allen after his first year of starting, his second year was spectacular. There are a lot of examples of, outstanding rookie quarterbacks who didn't decline in year two. And the truth is, with Stroud, he was decent last year. The O-line struggled. They still won 10 games in a playoff game at home against the Chargers.
Madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas.
BetMGM the night after dark, solo hour. Ryan Horvat with you here for the next 60 minutes, getting you set for week one of the college football season, week one of the NFL season. Still a few weeks away, but we do have player props, sides, totals for pretty much every single game. College football, man, I keep saying it, but this might be, at least schedule-wise, the best week one in college football history. We'll get to some of those games here in a second. Right now, Major League Baseball. That's all we got tonight. No football, but we do have the Yankees up 5-1 on the Nats. The Yankees on the live line, huge favorites. Live total in that game, 6.5 in the top of the ninth. Minnesota up 7-4 right now on Toronto. The Blue Jays at home, where they're plus 1360 to make a comeback in the ninth inning. Live total sitting there at 11.5. High scoring game out in New York with the Mets and the Phillies tied up at 5. The Phillies right now on the live line, minus 144 favorites. The total in the game, 12.5. And the Brewers just won't go away. Right now up 8-5 on the Diamondbacks. Huge favorites on the live line. Live total, 14.5. All right, that's enough baseball talk. Cubs are just getting underway on the West Coast, so we'll keep you updated on what goes down there. Let's talk some college football. To do that, we welcome on now Nick Shepkowski, friend of show, editor of Notre Dame, Fighting Irish on Sports Illustrated. Nick, how are you doing on this fantastic Tuesday?
I'm doing, fantastic. It's Tuesday. Got a little taste on this past Saturday. If you enjoyed the Iowa State and Kansas State, everything that had to offer for you in the first half. On Saturday there in Dublin with a Fumble Fest and a Muff Fest and everything else. That was fun. And we get to enjoy it this coming, Thursday it really gets going, but then first real Saturday of the fall this year. And, boy, we got a heck of a lineup this first weekend.
Obviously, we're going to talk Notre Dame. That's why we're doing this. But I want to ask you about LSU Clemson, because LSU took a little bit of money. They were 4-point dogs. Now it's down to 3.5. So nothing too significant. But the narrative is, Brian Kelly can't win week one. LSU can't win week one. But also, you have Clemson, who I like this year, but they were 0-3 last year against the SEC. I feel like Brian Kelly, man, has to win 9 games. I bet LSU over 8.5 wins. If he doesn't win 9 games, if they don't at least make it to the playoff, I think there's a good chance he's out. I think he's on the hot seat. Your thoughts on that game and your thoughts on LSU and Brian Kelly heading into the season?
It seems like he's had to rework that entire roster and that team and get things going. I know it's LSU when they won the title in 2019, and it's easy to say, oh, well, Ed Orgeron had just won. It's like Ed Orgeron won that national championship, and he cashed out. And it's like, I'm good. I am not going to do a damn piece of recruiting. I am not going to do anything to better this program. I'm going to be, inviting all the ladies over to practices and whatever else, and I'll pay no damn attention to this team. So there was more of a rebuild factor there than I think a lot of the national narrative wanted to kind of get behind. But it's still like, yeah, you're in year 4 now. And Brian Kelly is talking a big game. I don't know what he knows or what he thinks he knows about his team. He's talking up his offensive line like it's NFL caliber, one of the best in the country caliber. You look at the offense and what goes on with LSU, they've never really struggled to score points under him. But kind of what you're looking at in this situation, the thing I like about LSU, and man, I hate the Brian Kelly in a big game factor, but it's kind of the same thing applies. Like, if not now, when, regarding Brian Kelly at LSU and regarding James Franklin at Penn State, it feels like this perfect storm for these teams that I traditionally just hate betting on or picking in big time situations, because it's the history is they just do not come through.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, let's go back to Notre Dame here. So CJ Carr ends up winning the quarterback battle, the quarterback job, which I thought, like, if you would have asked me in June, that's where I would have went. But, I don't know, man. So Marcus Freeman comes out and he says, I had to trust my gut on the Carr quarterback decision. What do you think he brings to the table? Do you think that, it's kind of hard to say if we made the right decision, if Marcus Freeman made the right decision, but how do you feel about CJ Carr going into this Miami game?
Well, he's a guy that, obviously he's got, the football pedigree. Grew up around football, and when you're looking at that in a quarterback, he has a lot of things to offer there. You kind of watch – it's hard to take a whole heck of a lot from a spring game. Be like, oh, yeah, I'm excited because he played really well in a spring game twice. Like, okay, cool. I guess it's better than not playing well, but how much do you really take from that? I will say, in watching him, he has a release that a Notre Dame quarterback has not had in quite some time. Maybe Deshaun Kaiser did, not because Kaiser did a million things particularly well, but that was probably one of them. But it tricks your eye. It's different than watching even Sam Hartman, watching last year and Riley Leonard, watching Ian Book for all those years. It does look different in that way. He can throw a deep ball. He can really it seems like his football IQ is very high. Now, that's not to say he's not going to be a redshirt freshman and make plenty of mistakes and throw interceptions. That tends to be what happens, even with some of the best of them. But there is, it seems like a high caliber football IQ there. Not quite the same athlete as Riley Leonard, not going to be the scrambler, but that's not to say he's not athletic at the same time. I think he's more gifted athletic ability than maybe he gets a little bit of credit for. And look, if you're having this situation where you have to start a first-time quarterback at the collegiate level, there's not a lot of better situations. You have one of the better offensive lines in the game. Sure, it's better run blocking than it is pass blocking, but you have improved group of wide receivers, significantly improved group of wide receivers. Oh, and you just happen to have the best backfield in college football running behind you.
Yeah, totally agree. So that's going to be like the headlines, right? Like the offensive side of the ball, CJ Carr, Jeremiah Love. But I'm a little bit not worried about the defense, man, but I'm a big Al Golden guy. We'll see if he's able to turn around that Bengals defense. Now they bring in Chris Ash. Do you think there's going to be any drop off on the defensive side of the ball, or do you not really worry about it with Marcus Freeman kind of calling the shots?
Well, I'm interested in it because my whole thing all off season has been, and I think these guys were very good. I don't know if they're by any means all-time greats, but replacing Riley Mills and replacing Howard Cross up the middle to me is significant. Those are two maybe not high round draft picks. That's two NFL players, and it's in a position that Notre Dame doesn't traditionally get the big time guys. You're talking back all the way to, Lewis Nix, Ethan Johnson back 10, 12 years ago now, when you're looking at guys that were huge, big-time recruits as defensive tackles. It's just not a position that Notre Dame has done the same caliber of recruiting. Now it's on the uptick for years to come, but that's still down the road. You're going to have to see those players. The way Marcus Freeman spoke today was very interesting to me because he said essentially that he went into the offseason thinking this is this is my biggest concern too. This is what I thought was going to be the biggest issue, keep me up the longest at night, all of that, and said that it's the position group that he feels the strongest about. So if that's the case, if that's true, I mean, obviously coach speak is coach speak, and, you can turn guys into stars that aren't anywhere near being stars, and it happens all the time. But if it's anywhere remotely true that that's not even – doesn't even have to be the best unit on the defense, but if it's if it's still an above average to very good unit, then you're looking at a group of linebackers that I think are ferocious. Yes, you lose Jack Kaiser to the NFL, but you have probably more playmakers. You have more experience there. A secondary that loses Benjamin Morrison and Xavier Watts, but it's kind of gotten to the point with Notre Dame's secondary that you look at defensive backs coach Mike Mickens, and it's like, okay, you just trust it's going to be an excellent group. I mean, Morrison goes down last year, and all right, well, Christian Gray steps up and he makes two of the biggest interceptions of the year in the USC game and against Penn State there to set up the game-winning field goal. So this is a very complete team, and I think the only thing keeping it from really being in that discussion of where Texas, Penn State, Ohio State kind of are right now, the only thing is the fact that CJ Carr has never started a college game.
Yep, completely agree. Nick Shipkowski joined us right now. You can check him out, managing editor, Notre Dame on SI. All right, let's talk about the game. Miami took a little bit of money because they were 3-point underdogs. The threes are gone, so now they're a 2.5-point underdog. A lot of hype again for Mario Cristobal, who I see is going to be coaching in the booth. I believe he's the first head coach ever to be in the booth, but they go out, they pay Carson Beck, $4 or $5 million. He was 24-3 at Georgia, but he had that offensive line, and he's coming off elbow surgery on his throwing arm. So where are you at with Miami? Where are you at with this game, man? Give us your prediction with Notre Dame only now a 2.5-point favorite. The threes are gone. Doesn't sound like a big deal, but it is a big deal.
I look at it, and it's like Miami was knocking on the door of the college football playoff last year, right? And Cam Ward goes, and explosive offense, highest scoring offense in all of college football. It goes and he's the number one overall pick. Obviously, all things you're going to be complimentary towards. I'm going to be that guy, though. Go pull up Miami's schedule last year. They didn't play a single ranked team. And I get it. They went to the transfer portal. I think not to say Carson Beck's not a big addition, because he clearly is. I mean, he's supposed to be he was supposed to be in this past draft and be one of the top quarterbacks taken. And you saw how that kind of went, the injury at Georgia, go make more money in a year at Miami instead of going to the NFL and maybe improve some draft stock. But Miami, I think where the interesting part is, they went into the portal and they have 4 new guys into their secondary. That secondary was atrocious last year. Can it be anywhere near good? I mean, it's a long way to go to get the average. Can it be good? I don't know. There are certain teams where there's a national perspective of, it's so much better when they're great. And it's a lot of national college football writers like to try to speak it into existence. I look at it, Miami has a very good defensive line. They got some absolute stars on that. They went into the portal to address their secondary needs. Their receivers aren't returning a whole heck of a lot there. Their running game is a lot of potential that hasn't been consistent yet. I don't know. I'm not that high on Miami in 2025, and maybe that comes back to bite me, and this is something you play back in 3 months, and you're like, they're 12-0. What an idiot this guy is. But, I mean, this is a team that has that reeks of, like, that top 10 to start the year and ends the year with 4 losses to me.
So Notre Dame's win total is sitting there at 10.5, minus 140 to the over. Obviously, they get A&M again this year. If it's not Miami, who's the team that concerns you? And you can't say Northern Illinois.
Yeah, no MAC teams on the schedule this year. Maybe that's a good thing for Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you not say Texas A&M? Like, how do you not? Yeah. I feel like that's cheating too, though. I mean, that's a team that, they've recruited as well as just about anyone, whether it was Elko, whether it was Jimbo Fisher there before. They've recruited that, and I think you have a guy that, like, there's coaches that have to fit at a school. Like, there can be really good, really successful head coaches that just the fit has to be right. And if it's not, it's going to end badly. Like, I look at like how Marcus Freeman's looked at and like, that's a perfect guy for Notre Dame. I think Texas A&M has their guy finally that understands the whole Texas A&M thing, because it gets joked around about in the college football world of, yeah, A&M's a cult, College Station's a cult, stay away from there. But Elko's been around that program before. He seems to kind of get it and embrace it and lean into all the kind of, the strange yells that everyone else thinks are weird. I like Texas A&M. I don't know if I love them this year, but I really do like them a lot going forward. I think that's Notre Dame's toughest game. Like, you better be ready to stop the run in that one, because they are going to try to pound the ball at you, do it all day, shorten that game, and try to steal one in South Bend. I think that's one. And I don't know, maybe it's the fact that this could very well be the last time it happens, but I keep looking at that USC game in mid-October as one of, are you going to finally get it was a team that, they gave Notre Dame a heck of a fight last year down in the Coliseum. Do you get that kind of, all right, this might be the last time these two teams are playing? Do you get the best shot from Lincoln Riley and company? I think that those are the biggest threats, because you kind of look at this and it's like, okay, Boise State on the right day, heck, Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame last year at Notre Dame Stadium. On the right day, it could happen. Navy on the right day, I suppose it could happen, but it's a schedule that, like, this should be a team that wins 10 games. I did 10.5 is the perfect number. It's like, can you split those first two and then run the table, and there's your over? Like, that's pretty much how that one goes. And I don't know. The more I look at this, if CJ Carr can go 1-1 in those first two games, Notre Dame has to go 1-1, not just CJ Carr. But if they can get by going 1-1 in those, I think it's an 11-win team. I really do. And I think that it's, by the time the end of November comes, the college football playoff comes, you have a year of experience for your starting quarterback. If they can avoid the injury bug that plagued them so badly last year, there's no reason this team can't be knocking on the door of another national championship appearance.
Totally agree. Speak it into existence. Let's start it off with a victory over Miami this weekend. Nick, you're the best, man. Thanks a lot. We got 10 seconds. Give me your prediction before we let you go.
Notre Dame 27, Miami 13.
Oh, I love it. So Notre Dame, lay the 2.5. Thanks a lot. Nick Shepkowski right there, editor, Notre Dame on SI. We're going to take a quick break. There's a crazy rumor going around on Twitter right now about an NFL player, an NFL team, a pass rusher being moved. We got to hit that next. BetMGM tonight.
Joe Ostrowski of BetSweats here. Wednesday morning at 9:20 Eastern. How did the Chiefs bounce back from a Super Bowl blowout on the next BetSweats?
I think Georgia's talent has depreciated a ton since they won the national championship twice. Remember, they won two. But the players, when you lose 5 guys to the NFL draft on defense in 3 straight years, it may seem like that's easy to replenish and recycle, but it's not. And I'm sorry, like, maybe this is a hot take, but Gunnar Stockton does nothing for me. I think he's just a guy. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that, but to go from Stetson Bennett to Carson Beck to Gunnar Stockton is not progression, it's regression. You're not going to get big numbers, I think, from Gunnar Stockton. And you're also going to get a nice price. So Ohio State to make the playoff, BetMGM has minus 325. The no is plus 250. Don't love that split, but is what it is. Look, they have a true rookie at quarterback, essentially. Now, they're going to call him a redshirt freshman, but this kid's never played, and he's never played against good teams. So now you throw him into the fire week 1 against Texas, a top 10, maybe top 5 defense in the country. They lose that game, potentially. So now you're 0-1. You got to take on Penn State. Penn State's a higher power-rated team for me. And then you got to go to Michigan, who you haven't beaten 4 years. You're 9-3. You're not making the playoff. with those 3 losses because you have to win a big game, Joe. So if you lose to Texas, Penn State, Michigan, you're out. It's improbable, and the math clearly favors Ohio State. But of those 4 teams you mentioned, I would be entertaining looks on Ohio State to miss and Georgia to miss. And the reason why, nobody else is saying that. Because everybody just assumes, oh, well, Ohio State will make it. They always make it. And they won the national title last year. They lost 14 guys at the NFL draft. 7 guys in the first 2 rounds. That's a lot. And you don't have this veteran quarterback to help you on early in this season. So I have doubts about those quarterbacks. Of the 4 teams you mentioned, I don't trust Gunnar Stockton. And the hype is real on this Saiyan kid, but we don't know. Until we see it, we don't know.
Start with the game on Thursday night, which I can't wait for. Number 25, Boise, is at USF. Boise laying 6.5 right now with the total of 63.5. Keep an eye on the total. I think an over might be worth a look here. Boise State last year opened up the road against Clay Helton, USC's former coach, and Georgia Southern. That was like a 56-45 type game. Both teams just going up and down the field. I think this game could also be a shootout as well. Boise, obviously life without Genty is going to be difficult, and I think in the first game especially. Their quarterback is returning, offensive line's improved, receiving core is pretty solid, defense should be pretty good again. Last year they led the nation in sacks. Don't think they're going to do that again, but I still think they'll be pretty good. But I think life without Genty in that first game on the road is going to be a big adjustment for the Broncos. And then on the other side, USF is one of my favorite group of 4 quarterbacks in the country, group of 5 quarterbacks in the country. Byron Brown, he's terrific. Alex Golish, their head coach, is a disciple from Josh Heupel, who's the head coach at Tennessee. You watch USF play, it's very much like watching Tennessee play. It's a very difficult offense to scheme for. Defense returns 8 starters this year. USF plus 6.5. Think they might pull off the upset as well. Look at the money line at plus 200.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark continues here on the BetMGM Network. I'm Ryan Horvat. You can listen to BetMGM Tonight live anywhere with the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. You can also download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Great show tonight. We just got done talking with Nick Shepkowski, who covers Notre Dame for Sports Illustrated. Notre Dame, now a 2.5-point favorite against Miami this weekend. Opened as 3-point favorites for that Sunday night matchup. Miami takes a little bit of money. I got to be honest, as a Notre Dame fan, this one scares me a little bit. If the 3 was still available, I'd be all over Miami. At 2.5, I'd probably just stay away. But I can't wait to watch that game. Going to be real entertaining, as the whole weekend should be in college football. We get LSU Clemson. I bet some LSU today. I bet a little LSU yesterday. Now that the 4s are gone, probably going to stay away. But I do think that they are live in that game. I have a weird feeling Brian Kelly and LSU are finally going to win a week 1 game. But that is on the back burner for a second, college football, because we got to talk a little NFL. I don't know what this is. I don't know if you guys have seen this on social media. There's a Twitter account or an X account, whatever we call this, and his name is Ricky Scoops, and he's actually broke some real NFL news, some stories before. But he has 50.8K followers. He follows 1,000 people, but he has 50K followers, right? And I'm reading his bio right now. Actuary, NFL Shield protector, former insider, got a 4 on my AP bio exam, qualified for college credit, blah, blah, blah. But he keeps tweeting about Micah Parsons and the Green Bay Packers. So this pops up again on my feed, and now it's all over my feed. Now that said, I am a Green Bay Packer fan. So I follow the majority of their beat reporters. I follow Andy Herman. I'll actually be on his show tomorrow morning, which I should probably write down because I'm going to have to be up early. But I'll be joining Cheesehead TV bright and early tomorrow morning. Anyway, though, so this is what Ricky has tonight. Ricky Scoops. The hashtag Packers have a trade on the table with the Dallas Cowboys for Micah Parsons with a new contract worth $45 million per year. So this keeps popping up that the Packers are going to make Micah Parsons or going to make the Dallas Cowboys an offer that they can't refuse. I'm talking like multiple first-round picks, maybe a couple second-round picks. And, anytime, usually this happens around the trade deadline, right? Like a couple of years ago, it was Odell Beckham Jr. In Green Bay, I have a running joke. It's on social media. It's on Twitter. If you ever see me tweet out a picture of Brian Gutekunst, the general manager, and there was this movie years back with Usher Raymond, and it's terrible, by the way. And he ends up dating Sloane from Entourage, but her father is like a made man in the mafia, so he gets mixed up with the mob. It's called In the Mix. But every time, a big name player is available, I don't get excited, but Green Bay Packer fans and their beat reporters and the radio hosts get all excited, and then it doesn't end up going down. And it's always the Packers were hashtag, as I like to say, in the mix. Like I said, a couple of years ago, it was Odell Beckham Jr. I forgot who the reporter was, but he tweeted, not only does Odell Beckham Jr. want to be a member of the Green Bay Packers, he wants to play this Sunday. And this tweet, it was tweeted out at like Wednesday. 2 days later, he's a member of the Rams. Goes on to win a Super Bowl with the Rams. So I don't trust this guy. I don't trust this source, but it's all over the place right now. And all the Packers bloggers, beat reporters, all over this. Some are joking around. Some are like, I don't know, man. This might be a real thing. In fact, right now, Underdog Fantasy even just tweeted out that picture where the guy's at the Hertz renting a car. And we always joke, said player spotted at Milwaukee Airport. But I don't know. It's something to keep an eye on. There's definitely something going on, though, and I'm going to keep my eye on it. But this is what Green Bay needs. Like, if you want to bet Green Bay better than 2-1 to win the NFC North, go over on the win total. Take a stab on them to win the Super Bowl. This is what they need. They need a legit pass rusher. I have some question marks about the secondary coming into the season. They move on from Jair Alexander. He's now a member of the Baltimore Ravens. But their issue on the defensive side of the ball the last couple of years has been getting after the quarterback. Rashawn Gary's making a ton of money, and he's been really good against the run, but he hasn't had that 15.5, 16.5 sack season. On the other side, you have Lucas Van Ness. Big prove-it year for him because he hasn't done much since getting drafted out of Iowa. So we'll see if anything actually happens here or if it's just, somebody goofing around on Twitter. But the Green Bay Packers, possibly with some interest, trading for Micah Parsons, one of the better edge rushers in the league, who you could still find right now, I believe, plus 650 to win Defensive Player of the Year. All right, Brando, we got him EPing the show out in Chicago, known Bears fan. I keep joking that I'm a Bears fan this season because I am invested on the Bears win total over. I think they win 9 games minimum. I think that they got a shot to win the NFC North. So if you're going to give me near a 6-1 price, I'll take it. What do you think about this news? Do you think there's any chance that the Green Bay Packers actually make a deal for Micah Parsons? I guess what I'm really asking you, man, is Jerry this senile that he would actually trade away a top 3 edge rusher in the league to the Green Bay Packers, a team that's beat them how many times in the playoffs, including 2 years ago?
Well, here's my real question with this situation with Micah Parsons, right? And I don't want him on the Packers. We talked about this in the break, especially with the Bears left tackle situation being what it is. I don't need to see this happen right now. But with the Micah Parsons situation, especially even in Dallas, right, with a player coming out who's in a contract negotiation, eating nachos, not in a jersey, just in street clothes, and then taking a nap on the sidelines, what message do you send to your locker room when you allow this guy now to come in and take snaps and play a game for you. And I understand, don't get me wrong, I understand the impact that Micah Parsons has, and I understand the level of player that he is. But if this was like a lesser player, somebody not of Micah Parsons' caliber, he would have been cut right after that game, and if they even allowed it to happen. So for me personally, if I'm another player in that locker room who is maybe close to a contract negotiation, maybe close to coming up, or maybe thinking I should be paid more than what I'm being paid, what message are you sending to those players that you're going to allow this type of behavior? It kind of gives me like Bears flashbacks of the Eberflus era, where you're just letting guys do whatever the hell they want and there's no repercussions for it. There's no accountability inside the locker room, and that becomes a dangerous situation in Dallas. For me personally, I don't know how he plays another down for the Cowboys, so I do think he's going to play somewhere else. I just don't know how, if you're the Cowboys and say they do allow him to play, I don't know how you let that happen.
Yeah, I think the thing is, though, man, because you asked me during the commercial break if I think that Brian Schottenheimer could lose the locker room before he even coaches an official game week 1. I don't know, because I think that they all agree in that locker room, the entire coaching staff, every single player, that Jerry's just crazy. Like, this isn't something new where he doesn't want to pay guys that have earned the money. This goes back to the 90s when Emmitt Smith led the league in rushing yards. They won a Super Bowl, and he didn't want to pay Emmitt Smith. Emmitt Smith had to hold out, right? And, that's not a troublemaker. This is way before, now when wide receivers want more money, they just take to Twitter and they just have, a cryptic post, right? Emmitt Smith wasn't doing all that. He just wanted what he deserved. After watching Troy Aikman and Michael Irvin and Deion Sanders get paid, he wanted his bag, but Jerry didn't want to pay a running back. So he had to hold out just to get paid what he deserved, right? A couple years ago, it was CeeDee Lamb wanted to get paid, dude. Dak wanted to get paid. Every year, somebody in Dallas is looking for a new contract, and it's always they have 3 or 4 good players. So you think that you would compensate the good players. I'm with you, dude. If that's Tyreek Hill in Miami and he's just sitting on the sidelines, eating a peanut butter jelly sandwich, eating a bag of Doritos, laying around, I think that's a huge distraction. I think it means Mike McDaniel has lost the locker room, which is already what I think about Miami, and I'm fading them. With Dallas, I don't know. I think it's just I think everybody in that locker room is pay the man. They are. CeeDee Lamb went on Twitter a couple weeks ago, and he's it's always the same nonsense here in Dallas. Pay the man what he's worth. So I think this is just everybody kind of rebelling against Jerry. Let's not forget who Jerry hires as his head coaches in the first place, Brando. Yes men.
Yeah.
Why do you think Jason Garrett, the clapper, clap on, clap off, survived so long? It's because he went into that office every Monday and every Tuesday or whenever they met, and he said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mike McCarthy, the first couple of years, I think he did the same. And then he was like, no, I want to do things the Mike McCarthy way. So Jerry parted ways. I don't even really agree with Mac getting fired after last year. I thought McCarthy, honestly, dude won a Super Bowl in Green Bay because Aaron Rodgers carried him to it. But I thought that was one of his better coaching jobs, dude. The team never quit. They played hard. They were in every game down the stretch. And that was with Cooper Rush as their starting quarterback. And without Trayvon Diggs, their best cover corner. You know what I mean? So, I thought it was kind of dumb to replace McCarthy, but clearly he wanted to do things his way, and Jerry wants another yes man. There is a chance that Schottenheimer loses the locker room, but I don't think it'll be over this situation. I think if the locker room says the hell with it, it's more to Jerry Jones, who needs to go away. Dude, he's not getting any younger. He's pushing 150 years old. If he really means what he says and he wants to see one more Super Bowl before he's all said and done, pay your players, right?
Yeah.
Find a running back also, for Christ's sake. Look at that running back room in Dallas. And I saw today they cut my guy Deuce Vaughn, which disappointed me. Granted, he's 5'4". He's the height of my grandmother, but still, I really liked him at Kansas State, and I was hoping that he could make the roster. So you're all the way out on Dallas this season, correct? Even with the win total at 7.5. You don't even really need to fully be in on them. 8 and 9 gets them over the win total. They don't need to make the playoffs. They don't need to be 500. If I give you $100 right now, you're still going under?
Yeah, because I already bet the under.
Yeah.
I already bet the under.
And Micah Parsons might get traded to the Packers, so.
That too. God. But I was already out on them even before the Micah Parsons stuff because I look at the schedule. I don't trust Dak to stay healthy. I don't trust that it doesn't turn into a bleep show over in Dallas and that now all of a sudden everybody starts rebelling on this team. I would not be surprised if by week 7, week 8, you hear CeeDee Lamb wanting to be out of Dallas as well. Like it's just one of those things. It seems like it's an implosion waiting to happen, which is why I wonder. Like I don't know that Brian Schottenheimer is going to get a fair shake at being a head coach because I think he's in a really bad situation and I think it's going to implode. Now I could be completely wrong. We could be watching this team play for a playoff spot later on in the year, but I just don't see that happening, especially with the schedule they're playing.
We got all the top reporters on the case right now. We got this one comes from on X Quack Q14, who has done some digging.
Guy.
He's done some detective work. You could call him Dick Tracy. So Micah Parsons has begun following Packers left tackle Rasheed Walker. He was already following Packers defensive tackle Rashawn Gary. And then he has the screenshot _ Micah Parsons 11 following 912 people. 2 of them, one Rasheed Walker, tackle for the Packers, and the other Rashawn Gary, who he might be lining up on the defensive side of the ball. How about that, Brando? Get excited for the Green Bay Packers.
Go back. Not so fast.
So, hey, anything is better than that stupid horn, that stupid skull chant, man. Beautiful stadium. I'll be there next year, actually, for SummerSlam, yearly tradition with my boy. But I hate the Vikings. That said, Vikings over on the win total. Speaking of the Vikings, 1.5-point favorites against the Bears week 1. I bet the Bears plus 1.5 at home. Ben Johnson, I know we've talked about this a couple times here during this hour. 7 times the last 2 or 3 seasons, Brian Flores defenses have given up at least 30 points. 4 of those from Ben Johnson. Had to throw that out there. We'll take a quick break coming up here. Isn't it? Ben Johnson.
That's a crazy line.
That's why I like the Bears so much, though, dude, because of all the defensive coordinators that Ben Johnson is going to see, he's already familiar with. Now, granted, it's not David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs and St. Brown and Goff. It's a new team, but I still think that the ceiling is high. The ceiling is the roof, as Michael Jordan once said. Before we hit the break and we'll wrap up the show, the Brewers now in a tie ball game. The Diamondbacks come back, so now it's 8-all in the bottom of the 8th. The Diamondbacks plus 160 to win this game outright. The Brewers minus 125, and the Diamondbacks score 4. Oh, I'm sorry. They score 2 in the top of the 7th and then another 2 in the top of the 8th. And just like that, we got a tie ball game. Unfortunately, though, Cubs are already losing out in San Francisco. We'll take a quick break. We wrap up the show next. BetMGM tonight.
Wherever you go, we're there. Listen to the BetMGM Network live on Odyssey. Tune in and now on the iHeartRadio app. Wagertainment for every fan.
I do think that Matt Shaw still has a chance to win this one. Maybe I'm wish casting. Maybe I'm just trying to bring it into existence. But you look at what we talk about with the Rookie of the Year awards. Wins above replacement is the compass. And right now, according to Baseball Reference, Matt Shaw is the most valuable rookie in the National League. At some point, and I know nobody's talking about him right now, so maybe I'm just yelling into the abyss and nobody cares about this, but at some point we will have to acknowledge if he continues to hit the ball like he has been in August, where he has an OPS over 900, we're gonna have to acknowledge that this guy's just been better than everyone else. And if he's a 3-win player and Horton's at 1.8 at the end of the season, like, does Horton win? Does that make sense to anyone? Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. Like, you can think that Horton's the guy, but like, explain to me how Matt Shaw's 35 and Cade Horton's plus 140, and Matt Shaw is literally like a 1.5 better than him according to Baseball Reference. Like, that's where I just cannot get there with this betting market, and where I actually believe there is a betting opportunity as it stands right now. Like, if you don't have anything, I'll advocate for it. I think that now's the time to bet Matt Shaw. I'll say it. And maybe I have egg on my face in 2 to 3 weeks or whatever, but I do think Matt Shaw is a bet right now. Like, I just don't see how these other guys are so far ahead of him in the betting market when the production says otherwise.
What's the psyche like right now around the team of just like, we did all these great things and then it was over like that?
Well, I just first say you're not breaking news to us, because when they lost the NFC title game to the San Francisco 49ers, Dan Campbell was the one who said that might have been our best shot. And that's a tough thing to tell a fan base who thinks we're just getting started, right? That was the surprise rocket ship to the moon. We got a 17-point lead on the road NFC championship game. People were thinking about Super Bowl in Vegas, buying tickets. When you lose that game, you go back to work, you win 15 games, and you still don't get to the Super Bowl. Not only that, you have 5 turnovers and lose to a rookie quarterback. It does mess with you. You know, and you do wonder, like, how many cracks at this are we going to get? Now, the nucleus is still intact. And if you look at the salary cap sheet, nucleus should be intact this year, and they'll have to restructure Goff, but probably next year as well. But you only get so many cracks at this. And I think the team is keenly aware of that. And I think there is an urgency to get it done. And I know they're motivated by it.
So I have a list of teams. I have 3 teams that I'm considering right now for Survivor. I'm curious to see how many teams you have. But the 3 teams that I have right now, the first one, the Jacksonville Jaguars at home against the Carolina Panthers. They're a 3-point favorite. The second one, and this goes against everything that I believe in, but I actually am starting to come around to maybe this team might be a little bit more contrarian after what happened last year and what's happened over the last 3 years, essentially. The Cincinnati Bengals are on my short list for Survivor in week 1. They're a 6-point favorite right now on the road against the rival Cleveland Browns. And then finally, I mean, you have to probably consider Denver. I'm not going to pick Denver. I don't think I will, but they're on the short list because they are a pretty big favorite at home against a non-division opponent. It just makes a lot of sense. I'll say this right now. Denver's going to be the most popular play. So, if you're looking to avoid the masses, don't pick Denver. But if you just want to feel good about your selection, because hey, there's no guarantee that they win the game. Now, they're a pretty good favorite to win it, but it's not guaranteed. If you want to feel good going in, Denver's probably your option right now as an 8-point favorite, and that's probably going to go even higher by the time we get to kickoff.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Wrapping up tonight's show, BetMGM Tonight After Dark. We're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Myself and my co-host, Brad Evans, here on the BetMGM Network. If you missed anything from tonight, last night, the night before that, you could find the podcast wherever you find your podcast. All you got to do, search BetMGM Tonight. Like, subscribe, review, rate, leave a nice little comment, all that fun stuff. And like I said, we're back tomorrow night getting you set for your fantasy football drafts, week 1 of the NFL season, and week 1 of the college football season as well. Not the busiest day today in sports. We got some baseball games in progress right now. The Rockies actually up 6-1 on the Astros going into the bottom of the 9th out in Houston. San Diego shutting out Seattle in the bottom of the 4th, 5-0. Cubs down 1-0 to the Giants, but they do have a runner in scoring position on second with one away that they'll probably strand, unfortunately. The A's up 3-0 on the Tigers. Dodgers and Reds tied up at 1 in the bottom of the second. And earlier, Boston went final. They beat the Orioles 5-0. And the Braves, they win 11-2 over the Marlins. Other than that, though, Wilson Contreras gets a 6-game ban for tirade. We had Shedeur Sanders made the Browns roster. He's actually going to open his quarterback 3 behind Dylan Gabriel and behind Joe Flacco. That story needs to go away. The Browns, this quarterback situation, the Shedeur Sanders, the world's out to get Shedeur Sanders, and Stefanski and the Browns are out to get Shedeur Sanders thing needs to go away forever. He was outplayed in the preseason by Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel went ahead of him in the draft. Usually where Shedeur is drafted, at best, he's a practice squad player. I'm not saying that he'll never start a game in the NFL. I'm not even saying that he won't eventually maybe even be a full-time starter, but right now, he ain't it. We got to quit forcing the story, man. He's not getting screwed over. He holds on to the ball too long. He takes too many sacks. I don't know that he's a leader. And at the quarterback position, you have to be a leader. You know, Brandon asked me earlier if there was a chance that maybe Brian Schottenheimer was going to lose the team, you know, because of the Micah Parsons situation. I don't think so. And it's like, I think it's okay for like wide receivers to kind of be divas, look for a big deal, maybe sit out of practice. But for quarterbacks, it's a different situation, man, right? Like Brady has a bunch of rings. Brady's a leader. You know who wasn't a leader? Johnny Manziel, Jamarcus Russell. And that's why they're out of the league and they don't have 2 fingers worth of Super Bowl rings. Speaking of NFL, though, I bet these today, and I want to throw them out again because I threw them out earlier, but I kind of rushed it because I threw them on the card tonight. But I bet a bunch of NFL player props, season long and NFL week 1 player props. I'll save the week 1 stuff for tomorrow because I don't think these numbers are going anywhere. But let me throw out a couple, and then Brandon, I'll get your opinion on a couple of these before we wrap up the show. CJ Stroud over 21.5 touchdown passes. I was a big Stroud fan at Ohio State. Remember when he was a rookie? When he was going into the draft, I should say, and everybody was out on CJ Stroud because he didn't test all that great and because he was coming from the Ohio State offense and he was throwing to all studs his couple of years at Ohio State. I was always all in on CJ Stroud. Last year, I wasn't out on Stroud, but I had some concerns about the offensive line and the weaponry other than Nico Collins. This year, I think Stroud's going over 21.5 touchdown passes before we even hit week 14. Nick Chubb in the year 2025 is running back 1. Joe Mixon eventually comes back, but he's not getting any younger. And his rookie year, Stroud threw for 23 touchdown passes. The schedule, as far as win total, I'm not betting the Texans. I'm not betting them to win the division. I bet the Jags. But for opposing pass defenses, pretty good for Stroud. 9 teams Houston's going to face this season who finished below average last year in touchdown passes allowed. I like what they did in the draft. They bring in the 2 receivers from Iowa State in Higgins and Noel, and you still have Nico Collins, who will most likely, if he stays healthy, at least plays 15 games, catch double-digit touchdowns himself. CJ Stroud over 21.5 touchdown passes, minus 110. Brenton Strange, tight end from the Jags, not really a household name, but I think he's going to clear this number easily. The first 2 weeks, he's going to go over 50 receiving yards at least in both of those games. Week 1, he gets Carolina. Week 2, he gets the Bengals. Both teams last season allowed more than 900 receiving yards to opposing tight ends, and they didn't do a whole lot to improve the defenses this offseason. Strange last year had 40 grabs for 411 yards, played 8 games without Evan Ingram, and that's when the numbers really went up. 3.6 receptions per game, over 34 yards per game. I like that number at 475.5. Last one I'll throw out, Trey McBride. Could be the best tight end in the league. And now he's one of the richer tight ends in the league. I'm high on Arizona. Kyler's got to stay healthy. But I think he clears 4.5 touchdown receptions. Again, last year he only had 2. But look at the numbers, man. 1,146 yards, 111 grabs. I think he gets us at least 5 with an improved offense and offensive line. Also, the schedule. Looking at Pro Football Focus, Cardinals will see 6 of the teams that finished in the bottom 10 defending the position last year, tight ends. So those are my 3 that I bet big today. CJ Stroud over 21.5 touchdown passes, Brenton Strange, tight end from the Jags, over 475.5 yards. And then Trey McBride, over 4.5 touchdown receptions, -110. Brando, if I give you $100 of my money, which of those three would you tail, and which do you hate the most?
The CJ Stroud is the one that I would tail for sure. I love the Texans this year. I love CJ Stroud. I think he's going to have a bounce back season, even though he didn't really have a terrible season last year, but he did have a step back from his rookie year. The one that I'm probably out on is probably the Strange, because I just I'm out on the Jags, and I don't know. I don't trust what they have there. I don't trust the quarterback. I just don't trust that offense. So for me, I'm out on that one. I do like the Trey McBride one too, though. Even though I'm not huge on the Cardinals, I do think that I trust Kyler a little bit more all the way up until November 6th when Call of Duty gets released.
Yeah, or he gets hurt. I have one more actually. Bijan Robinson over 10.5 rushing touchdowns. I'm surprised that right now this is plus 115, dude. Last year, 1,400 rushing yards, 14 touchdowns. We only need 11. Last season, Atlanta was top 5 in red zone rushing percentage, top 5 in goal to go rushing percentage. And you look at the schedule, that's what it comes down to when you're betting these props. If you're betting overs, 10 of the 17 teams that Atlanta is going to see this season finish below league average in touchdowns allowed to opposing running backs. He's going to see the Saints twice. He's going to see the Panthers twice since they're in the division. Last year, 6 combined touchdowns against those two teams alone. After that, we only need 5 more, dude. And he has a quarterback that can move around a little bit. What do you think about Bijan Robinson over 10.5 rushing touchdowns this year?
I love that. I love Bijan this year. I think that he's going to have a really good season. I think the Falcons are going to have a good season. In Bijan, 10.5 is for Bijan. I think that's attainable. I think 11, 12, maybe even 13 touchdowns for Bijan Robinson this year. So I'm with you. I'm with you on your Bijan Robinson Offensive Player of the Year bet too that you had earlier in the season. So I like it. I'd tail that one
Love
for
it.
sure.
The other thing that I bet today was a little college football. And you brought this up last night, dude. You're like, I'm fading Stanford every game the rest of the season. They couldn't beat Hawaii with a quarterback on one arm. So I had to find a way to fade Hawaii next week. But I missed it because Arizona opened as 14.5-point favorites. And Arizona, I don't know how good they're going to be this year. They lose McMillan. They bring back Noah Fafita, but even with McMillan, really took a step back last year. But I'm going to play Arizona in the first half. I'm looking at it right now at BetMGM. It's still 8.5. It's -110. Arizona's at home. Hawaii wins that game last week against Stanford. We can't overrate Hawaii, though. Stanford's win total this year is 3.5. They've won exactly 3 games, 3 consecutive years. And like you said, Brando, their quarterback was out there literally on one leg. He got hurt. I'm surprised he was able to come back and stay in that game, Alejado. But their backup's a JUCO transfer. So if he's not 100% or he can't go, I feel really good about Arizona in the first half. But I don't feel like staying up to sweat out 17.5 points. So get in, get out. 8.5 in the first half, -110. I like this quite a bit against Hawaii. The other one I bet today, again, last time I'm going to bet it this summer, LSU +4, good to 3.5. I think there's a chance, and I really like Clemson. I bet them to win the ACC. I took a stab on them to win the national title. But I think there's a good chance LSU wins this game, especially because nobody is picking LSU. Nobody believes that Brian Kelly could actually win a week 1 game. All of a sudden, everybody thinks he's just a crappy coach. I don't know about all that, man. And we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I'm really excited for the week 1 college football slate.
Sometimes it's good, sometimes you look at that and you're like, yeah, look, everybody's out on them, I'm in on them. But sometimes everybody's just right. And I think this might be one of those times. I think Clemson is just that good. And I think they're that team. And it's not that LSU is terrible. I do like Garrett Nussmeier a lot. It's not that Brian Kelly's not a good coach. I mean, of course he's a good coach. I don't like him as a person. I don't want him to coach my football team anymore. But I love Clemson this year, and I love Cade Klubnik. I bet Cade Klubnik to win the Heisman Trophy. So for me, that's why I'm on Clemson.
I mean, I like Clemson too. Yeah, I do. I like Klubnik as well, but I think LSU, anything over a field goal is a solid bet, but not like, the biggest edge, especially with these game of the years, dude. I mean, we've been talking about them all summer long. I can't wait till they actually just get here. All right. So wrapping up the show tonight, we're back tomorrow, of course, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. Myself, Brad Evans, will be talking a ton of fantasy football. And we'll be talking with our guy, Joe DeLeon. Excited about that to get his thoughts on week 1 of the college football season. Looking at the Cubs right now, they just tied the game up at 1. They got Boyd on the mound tonight. It was Shaw with an RBI single to score Ian Happ. So we got a 1-1 game right now out in San Francisco on the late night West Coast. We got the Brewers and the Diamondbacks tied up at 8. That game's in the bottom of the 9th, meaning the Brewers most likely win in walk-off fashion here. The Colorado Rockies up 6-1. That game actually just went final. Houston grounds into a double play, and the Rockies win 6-1. Padres up 5-0 on the Mariners. That game's in the top of the 5th. Top of the 3rd, Tigers up 4-3 on the A's. And bottom of the 3rd, Reds, Dodgers tied up at 1. We're back tomorrow night, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern here on BetMGM Tonight. Check out the podcast, BetMGM Tonight, and check out all the great shows on the BetMGM network starting tomorrow morning with the Daily Tip, 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM Tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.